Yes, ma'am.
All right, they started a tiny bit early. So here we are. Let's get the sound up. He cleaned up good for trial.
And this has already been tested with yes.
I was hoping.
Very well. All right. Those microphone additions will be fine.
Oops, there. All right. Hi, welcome to your
photography that's to take place. This camera does not click or make noise, correct? Go ahead.
Okay, they are testing out the technology. Okay.
Yeah,
welcome to your favorite Swedish law tuber. I am covering Florida,
their identities.
Florida v. Charlie Adelson. And it is the fourth trial. Well, the first trial was 2-in-1. Then it was a retrial. And now we are up to Charlie Adelson. Prior convicted are the hitmen. One of them snitched on the other one. The hitman's former girlfriend and Charlie Adelson's then current side piece. Who Katie Mungerud. And now we are up to Charlie Adelson, who the state alleges is the person who paid for and ordered it, the hit on Law-Professor Mr. Dan Markel. Hey Gigi, good morning. I hope you are feeling better. I'm hoping for good numbers, and I know we are a bit early. A handful of you are already here. Please go on social media and retweet my tweets and stuff like that, so people find me here. This is the ending of Dan Markel was 9 years ago. So it's been a long time coming, and I just heard that my coffee is done. So let's get sound on that and play that while I catch my coffee. Okay. All right. What did it freeze? No, they are moving. Yeah, and coffee is ready. I have my goulash here because I got back from work about half an hour ago. Yeah, so okay, I could have waited, but hey, here we are. I'm going to just send out a bit of tweet, and we are also live on Rumble. Just writing out, we are live. Court doing technical checks on camera and sound. There. Yes, I still have my clickety keyboard. And let's see here. Am I really live at Rumble? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And I have it on pop-out chat. Yeah. All right, seems like we are actually good to go. That's interesting. That's a boring background. Let me change that to something. This one maybe? Or maybe this one? No. Definitely not this one. Is this one appropriate? No, I don't know. Definitely not this one. Oh, let's go back to that one and I will find something more appropriate. Yeah, everybody say hi to Gigi. She has been ill for some time, but we all hope that she will.
Also provide 2 additional forms to the meeting members. It came to my attention yesterday that someone was taking photographs or trying to zoom in on what was happening at the defense table. Whether it be the state or defense, no one is to be doing any zooming in of what is being communicated between counsel or the parties, or in some way trying to decipher what is taking place with them. Also, whenever the jurors are in the building, the media members are not to engage them. Again, we do not want to have a mistrial or create an issue that's going to interfere with the trial itself actually taking place. Does anyone have any questions concerning this? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, just a quick question. I set up my camera this morning in the hallway. Whenever I saw someone that wasn't legal counsel, I turned it away. Is that okay, or would you prefer me to not do things like that?
You can have cameras in the hallways. Really, the issue again is broadcasting anything that would otherwise identify a potential juror. I don't know if all of you know who the jurors are. Again, whether it be traditional media or new media, the identities of the jurors until the trial is over is not to be released either photographic, video form, or through dissemination of any information. Any questions concerning those? Very well. Do we have all the jurors in the back?
We do.
And this is probably going to be something that we go through frequently. Are we on potty break right now, or are we good to come out?
They have been. Let me get a head count. If they are ready, are you ready? Or
I'm ready if they are.
okay, I will check on them.
I'm sure as counsel are aware, moving 15 people in unison is a bit of a task. So once they're finished with their restroom breaks, they'll be brought out.
Okay, what the judge was doing, he went down and telling of the camera crew how to do not zoom in on attorney clients or the prosecution when they are discussing or showing anything to each other. Nothing they will do, so nothing will be interpreted as, oh, look, what are they saying, or something like that, as opposed to the judge who's asking the questions and who's answering the questions. So that is very good. Very
Do
good.
you desire to have it read?
Yes, Your Honor.
It will be read.
All right, I'm just trying to get myself a bit more of dinner before everything really starts.
Go ahead.
May I approach with 2 stipulations, one regarding DNA evidence and one regarding some surveillance, stipulations of authenticity regarding surveillance images.
You may. Thank you. Oh, 1 second. I'll take it up. stipulations that have been previously provided by the parties concerning the firearm state exhibits 122 and 123, and also the drop-off and pickup schedule. I assume the parties are just going to alert me to the time to when they wish these to be read.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's true of the DNA stipulation as well that I've just handed you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. All right, seems like everything is set up. They are doing a head count of the jury to see, is everybody really here? This seems like a judge who he's already now set the boundaries for everybody in this room. Don't mess with me. Seems like a good judge. Control the courtroom. Don't make sudden stuff. Don't surprise me. With just him answering, you heard the counsel saying, "Can I?" Judge says, "You may." Now he set the boundaries on, okay. Okay. Liking it so far. Well, we haven't even started yet. And we have seen trials go completely haywire before. But yeah, it seems like a good start. And the viewer count is slowly creeping up. Creeping? That's not a good word, but it's slowly gaining a few. I would assume that most people who is supposed to tune in are tuning in as per usual around the top of the hour mark. But hopefully we can get a few more in here. It's a very, very interesting trial in that regard, that they are slowly tuning into the actual Adelson family. And now this is the first member of the Adelson family. The ex-wife of the victim, Wendy Adelson, she testified in the previous trials under immunity. That I found weird. I'm going to go back and listen to it to see what of any value did she bring. Why it was her immunity worth something. Oh, no worries, no worries. And yes, if you're tuning in here or watching on replay or tuning in late and trying to catch up, this is a commentary stream. I add commentary to the network's they are just having cameras up. This is LawTube. I add commentary, and you can like it, you cannot like it, you can tell me to F off if you think I'm wrong. I'm doing me. Phrasing, I can only act the way I normally act. I can yell at the prosecution, I can yell at the defense, I can yell at the judge if I think they did wrong stuff. Okay. And if you are a person who prefer Rumble before YouTube, I will set up the link here. Rumble stream there.
All right. I like to call that the James Bevel Memorial Rule. For defense counsel who does not know what I'm talking about.
I do know.
Okay.
Everybody knows.
YouTube likes an active chat,
Said
so
with respect and for Mr.
Go right
Bevel,
ahead.
But still a good reminder.
yeah, I'm trying to get a bit of food in my mouth while this is happening. Sorry if, as I said, I just got back from work before this. And hi, Jackpot Springs. Hello, Melody Nicole, Gigi, Ola and Red, Sal is here. Adam87, Kim Walker, Frig Snowden, and a lot of other people who already tuned in. Thank you for being here. I hope I can bring value to this trial. I do think I can. Oh. Yeah, coffee today is with full cream because today I wanted some luxury in my life. And I just realized I forgot my nicotine pouches because I am a slave under nicotine. Be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, word of advice regarding nicotine pouches. Don't. Just don't. It might not give you the big C in a larger extent, but it will empty your wallet. It's highly addictive. Now I'm an old fart, so yeah, better than smoking. Yes, sound is on. All right, while we wait for everything to start, Gigi, my first and best moderator, will give you links to stuff in the chat, so you can find me on Twitter, find me on social media, find my Rumble channel. Also, tips on my PayPal and stuff like that, how to become a member if you choose to. If you want to be gifted a membership, you can leave a link to that. I also have there are more moderators. I have more moderators. Not all of them are here. So please respect each other. You can be sarcastic if you want to, just don't be rude. I often say that you can get away with a lot of things, just don't be an ass. Hello, Sardonism. Good morning. Yeah, I know. West Coast is 6 a.m. You poor things. We should have one time zone, and one time zone alone. So and don't bother the sun. Hmm? Yeah, and as Gigi says, these channels do not give legal advice. All comments made by Niklas and guests and chat are for educational and entertainment purposes only. I will try to educate, or if I don't know, maybe my guests will know, but either way, we will try to educate each other on law, because as you might have heard on my accent, I'm not American. I'm Swedish. I am a union rep. I do labor law. I have been doing law for over 30 years. So I do have the fundamentals in place in evidence evaluation, witness evaluation, and especially wordings. When somebody slips up, does wording things they're not supposed to do. You see it a lot in the Jodi Heiress trial. Yes, we are live. We are live. They are currently doing a head count of the jurors, making sure everybody is there, so everything can start. Yeah, we love dark humor here, and we sometimes give people nicknames. For instance, here is Charlie Adelson, or as I call him, he is the sober John Belushi. That is Judge Everett. This is his courtroom, and I already like him. He walked out, gave instructions to the camera crews that don't zoom in on the defendant and the lawyers just because they are talking to each other, showing papers to each other. You're supposed to be focused on the person asking the questions, the person answering the questions, and the judge, and occasionally pan out.
Jury entering the courtroom.
Okay, here we go.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Before we get started with the trial, I'm going to give you an instruction that's going to explain to you how the trial is going to be conducted. Also, I'm going to give you an instruction concerning note-taking as well. Does everyone have a notepad and pen in their seats?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right. And for the record, the jurors have answered in the affirmative. Once I have given those two instructions to you, the attorneys are going to present their opening statements, and the state will begin with the presentation of its case. Once again, I will be reading to you a fair amount during the trial. It's not that I don't wish to have a normal conversation with you, but rather the instruction on the law that you're to receive throughout the trial must be specific and uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Charles Adelson. This is a criminal case. Charles Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in the trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It will be my responsibility during this trial to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Charles Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have their opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will conclude in giving you final instructions. After the final instructions have been given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict.
You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information that is related to the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my bailiff concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, we may have to take recesses or breaks. During these recesses or breaks, you will either be returned to the jury room or you'll be permitted to separate and go about your affairs. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you're on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me concerning the situation. All cell phones, computers, tablets, and other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence that is presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information you have obtained is proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or possibly both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer the question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long that conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to.
Oh, great. He has a cold.
That will be left up to each juror as an individual choice. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your use. However, you are not to take your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats, and you will have possession of them once again when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, they will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state ready to give its opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Thank y'all for being here with us today. I know that we've been introduced, but y'all haven't heard from me yet. My name is Sarah Catherine Dugan, and I'm going to be representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman.
Yeah, I know about the ads. I can't do much about it. I can either be monetized or remove monetization. And if I remove monetization, none of you can receive memberships or send me super chats. So it's damned if I do, damned if I don't. And I see on the viewer count that when the ads show up, people drop off. And the really infuriating part is not everybody has this rolled out on their channels. So there are channels out there who just skim by, and here I am losing viewers. And that's infuriating, and I can't do anything about it. Let's continue.
The last couple of days, we've obviously been in jury selection. Thank y'all for your patience with that. I know there's a lot of waiting involved with that. And in jury selection, you know, each side was able to kind of talk with you about your feelings and concepts. Your feelings about the law and different concepts. But now it's time for opening statements, where each of us is going to kind of give you a roadmap of what we expect that the evidence in this case will show. And then after opening statements, you'll start hearing from witnesses and getting into the actual evidence in this case. So let's get right to it. The reason that we're here today is because the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson, hired a hitman to kill his former brother-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, the defendant's family, the Adelson family, had a big problem. And that big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was this defendant. This defendant was the solution to that problem because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys. He was a highly respected professor at Florida State College of Law. And tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot twice in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of Dan Markel's life that day began like any other of his mornings that summer. He woke up, he drove his 2 little boys to preschool and dropped them off, and then he drove over to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled in his driveway, opened his garage, but little did he know that throughout his just normal routine that morning, he was being followed. He was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way from Miami to Tallahassee for the sole purpose of murdering him. And just like something out of a horror movie, he pulls into his driveway and the car that, unknown to him, pulls in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot. He looked out the window and he saw a light-colored Toyota Prius backing quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and then speeding away.
That Toyota Prius
The neighbor
might
waited
be
for a couple
very
minutes to
important, and
see
you can
if
hear it
maybe
later.
Dan Markel came out of his house or backed out of his driveway too. And when nothing happened, this neighbor...
Well, of course, it is definitely important, but there is a separate reason, and you will find out, hopefully.
got that funny feeling that maybe something could be wrong here. So he walked over, and what he found was a gruesome scene. He walked in the garage and saw that the driver's side window of Dan Markel's car was shattered. He saw Dan Markel was still behind the wheel. He was alive, but he was moaning. He was unresponsive, and he was terribly injured. The neighbor then goes and calls 911. Law enforcement arrives, and they find Dan Markel unresponsive with gunshot wounds to his head. He was then taken to the hospital where he survived for several hours before he was actually pronounced dead. Dan Markel was 41 years old. And his little boys that were deprived of their father that day were just 3 and 4 years old. Law enforcement immediately began to investigate to figure out who shot Dan Markel. And the evidence they find sets them down 2 separate paths. One path is that they had to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the crime scene and identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to Dan Markel's personal life. They looked to see who, if anybody, in Dan Markel's personal life would hate Dan Markel enough to kill him. And after years of tireless investigation by law enforcement, both of these 2 paths led directly to this defendant. So Let's talk about the path involving Dan Markel's personal life first. In looking at who might have a motive to kill Dan Markel, law enforcement learned that Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's sister. Her name is Wendy Adelson. A review of their divorce case file revealed that Wendy Adelson asked the court to allow her to move back to Miami, where she was from, with the kids, in order to be near her parents, whose names are Harvey and Donna Adelson, and her brother, the defendant. Dan Markel was adamantly opposed to his children being relocated to Miami. He was a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lived. This is where his kids have been raised. He wanted his kids to live here with him. And for this custody dispute, the judge ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. So Wendy Adelson was not permitted to move to Miami with the children. Unless, of course, something happened to Dan Markel. A review of Wendy Adelson's emails revealed that her mother, Donna Adelson, hated Dan Markel and was desperate to find a way for Wendy and her children, who were Donna Adelson's grandchildren, to be able to move to Miami. Donna Adelson suggests in these emails that y'all will hear about several ways that Wendy Adelson could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission, into getting what she wanted him to do.
Yeah.
Donna Adelson even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, and even said that this defendant, Charlie Adelson.
Yeah, they did this in the first trial as well. They made sure to bring in the Adelsons because they are already trying to make the Adelsons as much hated as possible in the opening statements. And but in that, there's a lot of names going on. For me personally, I would have preferred that would have been in trial, not in opening statements. She doesn't need to have their grandparents' names in there. You have Charlie, Dan, Wendy. Then add in the hitman and Katie Mumbrabler, what's her name? That would have been enough, because most people can't take in too many names at a short period of time. So I would have preferred that, but this is her show and she's doing it.
Would pay a third of that $1 million bribe to Dan Markel to make that happen. The evidence in this case will show that Donna Adelson's closest confidant was her son, the defendant. She and the defendant talked multiple times a day, every day. He was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation. The defendant was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And this was a big, big problem for Donna Adelson. And she made it the defendant's problem to solve. So the divorce between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel was final about a year before the actual murder. But that was not the end of that case. Litigation was ongoing, to say the least. Each side would continue to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in July of 2014. This was a highly emotionally charged situation between them leading up to his death. However, there was no physical violence that Wendy Adelson needed to be rescued from or anything like that. But make no mistake, this was a very messy custody dispute. Shortly before the murder, in fact, Dan Markel, the victim, filed with the court and basically asked the court, he alleged that Donna Adelson was disparaging him to his children by saying bad things about him. And he asked the court to enter an order preventing Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. This motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. The murder of Dan Markel ensured that an adverse ruling on his motion would never be a problem for the Adelsons. And just about 48 hours after the shooting, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami. Shortly thereafter, moved into a home within walking distance of the Adelsons' Miami home. Within a year of Dan Markel's murder, Wendy Adelson legally changed Dan Markel's son's last name from Markel to Adelson. And just like that, their father was just effectively erased from their lives.
Not only that, the children had the paternal ancestor's name as middle name gone. Every aspect of Dan Markel was erased from his children within a year.
3 and 4. And the Adelsons family, their big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelsons are a very tight-knit family. The defendant and his parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, they actually even all worked together at the Adelson Institute, which was their family's dental practice. At the Adelson Institute, the defendant and Harvey Adelson were dentists, and Donna Adelson managed the office. After Dan Markel was killed on July 18, 2014, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. And Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to kill Dan Markel or to want him dead. She admitted that her brother, the defendant, had even said that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present to her, but he decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And coincidentally, or not, that TV that this defendant bought his sister as a divorce gift instead of hiring a hitman would be Wendy Adelson's alibi for the morning of the murder when the victim was killed by a hitman. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's life to see who would have a motive to want him dead leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a man who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. The defense asked yesterday in jury selection, who's talked trash or heard somebody talk trash about an in-law, which is not a rare concept. A lot of people don't like their in-laws. But the difference here is that the defendant's comment stopped being just a little bit of trash talk when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate, who in Dan Markel's personal life may have a motive to kill him, they're simultaneously going down that second path I described to y'all, which was tracking down the vehicle that the neighbor saw fleeing the crime scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps the morning of the murder, they uncovered some chilling surveillance video of a Prius fitting the description of the one seen by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot, waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to his neighborhood. They got these surveillance images from city buses, from Premier, from everywhere they possibly could. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone data and SunPass records gathered in this case, helped police to eventually track down the exact car used in this crime. But police still had to figure out who was in the Prius and why did they kill Dan Markel. As part of this really painstaking review that law enforcement did of all of these records, and when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding all of this evidence and all of these records was not an easy task, and it took longer than your average investigation. It was very difficult to do. They combed through tons of phone records and even did what's called a tower dump, which is where law enforcement collected a list of all of the cell phone numbers that communicated with the cell tower that serviced different spots in Tallahassee that Dan Markel was at that morning, including Premier Gym, when the suspect's Prius were there. Because they thought if the person in the Prius was using their phone at the time, then their number will be somewhere in this tower dump. They combed through all of that data and they found a number with a Miami area code belonging to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined all of Garcia's call logs and saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was also present at Premier Gym that morning. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera is a lifelong friend of Sigfredo Garcia and is also from Miami. Police then looked at all of Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami about 2 days before this murder on July 16th of 2014. The phones came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, July 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data is consistent with both men turning off their phones just minutes before the murder and leaving their phones off until about an hour or so after the murder when they're well on their way back towards Miami. And then a bank's ATM camera caught both Garcia and Rivera in that light-colored Prius once they arrived back in the Miami area when they stopped at an ATM. So, police figured out the identity, and this should appear on the screens in front of you, the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. Luis Rivera, his nickname is Tato, and Sigfredo Garcia, his nickname is Tudo. But they continued to look for evidence of why two seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man, Dan Markel, that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between these killers and the victim? Well, phone records reveal that one of Sigfredo Garcia's most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. Her nickname is Katie. Garcia and Catherine Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship over the course of many years, and they actually share 2 kids in common. And lo and behold, when looking at the phone records, Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts of this defendant, Charlie Adelson. Law enforcement learned that at the time of Dan Markel's murder, this defendant was dating Catherine Magbanois. She was his girlfriend at the time. So Dan Markel was a problem that this defendant needed to solve for his family. The defendant was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel ends up being killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? It was someone with a close relationship to this defendant's girlfriend. The hitman was the father of his girlfriend's children. So you can see how both leads in this case, followed by investigators, both of them charted paths to this defendant. Not only did looking into the motive lead law enforcement to the defendant because he wanted to hire someone to kill Dan Markel, but looking into the car, fleeing the scene, also led law enforcement to the defendant through his girlfriend at the time. So 2 different investigations arriving at the same conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case. And that was a third way that the evidence in this case points to this defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS and V records of all of the suspects and saw that in the months after the homicide, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Catherine Magbanois all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Catherine Magbanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation, which was paid for in cash. Bank records also showed that Catherine Magbanois's account had a huge spike in cash deposits right around the time of the murder. She deposited more money into her account in the 5 weeks following the murder than in the entire previous year before the murder. This was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. Also, about 2 months after the murder, the defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson Institute. And she began receiving regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks for 2 years after the murder. And this was despite the fact that she did not work at the Adelson Institute. So the money was talking, but what were the suspects saying? That's what law enforcement wanted to know. So as they're examining the phone records in this case, they see a distinct pattern surrounding important events and dates in this case. The phone calls, and they can't see the content, they can't hear the content of these calls in these phone records, but they see that the calls are occurring. And the phone calls always went from Donna Adelson to the defendant, then from the defendant to Catherine Magbanua, then from Catherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia, and back the other way. Kind of like train cars, they only touch the car right in front of them. You know, Donna Adelson never calls Catherine Magbanua or Sigfredo Garcia. Charlie Adelson never calls Sigfredo Garcia, or vice versa. So if this is a murder for hire, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant was wisely insulating himself from the actual shooters by having Catherine Magbanua act as a middleman between?
Hey, Sunny. Sunny Tanner is in court. She provided us in previous streams with how the jury selection was going. Sunny, please be careful because the court generally don't really like people having their phones out. So just be careful. Yes, there are 8 female and 7 male jurors. And it is, if I remember correctly, hold on here, and I will, dun dun dun. 7 white men, 1 black man, 2 white women, and 5 black women. Not sure about Hispanics. If whoever at the place there who reported it to me, who isn't funny, don't know the difference between a light-skinned Hispanic and white, or dark-skinned Hispanic and black. Not sure, because other than that, it seems odd in Florida to not have any of Hispanic heritage. All right, let's continue. Thank you, Sunny.
Them. Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover investigation designed to clarify who the members of the conspiracy were and how information traveled within this conspiracy. So police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of the defendant and Catherine Magbanua. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, the point that the law enforcement received authorization to do this wiretap, it was April of 2016. So it's been not quite, but almost 2 years since the murder of Dan Markel, which occurred in July of 2014. So by April of 2016, the defendant and Catherine Magbanua are no longer dating at that point. They've been broken up since the fall of 2014. Catherine Magbanua is actually back together with Sigfredo Garcia, the father of her children, at that point. The defendant has moved on to many other girlfriends since Catherine Magbanua. But the defendant and Catherine Magbanua are still in regular communication and have remained very close friends since the murder. And Rivera, who was the second hitman in that Prius, he, in April of 2016, was actually in federal prison doing time on another charge unrelated to this murder. So all of the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with this murder. So even though law enforcement has authority to listen to their calls now, you know, what reason would these people have to still be discussing the murder at this point? So police needed to stage an event that would generate conversation between the conspirators about the murder. And the plan was to send an undercover agent posing as somebody on behalf of Luis Rivera, who was incarcerated, to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to extort money out of her. And law enforcement refers to this as the bump. So this undercover agent walks up to Donna Adelson one day as she's leaving the Adelson Institute during the day. The undercover agent hands Donna Adelson a piece of paper. And on the piece of paper is an article about the murder of Dan Markel with his picture on it and, FSU professor killed. Also on the piece of paper are a phone number and the amount of $5,000. The undercover agent tells Donna Adelson that he knows that the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's there to extort money out of her on Rivera's behalf in order to even things out. The undercover agent never says the defendant's name or anything about the defendant's involvement to Donna Adelson. Then law enforcement listens to see what will happen next. Will Donna Adelson go straight to the police to report this extortion attempt, or will something else entirely happen? As suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that Donna Adelson calls after the bump is the defendant. Despite the fact that the undercover agent never mentioned the defendant to her. On that first call, one would think that Donna Adelson would say to her son, it's so crazy. Some man came up to me and he's handed me this article about Danny's murder, and he's seems like he's demanding money from us. She never says any of that. In fact, she never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells the defendant that she needs to talk to him in person, not over the phone, about some paperwork that was hand-delivered to her. She said that this paperwork, she says this to the defendant, it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about. She says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she also says that this TV is about 5. Donna Adelson tells the defendant that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Donna Adelson never says which ex-girlfriend she's referring to. She never says Catherine McBanois or Katie's name.
Yeah, if you wonder about TV in this case, apparently the code words between all of these is TV. What's the cost of a TV? And as you saw here, 5 TV, that's $1,000 per TV, $5,000. That's my interpretation of it. And code words are stupid. It's not hard to figure out. Let's continue.
To the defendant in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never asked his mom, whose ex-girlfriend? My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew that this TV is about 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder for $5,000.
Ta-da!
And he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was Catherine McBanois. And we know that because after this call with his mother, who's the defendant? The defendant calls Catherine McBanois. He doesn't call his most recent ex-girlfriend. He doesn't even call the most recent ex-girlfriend because before the most recent ex-girlfriend, the one before that. No, he calls Catherine McBanois. And his call to Catherine McBanois is the only call that he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he had not dated Catherine McBanois for 1.5 years at that point. And although the defendant threatens to do it often, neither he nor his mom ever report the matter to the police. The only people that he discusses it with in these calls is Donna Adelson and Catherine McBanois. And you'll hear these phone calls between the conspirators. And as you listen to these calls, y'all will notice that they are being cautious about what they say over the phone.
Yeah. Between the first trials in 2019 and the retrial in 2022, the prosecution enhanced the sound in the phone calls and videos so they are easier to hear. I would assume between 2022 and now, they might have done more enhancement. Apparently, this was allowed by the previous judge, and it might be allowed by this judge. Because in some states, you can only use originals, and originals only. But in this case, apparently it was allowed. Let's continue.
It's very apparent that they are very careful with their words because they are immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be listening to their conversations. So Donna Adelson calls the defendant, and the defendant's first call is to Catherine McBanois. After that, the defendant then meets up with his mom in person, like his mom requested, and his mom gives him this paperwork that the undercover agent gave her. Then next, the defendant and Catherine McBanois meet up in person, and they meet up at a restaurant in Miami called Dolce Vita. And while they sat at their table, in this Dolce Vita is a busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent sat at a table nearby with a hidden camera in their bag and recorded this conversation. And in the recording, we hear the defendant discussing whether the man who walked up to his mom could be an undercover police officer or someone who's trying to blackmail them. And if it's the latter, if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who's just trying to make a quick buck, or is it somebody who actually knows information from the inside? The defendant reassures Catherine McBanois that if it is the police, that's a good thing. The defendant thinks that if it's the police, that means that they do not have enough evidence to charge anybody. In fact, the defendant tells her if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. The defendant starts giving her some legal advice. He says that, hey, in order to prove that someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed, which unfortunately for them is not an accurate statement of the law. It's important to note too, at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made. The only thing that police had released to the public was a photo of the Prius that fled the scene. This was the Prius that Garcia and Rivera rented and used the day of Dan Markel's murder. So police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public did not know that yet, and no arrests had been made because they wanted to do this undercover investigation. And so the fact that this photo of this Prius had been released to the public is interesting in light of some of the things that y'all will hear the defendant say to Catherine McBanois in the Dolce Vita recording. He starts giving Catherine McBanois several analogies, all involving rental cars used to commit crimes. He reassures her that, hey, if DNA is found in a car, all that means is that at one point the person sat in the car. And if that car was later used in a crime, police can't prove that just from a person's DNA being in the car. The defendant points out to her that if a rental car is found that was at a crime scene, police also have to prove who was driving it at the time. He gives her a very relevant hypothetical of her renting a car in Miami and someone asking to borrow it and driving to Orlando to commit a robbery, and how she would be innocent in that hypothetical because she wasn't in the car at the time of the robbery. So through these analogies, the defendant is reassuring Catherine McBanois that even if police identify who rented the car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for the murder, even if they did find out it was Garcia and Rivera. The defendant also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit a crime, or a suspect makes a confession, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So the defendant's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence. And hey, as long as we all stay quiet, then we don't have anything to worry about. At one point, the defendant asked her, let me ask you a question. And then he asked her about money. He says, when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? Like, are any of you driving around in a Bentley? Or no, it's not like any of you are driving around in a Bentley or cruising around in a mega yacht. So here the defendant's pointing out that the money wasn't used to buy anything flashy that would draw the attention of the police. And when discussing, and you all will hear during the course of this trial why his statement or his question about the money from the next day is particularly important. The evidence will show that Catherine McBanois went to the defendant's home the night of the murder, where he paid her in cash. And the next day, Catherine McBanois paid Garcia and Rivera their cuts of the money. When discussing the possibility of whether this is actually some gangster trying to blackmail his family for money, the defendant says that whoever this person is, whoever it is, knows information. The defendant told Catherine McBanois that there are two ways of dealing with this guy. They could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing them would be charged with trying to blackmail his family. And the blackmailer would start talking, and he would start calling out Catherine McBanois's name. And then police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is a one-time thing, and try to scare the blackmailer off by saying, hey, if you come around again, we're going to the police. So the defendant then gives Catherine McBanois very precise instructions. He wants her to call the blackmailer and tell him that, this would be what he wants Catherine McBanois to say. My friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't have any idea what you're talking about either. But the name of the person who you said is incarcerated sounds familiar. So I'm going to give you this money as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't contact these people again, or they're going to go to the police. And the defendant said he would give Catherine McBanois the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer, except he's concerned, though, that this won't resolve the issue for good. The defendant is worried that this guy is not going to go away, that he's going to keep coming back for more and more money. And the defendant offers a solution to have this blackmailer killed. And he says he's willing to pay whatever it takes. The defendant tells her that, this is the defendant talking to Catherine McBanois, this guy, meaning the blackmailer, is effing with him and his wife. And you'd better kill him or he's going to be a big problem because he knows who you are. And the defendant then says, if he can't handle this, I'll have somebody else do it. The defendant says, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. It's important to note during this conversation and the entire wiretap, the defendant never says Sigfredo Garcia's name. But the evidence will show that the defendant was talking about Sigfredo Garcia when the defendant says that the blackmailer was effing with him and his wife. And if he can't do it, I'll find someone else who will. Because immediately after that, the defendant checks with Catherine McBanois to make sure that Garcia has no hard feelings towards him, no reason not to help him. He says, hey, I have you on salary. You think he'd be happy about that? And he also says, our paths never crossed, meaning, hey, Garcia wasn't in the picture when he and Catherine McBanois were together. There wasn't any overlap. After hearing that the defendant wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Catherine McBanois then asks the defendant to help her out. And the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of by saying, he says, I don't have to. Sometimes his chairs can be a little wobbly. I know this has taken a bit, but I'm almost done. Thank y'all for being patient. All right, so she asked him to help her out. And the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of. He says he doesn't have to tell her the things that he'll do for her. He shows her what he'll do for her. She doesn't have to ask him for anything. He looks for things to do. He says, hey, when someone's birthday's coming up or there's car problems, she doesn't have to ask. He looks for ways to help. And after his meeting with Catherine McManamon, the defendant immediately calls Donna Adelson to let her know that everything's fine. And he does this using some pretty obvious code words, which y'all will hear. And you'll hear the conspirators often use words to mask the meaning of what they're actually talking about. Catherine McManamon then, also using these code words, tasks Garcia with calling the number on the paperwork and finding out if a blackmailer is a legitimate associate of Rivera or not. And in the series of recorded calls that follow, you guys are going to hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, false leads, listings, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, potbelly pigs, relationship advice, all these different terms that are normal terms any of us may use, but they're used in context in these calls that if you're listening to the conversation, do not make any sense. For example, in the calls, the defendant and Catherine McManamon don't outright debate the pros and cons of whether they should pay this blackmailer. Instead, they talk about the fact that this property is cheap. They might expect a property like this to even be $1 million. This property seems like a great deal, but if you get the wrong tenant in there, the tenant may keep increasing the rent, and that tenant may become a leech that never leaves you. So it will be up to y'all to decide whether this defendant is actually worried about a future tenant of a property that might raise the rent and pay him more money, or if the defendant is actually worried that if he pays off the blackmailer, then the blackmailer may continue to come back again and again, or send a cousin or a friend to become a leech that never leaves him, that he can't get rid of. In another of these calls, the defendant tells Catherine McManamon that whoever this person is, this blackmailer is, he's got a lot of effing details. And in another, they discuss the fact that this blackmailer is not from the inside. And the defendant says that this guy is probably not from the first layer, but the second layer. So not someone who got info from Garcia, but maybe somebody who got info from Rivera. But one fact, and let me just say, as the jury, you all will interpret and decide what they're really talking about in these calls. Only y'all can determine the meaning and the weight to give this evidence, and only you can separate just mere coincidences from evidence in a conspiracy. But one fact, though, is really clear throughout these calls, is that all of these conspirators are hopeful that this blackmailer is law enforcement just trying to get information, because they think if it's law enforcement and the police don't have enough to bring charges, just fishing for information versus the other possibility, which would obviously be much worse for them, that the Adelsons are being blackmailed by somebody who actually knows inside information about their roles in Dan Markel's murder and may tell the police what they know. So after this undercover operation, which was in 2016, Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, and Catherine McManamon are arrested. They're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. And Luis Rivera ended up cutting a deal with the state to tell law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible. Rivera told law enforcement that he was hired by Sigfredo Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. And Rivera described how Garcia told him that Catherine McManamon, the mother of Garcia's children, secured this job for them. And the job was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, with Rivera's cut being about a third of it, $35,000. Rivera explained that he and Garcia actually made 2 trips to Tallahassee with the intent of killing Dan Markel. The first one was a month before the murder. It was in June of 2014.
Hey, Law Congress
The second
here.
was when Dan Markel was actually killed in July of 2014. Rivera said that he bought a gun off the street for that second trip, and Garcia rented a car. For the June trip. Rivera bought a gun off the street, and Garcia rented the car for that trip. Garcia and Rivera did some scouting on that trip of Dan Markel's residence, some surveillance, but ultimately couldn't get the job done. They ended heading back to Miami. During the trip to Tallahassee, he said that Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were supposed to kill on it, and some handwritten notes as well. Cell phone records corroborated Rivera's information about the June trip. Rivera also told a story about an incident in Tallahassee where he and Garcia were riding down the road in the rented Prius, and Garcia accidentally discharged the murder weapon, and the bullet struck the floorboard of the Prius. Law enforcement tracked down that actual Prius again and were able to see evidence in the undercarriage that corroborated Rivera's information about the accidental discharge. So they're looking at the phone evidence, they're trying to find whatever they can to kind of corroborate what he's telling them. I mentioned earlier that both men, Garcia and Rivera, cut their phones off from the time that they left Premier and kept them off until well after the murder when they're on their way back home. Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanois, where Garcia told her that the job was done. And Magbanois assured them that they would get their money the next day, which they did. Rivera says when Catherine Magbanois brought cash to him at his home. And all this information that Luis Rivera provided them was corroborated by, including when the money was dropped off, was corroborated by cell phone records in this case. Well, Luis Rivera told police that the next day after the murder, he was paid in cash by Catherine Magbanois, and that the money was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was in stacks of $100 bills, and the money was stapled together. The stacks of 100s, every $1,000 was stapled together. During this trial, y'all will hear that the defendant had access to a lot of cash, and nothing's wrong with that. He had a lot of cash because his family gives cash discounts at their dental practice, and he keeps the cash that he receives in a safe. Again.
And yeah, she's here. Hi, Mo.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello. It's so nice to have a trial that starts, on West Coast time.
Yeah, and with an as defendant, and
It's what more could you ask for? A jerkola and West Coast.
Yeah. And now when Mo is here, I've been good at catching up with the actual live stream. Now we will see. Yeah.
You know what? I have told everyone I'm on triple Mo, but I'm going to try to be quiet. So we are good. Actually, I'm going to try to take notes because I feel like we're going to need weekly murder boards for this case because it's going to be like spaghetti on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, we are doing state's opening statement. It is roughly the same as in the first trial, but with more over to Charlie about the money, how they traced the money. She just said they stapled every $1,000 together or some of that sort. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Have there been any objections?
Nope.
In her opening? Okay.
Nope, nothing so far.
I did wonder if the defense was going to come out pretty hot as far as like, oh, she can't say that, or
Should I do a thumbnail for a stream with myself replacing conspiracy guy meme? I don't know. Maybe I should change the thumbnail a bit.
Honestly, I will tell you that I didn't pay attention to the thumbnail, so I will have to look. To be fair, the last thumbnail I did, the judge was a Star Wars character, so and it wasn't a flattering Star Wars character, but he did look exactly like him if he were green. But I can do a detailed family tree.
Okay.
I did do a murder board, Kim Walker, that does try. If you want to watch that video, I don't know if one of the mods can link it.
Yeah, Mo has the murder board with facts and statements and stuff like that on her channel. So if anyone of the mods can find the time to find that link, we will set it
And
up.
then I am going to slowly learn how to use Google Whiteboard so I can add graphics, but I am me, and it is graphical in nature, so it's going to take a minute.
Okay, but to not get too far behind, let's continue
Yes, sorry,
listening
let's continue.
because she's only an hour in.
Nothing wrong about that either. However, what is relevant in this case is that the defendant had a very unusual practice of keeping the cash in his safe in $1,000 stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together, just like the money Luis Rivera received.
Oh.
Over the last few years, since the 2016 arrest and interview of Luis Rivera, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. There were trials in 2019 and 2022, so right before the pandemic and right after the pandemic, of co-conspirators. Law enforcement also continued to try to gather all the evidence that they possibly could. They continued to interview people who may possibly have any information about the case. They tried to clarify any audio recordings that couldn't be clearly heard. While the phone wiretaps are very clear, the wiretap conversations that took place in public places when these people were meeting in person were not clearly audible back in 2016. Some still aren't, but because these public places are often too noisy. For instance, the recording of the conversation between the defendant and Catherine Magbanua at Dolce Vita had too much background noise to be able to clearly hear what the conspirators were talking about. However, since 2016, as technology developed over the years, and thanks to law enforcement's just continued dedication, law enforcement eventually found an expert that was formerly employed by the CIA with improved technology and enough expertise to clarify this recording at Dolce Vita that y'all will hear. And he did that by being able to reduce as much background noise as possible. And once this recording was clarified, which was actually just early last year in 2022, the state arrested this defendant. The presentation of this evidence, as y'all can see from opening, it's a lot. It's a lot of information. It's going to take a little bit of time, and it may be tedious at times. And I want to thank y'all in advance for the careful attention to all of the evidence y'all see and hear during this trial. When you'll see that this defendant carried out his plan to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. He conspired and he solicited Catherine Magbanua to get this murder done. And he paid her for the job once it was completed. This defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or talking about it. And these acts make him guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if he pulled the trigger himself. While the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within his family, they came at a very high price. He took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys, and he caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. Y'all heard a lot in jury selection about how important this trial is to the defendant, which I'm sure it is. But Dan Markel was loved. He was a brother. He was a son. And this trial is his family's opportunity to see justice done for the person who set up their son's murder. And at the conclusion of this evidence, y'all will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that the defendant is guilty as charged. Thank y'all.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that was the state. We are a few minutes behind.
We just need one moment to explain.
Go ahead.
Yeah, will be interesting to see how they counteract it. I'm not entirely happy with the state's opening statement. There's too many names.
Did she have any pictures to go with it to kind of focus, or I guess
Yeah, she had pictures briefly up on the Adelson family connected to the hitman.
Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
We know that Sunny in the chat is behind Charlie. I don't know who of these, but there's only 2 ladies there.
Okay.
So one of them, or maybe she is further behind. I don't know. Sonny, if you don't want to be identified, just say so. Because Sonny has a cat as a profile picture. She only stated earlier that she sat behind the defendant. Yeah, and thank you so much, Sonny, for providing context.
Yes, we appreciate it because
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good morning.
And he
Anne
walks away
proceeds to
from the
walk away
microphone.
from the
Talked about that
microwave.
the last couple days. My name is Dan Markel, and with me is Kate Myers, and we represent Charlie Adelson. Now let me start by saying the obvious. The murder of Professor Markel was a tragedy. The world lost a brilliant legal mind. His family lost a son and a brother. This community lost its sense of security and lost a good citizen. And his 2 boys, the nephews of Charlie Adelson, lost a loving father. His senseless murder continues to be felt throughout this community and others. It was inexcusable, despicable, evil. But what I'm going to tell you today is what actually happened. You will see that Charlie Adelson had nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. You will see that the state cannot come close to meeting its burden. Why? Because Charlie Adelson is innocent. Now, I don't have to prove innocence. What I'm telling you, I very rarely say in a courtroom as a defense lawyer. Charlie Adelson is innocent. And we'll get there. But the next thing I'm going to tell you, I also rarely say in a courtroom. And you may be surprised to hear this from a defense lawyer. I have great respect for the prosecutors and law enforcement on this case. I have admiration for their efforts after the murder of Professor Markel in trying to find out who did it. You will see that they spent countless man-hours, cell phone tower dumps, surveillance videos from a boatload of places, buses, cameras on the street, great law enforcement activity. And it paid off. They got the 3 killers. They convicted them. Sigfredo Garcia, convicted for life. Luis Rivera, Catherine Magbanua, convicted for life. The problem is, as you just heard, the state saw no connection between these people and Professor Markel. So from the very outset, the state suspected the Adelsons, the family. You saw the chart. It wasn't limited to Charlie Adelson. Unindicted co-conspirators in this case, the state has said it, Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
Is he throwing the entire
state
family
knew,
under the bus?
As you heard, that Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel had gone through a brutal divorce. And you're going to see it. But they couldn't find the connection. But then they had their aha moment. As you heard, they determined that at the time of the murder in 2014, Charlie Adelson was dating Catherine McBanawa. And they learned that Catherine McBanawa
Well, if I
had
was
a previous
facing life
relationship on
in
again, off
jail
again.
and it was
Sigfredo
between
Garcia.
me and
They learned that Sigfredo
yeah, I don't
Garcia
know.
and Catherine McBanawa shared 2 children together.
but a family
They
who's
had their
prepared
connection.
to hire hitmen,
The problem
Yeah.
is, that's where the state
they are
began to
prepared to
guess,
throw each other under the bus.
began to make assumptions. And you will see, we will show it, that those assumptions didn't make sense. I love jigsaw
Wait,
puzzles.
how did they not make sense?
I've loved them since I'm young.
Uh,
The reason why I love them is because they only work if every piece fits.
oh,
No matter what you do with the jigsaw puzzle, if a piece doesn't fit, it becomes a mess. You can't hammer it,
interesting.
and you can't ignore it. Because if you ignore it, you have holes in the puzzle.
Oh, Sunny
What
Town.
you're going to see
Once Charlie got
is with
arrested, he
regards
doesn't
to
represent
this case,
the grandparents.
that's
Okay.
exactly what the state
Thank you.
tried
Good
to
to
do.
know. Thank you, Sonny.
They heard things, they saw things, but there were problems. They couldn't fit all the pieces together under their theories. Their theories that they told you about today. I'm going to show you how those puzzles, those pieces, they didn't fit. They don't fit. And why? Respectfully, the state does not know what happened on July 18, 2014. On that day, 2 crimes occurred. The first one, the state knows about, and that was the brutal, heinous murder of Professor Markel. The other one, they don't know about. They're about to find out like you, because that day would forever change Charlie Adelson's life. But before we get there, I like cliffhangers. It's important to give you some background and timeline of the events. Charlie Adelson is 46 years old, single with a young son. He grew up in South Florida, in Coral Springs in Broward County. His father was a dentist, a local dentist. It wasn't the Adelson Institute when Charlie was growing up. It was a small dental practice with his dad. Charlie is the middle child of 3. He is very close with his parents. As they said, he is very close with his mom. Growing up, the family was middle class. And Charlie was not particularly close with either of his siblings. He grew closer with Wendy as they got older. He went to college at the University of Central Florida, went to dental school in South Florida, and then periodontic school. When he graduated as a periodontist, he had an idea. Rather than work in his own practice, he figured that he could travel around to dental practices all over South Florida. He would be a traveling periodontist.
You didn't miss much.
So what you are going to learn in this
Basically the
case
same state
is that
opening
Charlie
statement,
Adelson had
but
practices
defense or
from the very
arguing
south
innocence.
of South Florida to as far places as Jupiter. He was in the car sometimes for hours in a day. And he worked a lot. You're going to see that. He was a workaholic.
And
He
we're
spent a
up to speed.
lot of time in that car. And what did he do when he was in the car to pass the time? He spoke a lot on the phone. He would talk to whoever would listen to him. And you're going to see in this case, this is one thing we won't deny, Charlie Adelson likes to talk. And he likes to repeat himself. And who would he speak with the most? He'd speak with his girlfriend. He'd speak with his mom. He'd speak with his friends. Now, Wendy Adelson, who's a state witness, followed a different path. She went to a prestigious university in Boston. She then went to school in England on a Truman Fellowship, and later went to law school. She got scholarships for law school and college. Soon after starting law school, she met Dan Markel, and they fell in love. They got married. They ultimately moved to Tallahassee, where they both worked for FSU, Professor Markel as a law professor of the law school. Charlie Adelson didn't have much to do with either Professor Markel or Wendy during their marriage or before their marriage. He would talk to his sister periodically, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. They lived in Tallahassee for years. Charlie Adelson visited him in Tallahassee 2, maybe 3 times. Charlie loved his sister. He sought advice from her, as she did with him every once in a while. But they weren't super close. They were brother-sister. The truth is that Charlie Adelson was a little self-centered. He was building his career. See, that traveling periodontist, in the beginning, it wasn't that successful. But by the time of this case, in the 2013-2014 time period, you're going to see that Charlie Adelson was making a lot of money. His practice was booming. He was working 6, sometimes 7 days a week. You'll see it on the wires. You'll see it in text messages. He would start his day early in the morning, and most days he wouldn't get home till 8, 9, 10 at night.
All while dating a lot of women.
At the time when this murder occurred, he was not married.
He's multitasking.
He had no kids.
Do that. Congratulations.
He had a lot of money.
I can't say much. I just learned there's a magic sticker.
And he was living a very good life. Now, in 2012, Wendy Adelson, on a trip down to South Florida, confides in her brother that she was having problems in her marriage. She told Charlie that she and Professor Markel had been going through marriage counseling. She asked him what he thought. He said, "Look, I want you to be happy, but you have to do what's best for you. I'm here to listen." Charlie had no involvement whatsoever in Wendy's decision to divorce Professor Markel. You'll hear that. And in September of 2012, Wendy filed for divorce. And you're going to hear about how she filed for the divorce, and you're going to learn that Charlie had no involvement in her leaving the house, had nothing to do with him. But we got to talk about TVs. And you're going to hear a lot about TVs in this case. Excuse me. See, Charlie has a really bad history of telling bad jokes.
That's old.
So when Wendy left the house,
there's a difference
his
between
mom told him,
dad jokes and, hey, let's kill your ex-husband. I mean,
he's getting ahead of it, but it's
yeah,
like if he's gonna say, I feel like he's building us up to say his girlfriend stole all this money from him to make
mm,
it so like shock horror. His vault got broken into, and that's the crime that we never told you about.
yeah, and,
This is unbelievable AF that you got 100K stolen from you and you never told anyone about it. Because rich people often get 100K stolen from them by their girlfriend and never tell anyone about it.
yeah, and apparently his Mr. Adelson here, him just who staples $100 bills together? I mean, there's
If you're
you
now,
can,
Nicholas, if you're doing booger sugar at high
yeah,
quantities, possibly would,
yeah,
and this is allegedly,
mm,
we don't know. All I'm just looking at him and I'm thinking his his eye circles are my eye circles, but I
mm,
get to wear concealer. I'm like, God,
yeah,
dude, you look like me, except, I get to wear concealers. But I mean, my lizard brain is telling me with this crime we're not going to tell you about, or we've just learned.
mm.
Uh,
But so
it's
far he isn't really refuting what the prosecution has alleged. Maybe he will
yeah,
get to it. I don't know, but they're
but
talking
thus
a lot. Oh,
far,
he was a really rich guy at this time. Yeah, okay, so he could afford 100 grand, and apparently those stapled together money. Well, apparently
yeah,
that's the kind of money that one of the hitmen bought things with, stapled together. And I don't think that's so
yeah.
common. I mean, you could use uh,
No, I
anything
have a
to.
feeling it's gonna be Hail Mary, I left my house, I let my girlfriend go to my house. She knew the safe combination, and I guess
Yeah,
she just thought she was gonna ingratiate her way into our family by taking care of this problem. It
yeah,
ties it up neatly and gets all the Adelsons out of it.
yeah.
But
Because if
there's
there's something you do as a very wealthy man is to give your side piece access to your safe where you have hundreds and thousands of dollars in cash.
Yeah, your side piece, you have made it abundantly clear this is not going to marriage. Your mother has, disowned another child for even thinking about marriage outside of the faith and picked out the other one as, husband. And then it makes absolutely no sense.
Mm.
But with the fact pattern that they have, this is possibly the only thing other than Wendy did it, you can really
Yeah,
unless the mom was going to be selfless and say, "Look, I did it, I was the mastermind," and she was going to fall on the sword. That
yeah.
this is
You
probably the
mean
only thing you can go with.
Yeah, you mean the mother of Charlie and Wendy, who suggested that
The
you should dress the kids up in Jugend uniforms to spite dad.
well,
Um,
yeah, I'm not saying that, Granny Satan has shown herself to have any human compassion, but I'm saying if she had any, that was possibly the only way you could do that.
hmm, yeah,
With the fact patterns that you have.
mm, but before we get too far behind, let's keep listening to the defense. Maybe they will have
Sounds
a
good.
revelation for us.
Yes, I am willing to
That
listen how
she,
this happened.
he asked her, he said, "What can I do to help Wendy? She's moved to a new place. She's left most of the stuff behind. What can I do to help?" His mom said, "She doesn't have a TV." He said, "Okay, when you go to Tallahassee, go to Best Buy, buy a TV for Wendy, and I'll pay you for it." And so Wendy got the TV and she called Charlie. This is back in 2012. The murder's in 2014. And she thanked him for the TV. And he didn't say he looked into hiring a hitman. He joked, a bad joke. And he said it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. Now, not only was it a bad joke, but you're going to hear in this trial, Charlie repeated the joke. He repeated it a lot to a lot of people. You're going to hear that he repeated it as late as March of 2014. So the man that they think hired a hitman is joking to others about hiring a hitman. Puzzle pieces.
Just because you
And you're going to learn
dental school
why his
does
repeating
not
of that
mean you're
joke
a
is going to be
genius.
so important. I'm going to tell you in a little bit. Keep in the back of your mind. But let's first go back to the divorce. The divorce was bitter. It was emotional. Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel, they'd have good times. But when things were bad, they would fight about everything. And in January 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to relocate to South Florida with her 2 boys. That motion was opposed by Professor Markel. Now, what you're going to learn in this trial is that Wendy Adelson never thought that motion would be granted. Her lawyer told her that motion would never be granted. But she said, listen.
That's, if she honestly, she put the motion in, never thought it would be granted. Because lawyers said to her, we will put it in, but it will never be granted. That's not a good argument, in my opinion. That's a really bad argument, in my opinion, because that would tell me that she might have told family, I'm putting these motions in, but it will never happen. I will never get the kids to Miami and to Charlie. See what I mean?
Let's give it a shot. Very little emotion. He knew she was filing it. He knew she didn't have much chance of getting it. And the motion was denied. When it was denied, it didn't change Charlie Adelson's life one bit. But unlike Charlie, his mom and dad were upset. They were upset because
they are
their daughter
throwing the rest of the family
a job
under the
opportunity in
bus.
South Florida. She had no family support in Tallahassee. And they wanted her home. And you will see that Don and Harvey Adelson are very involved in their children's lives. We won't run away from that. You will see that Donna Adelson and Harvey came up with a lot of crazy ideas. I mean, crazy ideas. You're going to see them. You've heard about some of them. When they show you those crazy ideas, take a look if any of them includes murder. Doesn't. Take a look at any of those crazy ideas include anything illegal. It doesn't. Take a look at if they're actually then go to lawyers to make sure that their ideas are legal. Murderers. You heard it. Unindicted co-conspirators going to lawyers to make sure that what they're offering is allowed. You're going to see that. But the ideas were crazy. You're going to read the emails, a lot of emotion. A mother-in-law, a grandmother with a lot of emotion. And you're going to see that Wendy Adelson, she rejected them. She rejected the ideas. They were never presented to Dan Markel. And then you're going to see that there was another idea. They have mentioned it in their opening, but they don't understand the importance of it. See, at one point in time, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson came with an idea to pay Professor Markel $1 million to allow their daughter to relocate And they went to Charlie, who frankly by this point in time had more money than them. And they said, will you lend your sister $350,000? She'll pay you back or we'll pay you back. And he said, sure. And you're going to see that they presented this idea to Wendy Adelson. And the idea wasn't to take the boys out of Professor Markel's life. The idea was that with $1 million, if Professor Markel agreed, he could live in South Florida and commute back and forth to Tallahassee. He could work out his schedule. He didn't teach every day of the week. He could work out his schedule so that he could still teach at the university and go back and forth.
So they offered
You're going to
him
see that Wendy Adelson never made that offer. But it's very important. Like the joke, I want you to put it in the back of your mind for now. Let's fast forward to October 2013.
Wait, so are we pretending that the
October
Adelsons are
2013.
poor now?
Charlie started dating.
Apparently, I mean, they are a
So-
multi-billion-dollar family. Now, the Florida is an offshoot of sorts, but it's still the Adelson family, a multi-billion-dollar family.
Well,
And
yeah, and they have a dental institute, and people I know that have gotten into the dental industry, I mean, people will basically, banks will throw money at you.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, it
Jeez.
is the highest self-deletion, but I mean, let me look it up, but I don't think they are in the poorhouse.
oh,
I could
definitely
be
not.
wrong.
Definitely
But
not. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I'm a little fuzzy today, so I'm not the best on research, but it does seem like they're not, buying great value stuff. And when they find a bunch of frozen pizzas on, clearance, or, they're getting ready to put new styles out, they don't buy them out like I do.
Yeah. Now, I assume because now we know that the grandparents won't be witnesses. So I assume that's why the defense can make claims about income. Because without them, well, that's up to the prosecution to refute it. But I know the Adelsons are well known. Maybe not for this particular jury, but yeah, it sounds improbable. But he has to make the argument. And just, if you put up $1/3 of $1 million, we will put up $2/3 of $1 million. Well, that's to spread the risk. When a lot of extremely wealthy people don't have much cash, even though they're wealthy, because then
That is true.
yeah.
That makes sense. That is true.
Mm. So
But his is all for booger sugar, and it's stapled in stacks of thousands. I mean, how else is he going to roll it up and use a mirror? I'm sorry. I am in true form today. If I go too
Yeah.
far, just put me on mute.
Yeah, but we have to catch up. We are a few minutes behind.
Sorry, go.
Catherine Magbanwell. We'll call her Katie. She was beautiful.
She looked like she was
She
13.
was smart.
Yeah, that
Like
was
Charlie, she graduated
And
from
she
UCF.
did it in the
She was hardworking.
2022 trial when she was in her 30s.
He met her in one of the dental practices. At first, the relationship was casual. They wanted it that way. Charlie particularly liked it, and liked Katie, because she had 2 children. He worked a lot. His priority was his job. And Katie didn't bother him a lot. He only saw her like once, maybe twice a week. That's what he liked. And she was smart. She was fun. And he treated her very well.
smart facts, not in evidence.
And that was very different, you'll learn, from how she was treated previously. Now, you'll hear that he spent a lot of time with Katie over the months that they dated. And remember how I told you Charlie talks a lot and repeats himself a lot? Well, when they were together, he did just that. He talked about his day. He talked about what was going on in the world. He talked about his family, which, by the way, was a constant topic every single day. Because when Charlie's driving in the car every morning for an hour to work and an hour home, sometimes longer, he talked to his mom on the phone. And when he talked to his mom on the phone, what would be a topic of heavy conversation quite frequently? Wendy's divorce. All the problems in the divorce. They told you that. They told you that in opening. And what would Charlie do? He would tell these things to his girlfriend. And what were some of the things he told her? Well, he told her about the $1 million offer. He told her that he could pay it in cash. She said, that's a lot of money. He said, no, I have it in cash, and I'm going to get it back. He told her several times the joke. Over time, you're going to see through text messages that Katie wanted a deeper relationship. And you'll see that Charlie didn't want that. You'll also learn, and the timeline is important. They meet in September. They start dating in October of 13. You're going to see that over time, it takes a couple months, Charlie starts to learn a little bit more about Katie's ex, Sigfredo Garcia. And what you're going to learn is that Charlie Adelson never meets Sigfredo Garcia officially, but by all accounts, he was not a good guy. Violent, long criminal history.
Isn't
Sigfredo
that convenient?
Garcia and Katie had been high school boyfriend, girlfriend.
I don't think this
Katie was the
defense
love of
opening
Sigfredo's love.
statement is very
He lived for
good.
her. And you're going to see
I can see
that Sigfredo
every
Garcia
reason
hated
for this to
Charlie
happen
Adelson.
the
Puzzle
way
pieces.
the prosecution alleges, just by listening
So
to the defense.
let me repeat it. You saw their chart.
I-
The shooter of Professor
There
Markel,
is
the man.
there is no way in hell when Catherine Montebeña testifies that you're going to think that she is the mastermind of this and that
No.
her motivation was someday my prince will come, let me off this guy's,
Yeah, I mean, she.
brother-in-law
Yeah.
to get into this. This is again, with the fact patterns he has, this is the only person they could implicate that didn't go into the Adelsons. The Adelsons. I understand that, but when she talks, she admitted several times on the stand that she knew it wasn't going in a marriage direction. She didn't want more. So
Yeah.
wherever they're coming up with this, it's going to be refuted in her statements.
Yeah, and the prosecution, according to the Tallahassee Democrat paper, who has been covering this for years, are saying they will probably only use her as a rebuttal witness if
So-
Charlie Adelson
yeah.
takes the stand.
So, I mean, this is the only play they have, but I find it very weak. So, you go with what you have, but I hope he likes orange is all I got to say.
Yeah.
And
Let's
oh my
try-
God, could you imagine talking to your mom for 2 hours about your sister's divorce every day? It's called Audible, sir. It's called Audible. You could have gotten books on tape and been smarter.
Yeah.
Or
Who murdered him?
podcasts.
Hated Charlie Adelson. According to them, his co-conspirator. And you're going to hear, not from our
Non-Trump
witnesses, from their
hate,
own witnesses,
just
that he
saying.
wanted to kill Charlie Adelson. You're going to
Now
hear
you
that in
find the
March
mic.
of 2014, just 7 or 8 weeks before that first attempt of murder that they talk about, He tried to kill him. Puzzle pieces. You're also going to hear about a phone call on July 1, 2014. You're going to actually hear that July 1, 2014 call is how they found these guys. It's actually the craziest fact in this entire case, and there's a lot of crazy facts.
I'm here.
You're going to hear that on July 1, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia made a call to the cell phone number of Harvey Adelson. It's the only call that helped investigators connect these folks to the Adelsons in the beginning. It actually broke the case. What they don't know, what you're going to see, it's in text messages. It's discussed on the wires. They don't know it because they don't understand it because they weren't there. Is that on July 1st, 2014, just 3 weeks or so after the first murder attempt. And by the way, just 17 days before the murder. Let me repeat that. The murder happens on July 18, 2014. On July 1st, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia tries to run Charlie off the road. He threatens him. And what you're going to hear is that on July 1, he's so upset that he calls the Adelson Institute. He doesn't realize that Charlie isn't the doctor at the Adelson Institute. He just comes in and out of the place. So he gets their voicemail machine. And you know how dentists are? They say in an emergency, call a cell phone number, take your call at home on the cell phone number. What he hears in an emergency, call Dr. Adelson at such and such number. He thinks he's calling Charlie Adelson, but he calls Harvey Adelson. And he calls him and he threatens him. He tells him, if you keep dating Katie, we're going to go mano y mano. I'm going to kill you. 17 days before, according to them, he conspired with this man to kill Professor Markel. Puzzle pieces. What you're going to learn is that in the spring of
Katie
2014, it became
$1 million.
apparent to Katie that her dreams of financial security with Charlie were not going to work out. You will learn that Katie heard the hitman joke. You will learn that she heard the $1 million offer and she got some ideas in her head.
I've heard her testimony. I don't
The
think
state
she has
itself
ideas in her
Has
head.
called Catherine Magbanawa
No,
the mastermind.
when somebody blows in her ear,
And that's
it
exactly
sounds
what
like
she was. So now let's get to July 18th. I kept you waiting long enough.
I love how
The
the
June attempt
prosecutors
didn't
aren't even
happen.
listening to him.
Because Rivera didn't want to kill Dan Markel when his boys were around. See, what you're going to learn is during that June attempt, on June 4th, 5th, Professor Markel had custody of the boys. You're going to learn that Professor Markel and Wendy Adelson shared custody 50-50. But you're going to learn that the state thinks Wendy Adelson was involved with her brother in a murder for hire, and she chose for the killers to kill her ex-husband when he had custody of her kids. Puzzle pieces. So you're going to learn that Luis Rivera, who is a bad guy, he had some conscience somewhere and he didn't want to do it in front of the kids. So they came back. By the way, on July 18th, who had custody of the kids when the murder actually happened? Professor Markel. You're going to hear he dropped them off at school. But this family who did this so that their grandchildren could be with them were going to risk for 2 hired hitmen to go up when he had custody of the kids. Puzzle pieces.
They will probably have
July
a break
18th for Charlie starts his
after
normal
the
day.
defense opening statement, and I will
He works.
do a
You're
quick
going to
rundown
see, he lives in Fort
of
Lauderdale.
the first trial.
Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with South Florida, so I'm going to give you a little bit of geography lesson. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. That day, he's working in 2 offices because he'd often work in 2 offices a day. He'd work in the morning at one place and in the afternoon at another. So he's working in 2 offices. The first office he's working in, both of them actually, are in Jupiter, Florida. Now, if you're familiar with South Florida, Fort Lauderdale and Jupiter are not close. With South Florida traffic, in the morning, he was in the car for at least 2 hours. Now, he came home late that night, you're going to hear, so traffic was a little bit better, but it's probably still an hour to an hour and a half. Jupiter is north of Palm Beach. When I drive up here and I hit Jupiter, I know I'm about a third of the way here. That's a good way to look at it. If you live in Fort Lauderdale, when you hit Jupiter, you're 1/3 done. He's in the car and he's talking on the phone. And you're going to see it. We're going to show you what the phone calls are about. He talks to his sister, talks to his mom, talks to his girlfriend. We'll talk to you about it. There are phone calls. You're going to see it. There are a lot of phone calls. And there are a lot of phone calls to his girlfriend. And there are a lot of phone calls to his mom. We're not going to deny that. And he works in these 2 offices. And at around 6 o'clock, you'll see a text message that he's about to start a very long surgery, a big procedure. By the way, the text messages throughout the day are normal. Just after 7 p.m., he gets a call from his mom. And he's told that Professor Markel has been shot. And he's shocked. He's upset. His first reaction is, Wendy and the boys okay? He's supposed to have dinner originally with a friend that night. But earlier in the day, that changes. And he's supposed to have dinner with Katie. And you're going to hear that Katie and him had gotten in a fight a couple days earlier about dinners. You'll hear it. And what you'll learn is after he finds out what happened, tells Katie he doesn't want to go to dinner. He leaves the office at around 8 o'clock in Jupiter. And you'll learn that Katie tells him she'll come to his house that night to comfort him. He shook up. Now, let me be clear. You're going to hear he wasn't close with Professor Markel. They weren't friends.
Huh.
They had nothing in common. He shook up because someone he knew, the father of his nephews, had been shot. When Katie arrived that night, and you're going to learn more details of how she gets there, what she has to do to get there. It's not planned. You're going to see that. The state's going to put on that evidence. You're going to learn that she's scrambling to get a babysitter. You're going to learn, by the way, that Charlie had seen her for lunch the day before. So if it's a murder for hire, why didn't she get the money then? Puzzle pieces. But you're going to learn that she gets there that night, sometime after 11. And when she gets there, she is frantic. She's upset. And he's scared because he's never seen her this way. And she sits him down and she tells him something terrible has happened. She says that a friend of hers had shot Professor Markel. She tells him over and over that she had nothing to do with it.
How, and this is
But
not
these
recorded.
people, she was talking too much. And her friend and these
has come-
people learn about the problems.
That is information that probably isn't recorded. That Charlie has to testify to. Because the defense can't really
Yeah, the
say
defense-
this without evidence. So I'm assuming
Yeah.
Charlie will get on the stand, and as a rebuttal witness, Katie will go on the stand. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sir, welcome to orange is the new black. I mean,
Mm.
yeah.
I don't think the defense opening statement, because all I'm doing is puzzling the pieces together against Charlie with their opening statement.
So you have to think what's more likely and logical. So, woman who has no reason, who has admitted on stand several times that this was a casual relationship, that she didn't see it going anywhere, that she was having fun, and she's in her early 20s. She just got out of an abusive long-term relationship. Occam's razor. There you go. I knew there was a name for it. Decided she was going to try to attach herself to a playboy, schmuck. Or that a family who has deeply acrimonious and hates to the very depths of their soul, to the point where they would use children in a psychopathic way, would go to an elaborate steps. It just makes more sense.
Yeah.
This makes no sense that a woman would, again, women do crazy things for love, but this does not pass the sniff test. This is if we were watching a movie, this would be a CW movie. It makes no sense, and it was written by writers who don't know how to write.
Yeah. And as Sunny Tenor, she's a few minutes ahead of us, and she's lost, and she's in the courtroom. So I don't think it's getting better as we go along. But
Oh, good.
yeah,
Let's
try.
continue.
Yeah.
His family was having with Professor Markel. They learned about the $1 million offer. And they got it in their minds to do this. As you can imagine, Charlie his life has just forever been altered.
Let me guess.
He asked,
He
"Who are
did
these
not
people?"
turn his
She won't tell him.
girlfriend in.
It's not safe for you to know. Screaming at her. She won't tell him. Charlie had a guess. You will hear in detail what happened that night. You will learn that Charlie Adelson was told if he didn't pay within the next 48 hours, he or one of his family members would be next.
Oh,
You will learn that Katie repeatedly said that she had nothing to do with it and acted distraught. You will hear how she said that she would help him. You will learn about the initial payment.
My immediate
It wasn't
thing,
$100,000.
if my girlfriend said, "Hey,
It was
my
more than
friend's
$100,000.
off your enemy." Okay.
He took out
let's
everything
calm
he
down,
had in
let's
his
talk
safe. You're
about
going to learn
this
about that. The
morning.
state doesn't
And the
know it.
moment she leaves her door,
It was more money.
I'm
But
calling.
you're going to
them
learn
up.
he didn't have $350,000.
Oh,
So you
she
had to pay every
burgled
month.
him too?
They don't know about that either. Payments every month. Does that sound like a murder for hire? Or does that sound like extortion?
Both.
This poor man.
You're going to hear about these gifts. And you're going to learn that the gifts were just that. They were gifts. Because as time went on, he became more and more certain that Katie was not involved. He became more and more certain that she was helping him. And he wanted to keep her happy too because he needed her.
God bless those boobies.
He needed her help.
Yeah, titties.
And you will hear that the payments changed a couple months after the night of the extortion.
If only
Too
there
crying.
was like a police thing
You'll hear that the
would help
payments
you with
changed.
extortion. I don't know.
And that Katie was put on the books of the Adelson Institute. Paper trail. They created a paper trail. Puzzles don't fit. Pieces of the puzzle don't fit. And you'll hear that in order to put her on the books,
Court reporter.
despite Katie telling him the night of July 18th, you can never talk about this with anyone. You can never talk on the phone about this. You can never talk about it in public. You can never talk about it anywhere. Because if they find out, they will kill you and your family.
So they just talked about it in Dolce
If
Vita
they think the
out
police
in
are coming
the
to you to
middle
talk to
of
you, they will kill you.
a public
Look at what they did to
restaurant.
Professor Markel.
But
you will hear that
what in the
he told
actual
someone.
Cheetos am I?
He had to.
This is the best
Told his
lawyer
mom.
that money could buy. Nicholas, am I
You'll learn that she was the bookkeeper for the
right
Dental
now?
Institute. You'll learn why he had to tell her. You'll learn about those checks. They've never been able to understand, why are they so sequential? Why are they back and forth? You'll learn why.
He doesn't have much to work with.
They talk about the bump in 2016.
That's it.
What I like to call is the second extortion. What they don't realize is that their undercover operation was an extortion on an extortion. They don't know it. It's not their fault.
It
And we're
was an
gonna go through the lies
inception. It
with
was
you.
a crime within
gonna
a
go through both of
crime.
these.
It was a
And we're gonna show
turducken
you
of crime.
How they actually proved his innocence.
Nicholas, that's your next thumbnail. A
We're going to show
turducken
you
of
how they
crime.
are talking carefully.
Inception.
They're talking.
What am I listening
to him.
to?
He's talking about an extortion. They're happy if this bump is the police, because if it's the police, none of them are going to get killed.
You're a part of a billionaire family.
If it's a
You
bad
should
guy,
hire
they're in
protection
danger.
and call the cops. But no,
you do a murder
let
with
me see
someone,
for my girlfriend titties.
the last person in the world you want this bump to be is the police. Because it means they're onto you. Puzzle pieces. Not from the first layer, she says, but from the second layer. I got goosebumps when she said it. It's one of my favorite lines in the recording. Not from the first layer, the first extortion, but from the second layer. 20 months later is the bump. That's the second layer to Charlie Adelson at that point in time.
Oh, well,
Okay.
that makes
Oh,
perfect sense. We're in the
okay, we
lasagna
are-
of crime.
We are 6 minutes behind. I'm at 1.25.
You will also see.
They are now on break.
And
Okay.
what's going to be weird about this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to start to see it today. Much of their case, I agree about. They're going to put witnesses up there. I'm not going to ask them one question. Some of their evidence is exactly the truth. It just doesn't prove a murder. The stapled money, it's his money. You will also see that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25, 2016. You will see that Luis Rivera was arrested on June 2nd, 2016. You will see that Catherine Magbanua was arrested on October 1, 2016. Guess who wasn't arrested? Charlie Adelson. He wasn't arrested for 6 more years. What you're going to see is that they had the exact same evidence in 2016 against Charlie Adelson that they do today. The same liars. They talk about an enhanced Dolce Vita recording. You're going to get both recordings. You determine if you can hear anything better. See, the state's case against Charlie Adelson is a case of assumptions. It's a case of guesses.
Yeah,
It's not brought until weeks
There's
before
hot
Katie
air
Magbanua
somewhere
was
in
trial.
this.
You can ask yourself why.
But this is opening statements. There might be evidence we have no clue about.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. I want to ask for your patience in this case. A man's life is in your hands. He's innocent. Send him home. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, they are on a break. I will go up to the actual live feed. Okay. That is. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oop.
Probably would do better
Yeah.
as a tractor today, to be fair.
Let's put there. So Mo is here too. Yeah. The defense opening statement made me more convinced about Charlie Adelson's involvement.
Yeah, I can't say that it made me think, he's just a good guy and we should let him go.
Yeah.
It made me think, God, he's hella guilty.
And
And this was the best they could do.
Yeah, and if you who have followed me through several trials, I am very pro defense in almost no matter who is on trial. Yeah. No, I do have a prior dislike, but now it's a new trial. Now we start from zero. Mr. Adelson is presumed innocent until the jury gets back with a verdict. But it doesn't look good. Not even from just singling out the opening statements. Now, the prosecution's a bit too scrambly for me, a bit too many names. But the defense kind of filled in the holes for me in the state's opening statements.
Yeah. It goes back to the whole what is more likely, the whole Occam's razor thing. It logically doesn't follow to me that it's more likely that you're going to be able to sell me and it may be that he is a brilliant defense attorney and that on the stage he can make Catherine McBenowa look like a crazy ex-girlfriend who would do anything to get with him, and that's why they hired this man. Or Charlie is a sacrificial lamb, and they are going to they gave him, just a good enough lawyer to make it look okay, and then they are sending him out for the, old heave-ho.
Yeah. The entire defense here, extortion. Okay, but I mean, paid in installments, is that an extortion or paying for a hitman? And I mean, it could be both.
If all of this happened, so why wait till now to say anything? If you've been so unfairly maligned this entire time, you have been
Yeah.
an innocent man. This evil woman has, used her wiles, got, her vicious, gangbanger boyfriend and this to, implicate your family. Why wasn't this story, something that you went to the press about and played victim about this entire time?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. Okay, we have Dave's what happened during the first trial. During the first trial, one of the hitmen was in custody in an unrelated crime, who decided to snitch on the other person. And, well, you know my feelings about prison snitches, but usually prison snitches is, oh, I was in the same cell and he said this, which for me is in 999 times out of 1,000 is a pure lie, in my opinion, because prison snitches has nothing to lose by snitching. Now,
True.
this guy was involved in the crime. Now, he has also nothing to lose by implicating the other. No, I was just a driver, he was the shooter. I don't really care who of them was the shooter and who was the driver. He snitched first. So he got reduced sentence and everything like that. And in the first trial, well, it was Tito and Toto one of them snitched on the other, and then Titties, Katie. Both Tito and Titties were charged with conspiracy and first-degree murder. Tito convicted. Titties hung jury. So new trial in 2022, retrial of Titties or Katie. And in that retrial, the prosecution had cleaned up or enhanced the sound of that audio in one of the recordings, especially the recording in a public place in a restaurant where Katie and this defendant met. And all of a sudden, things started to make sense, because I don't think that Titties was prepared for the good audio or decent audio. At least you could hear something. I wasn't clear
Yeah.
about what was said, but that's because it was played through the court
Yeah,
and
I
then
think
through so it was much better in the courtroom. And so she was lost during cross-examination, completely lost. And now she will be a rebuttal witness for the prosecution, because everything the defense has is Charlie's testimony.
yes.
So he will probably take the stand to try to save his life. But they have Titties, the prosecution.
I mean, he essentially has to take the stand because there's no one else to validate that any of this happened unless he has Ring doorbell cameras inside his house.
Yeah, I agree. And it doesn't make... I mean, I go back again to the defense opening statement. For me, the only thing they did was fill in the holes of the prosecution's case. I thought they were going to throw Wendy or the grandparents under the bus, but they chose no. He was extorted by his then girlfriend, who heard the jokes and decided, "Hey, let's get my loser ex-boyfriend to kill these guys." And
Yeah, she just doesn't seem, again, and maybe this is how she portrayed herself on the stand, but
Everyone
even
can be
with her
seated.
lawyer, she doesn't seem like the type to put disparate pieces of information together
Just
to
as a
make
brief
a
scheduling
concrete
matter
idea
before, oh, I'm still
and then a
missing
scheme.
okay, we are back from the break. Okay.
You never compliment me.
Brief scheduling matter before we bring in the jurors and the first witness. Do the parties believe we'll be able to get through both Mr. Greer and the sergeant, or just Mr. Greer before taking a break for lunch?
I would like to go through Maltese if possible, but we can see how your eyes feels when we get to the end of this.
Use the microphone.
All right, Mr. Rauschbaum, do you wish to be heard? Anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
Please bring in the jurors.
Well, the defense said he will ask very few questions to the witnesses, so maybe this will be a quick trial. But the first two trials was 8 or 9 days.
Everyone in the gallery is to rise.
Note to self, no more water. Like next time, I'm gonna pop up.
Yeah, I agree here with sardonisms. I don't think this case goes to trial if there's any credible evidence to support the defense's theory. Well, it seems like the only thing they have is Charlie's words. Now, I know the defendant does not need to prove his innocence. He is innocent until proven otherwise. but if the defense chooses to ignore
They're
questions
still using the
to the
restroom, but
witnesses,
when they come in, please rise.
and that's all they have. Mm. Now, when they break, I will not speed up because again, this is a commentary channel for this trial. Now, I will stream throughout the day. I will not have morning and afternoon, so I will not speed it up. So with commentary, because then the lunch break won't be as long. But once the lunch break is done, you will see the, I don't know, Florida seal or something. I will grab a bite to eat. I will talk to you. We will make fun of people and yeah, stuff like that.
Pretty much.
And
I do like
everybody
that
in
color
this
green.
courtroom is from the 1990s or early noughts.
Hey, it was a wonderful time when we weren't crazy. We didn't have microaggressions. We didn't have pronouns. It was a beautiful time.
Defense
Remember when you
attorney
didn't have?
is having mobile phone out and writing. Yeah, I guess.
He's checking his LinkedIn profile.
Swipe left, swipe left, swipe left, swipe left.
Oh,
Judge is handling his courtroom excellently. Before they started this morning, he walked out and talked to the camera crew and sound crew. This is what you're supposed to do. You can focus on the person asking questions, answering questions, and me. No unnecessary, let's check in on the defense in the middle of everything. So,
good. That's a really good idea. I mean, I would rather have a judge who takes the time to do that, and is a really smart judge. Extra honey bun account money.
Not legal advice, but it is not advisable to add money to a person's account. Now, this doesn't apply to the Murdoch case, apparently, where one witness paid off another witness, and it was allowed. Yeah, defense attorney is hoping he still has a job. Yeah, he's checking the yellow pages. Is my ad up on already?
I mean, he really doesn't have much to work with. I mean, poor guy. You've got the fact pattern is what it is. You'd either have to throw the family under the bus, which he's not going to do, or Catherine, and Catherine's an easy target. The state has probably already prepped for it, and I'm sure they probably figured on there being a
Sonny can't hear us when we are commenting, so we will try to write something to you as well when we have. Not advisable unless you are a witness in the case. Jingles is around my feet, and I'm just hoping he will refrain from attacking. Someone already removed for taking pics, and she works here at a law firm that handled Danny's divorce. Okay.
For the love of all that's Lemmy, you work in a law firm.
Jesus. Yeah, the judge mentioned it this morning that somebody had taken pictures. And that's enormously stupid. Do not ever take pictures inside the court. Ow, Jesus. Cat. Don't ever take pictures. Don't raise up your phone. Have it completely silent. Because this judge will not have it. Yeah. Are they still waiting for the jury?
I think the jury might have drank a lot of water.
Yeah. They only have one working bathroom, maybe.
It doesn't look to be the newest courtroom.
They could definitely use this courtroom as a stage prop in a court drama, because it looks vague enough.
It looks like night court.
Yeah. And here's Judge Judy. No.
Yes.
Yeah. You have to have judge's permissions, which involves a form and several steps. Yeah, that's the step. Cat. Ow! Jesus fucking Christ. I am not a scratch pole. This is the culprit. He's a very, very happy cat. Ow.
Everyone can be seated. State, you may call your first witness.
State calls James Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Good morning, Mr. Geiger.
Good morning.
Please spell your name for the court reporter.
First name James, James, middle initial W, last name Geiger, Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, do you live here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live?
I live on Trescott Drive in Tallahassee.
How long have you been living on Trescott Drive?
I think
that's
it's
your
about
neighbor.
45 years now.
Judge, without objection, I'll move into evidence. States 1.
States 1 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of the laptop.
You may.
Okay. Did you used to have a neighbor by the name of Dan Markel?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, restate the question.
When did Mr. Markel live next door to you?
Oh, well, it was, he died 9 years ago and he had been there about 5 years before that.
All right. And Where in relation to your home did Mr. Markel live?
He was my next door neighbor.
All right, so if we're looking at this photograph right here, which one is your home?
The one on the right is my home. The one on the left was Danny's.
All right, so that driveway there with the vehicle in the driveway, would that have been Mr. Markel's driveway?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Can you tell us about something that occurred back on July 18th of 2014?
On that morning, my wife and I were sitting in our living room, which looks out over Trescott Drive here, and we were working with an iPad on a couch, and we heard a noise, a loud bang. We weren't sure what it was, and I quickly got up to see what might have caused that noise. And there had been at the time some burglaries in the area, and I was concerned that perhaps that had been a burglary attempt. And so as I approached, we have a large window looking out on the street, and as I got to the window, I looked to the left and to the right because I wasn't sure where the noise came from. But on my right, as I looked out, I saw a car quickly back up out of the driveway and then head towards Benton Road very rapidly.
Let me interrupt you for just a moment. Judge, if there's no objection, I'd like to introduce states 2 and 3 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 2 and 3 are admitted at this time.
May I publish 2, please? Okay, so is this the view you had from your window looking out toward Mr. Markel's drive?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said you saw a vehicle backing up out of his driveway?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was it?
Well, I caught it out of the corner of my eye, so it was not, I didn't look at it real hard, but it looked like a Prius to me, looked like a silver or white colored Prius.
Anything about the way it backed out? Did it do that normally or something?
It just went very quickly, and that's what caught my attention.
All right, and which way did it go after it backed out of the drive there?
As it backed out of the driveway, it headed to the right, which was towards Benton Road.
All right, were you able to see the occupants of the vehicle?
No, I couldn't see any inside.
Did you do anything to further investigate the situation? Could we publish 3, please?
Well, as I said, I was concerned that we had heard that there had been some burglaries in the area. And so I thought that I would walk next door to see if that might have been what happened. And as I approached Danny's house, I noticed that the garage door was up and his car was in the garage and it was running. And so I stopped then almost as I got to the garage, and I thought, well, so much for a burglary. If he's getting ready to leave, it wasn't anything like that. And so there must not be a problem. And I turned around and went back to my house at that point.
All right, what about once you got back inside the house? Did you do anything else?
Yeah, I as I got back in, I kind of stood right at this window, and why, I'm not sure, but I just thought I would stand there for a minute or two and wait for him to go ahead and back out and leave. After maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, he hadn't backed out yet. And I said to my wife, I said, something seems wrong to me. I don't know what it is. Danny hadn't left yet. I think I'm going to walk back over there and check things out. And so that's what I did, was to walk back over again.
What happened when you got over there?
Well, as I got back over, the garage door was still up. The car was still in the garage. It was still running. And I thought perhaps then that maybe he was on a phone and was simply staying there while he had his phone conversation. But again, I just wasn't quite sure. And I said to myself, well, I'm going to walk on into the garage and make sure everything's okay. And
Mr.
that's
Geyer,
what I did.
In the 5 years or so that you'd lived next door to Mr. Markel, had you ever had an occasion to go over there and check on him before?
No.
So he probably sat in his driveway talking on the phone before, right?
He may have, I don't know. He was in the garage this time. I wouldn't have known if he was there or not.
All right, but for whatever reason, the hairs on the back of your neck stood up this time.
I don't know that they stood up, but there was just something that said I need to check it out.
All right, so what happened when you got over there?
Well, I as I said, I decided I'd walk on into the garage. I felt a little awkward doing that, but I walked on in, and I looked at the driver's side window, and it was busted out. And at that point, I recalled stepping on glass. And as I looked in, then I could see a man's head. It was bloody, and it was looking through. Part of the glass was still there from the driver's side window, but part of it was blown out. And I looked inside, and I saw a head. It was bloody, and it was moving back and forth slowly.
Mm-hmm. And was it Mr. Markel inside the car?
Yeah, and I said, "Danny, what happened?" And there was no response, just that slow moving back and forth. And I hollered out again, Danny, what happened?" And there was still nothing. And at that point, I knew he needed help, and I had to call 911. And so I reached into my pocket, which is where I normally keep my cell phone, and it wasn't there. And then I recalled that while I was sitting on the couch, I'd taken it out and set it down there. So I quickly ran back to the house. It's not very far away, as you can see, and got my phone and then called 911.
Did you know anything about Dan Markel? Did he have a family living there with him?
Yeah, he and his wife had just been married when they moved into that home, and they were there. And then a couple of years later, they had a child, and then another child, and they had some difficulties, and they divorced.
Well, it's the third time he is testifying in a trial about these events. The first trial against the hitman and against Tito and Tidis, and the second trial last year against Tidis, and now. So he has experience. Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, folks.
He has experienced a spiritual awakening. But he's had to tell this story many times while Nicholas deals with catness.
Jesus Christ, my leg is not a scratch pole, you asshole.
Yeah, I have an arm that looks like but it the way he's saying things, Old Line Red said it sounds like he might be a former law enforcement. I mean,
yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to find information. You can keep talking while I look for it.
So, I mean, but it also could be that he's had to say this so many times that these are just all the details that he remembers from having to say it so many times. So you're right. It could be that this witness has just had to, keep saying this story in every single one of this thing.
My cat is acting weirder than usual. Yeah, but I don't think he's over-explaining. He's just retelling what he's already told twice before.
Or I guess we're in the process of being divorced, and she had moved out, and so Dan stayed there. Frankly, we didn't see him a whole lot.
All right, but he was living there and had the boys sometimes.
Yes.
All right, at the time that this happened.
Correct.
Okay, were the children there with him when he was injured in this way?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you didn't see the children there?
No.
All right. So you go back and get your phone and call 911. Is
Correct.
that right? Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the 911 call in this case previously?
I have.
All right. And is that your voice on the call that we played previously?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 82, and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's 82 is admitted, you may publish.
What's the address of your emergency?
It's right next door to my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can you repeat that for verification?
2122 Trescott Drive, T.
Okay, and the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from 850-212-4623.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up, and I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out, and I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's battered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know.
And it was at this location, correct?
Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know his address. It's next door.
Okay.
He didn't send an ambulance in a hurry. Me and Kenny. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay. What's going on with him?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 2116 2116.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Jim Geiger, Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, you said that the man that you saw in the vehicle was unresponsive to you. If there's no objection, I would like to introduce State's Exhibit 5 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 5 is admitted,
May I publish?
you may.
Is this Mr. Markel, your neighbor?
Yes,
Okay, and when you say he was not responsive, was he able to say any words to you?
I didn't hear any words at all.
Okay, what sounds did you hear coming from him?
I didn't hear any sound. I just saw his head slowly rolling back and forth.
Okay, he wasn't moaning at all, or?
Not that I heard.
Okay. All right, may I introduce State's Exhibit 6 and 7 at this time, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish 6, please. All right, so is this looking up Mr. Markel's driveway?
Yes,
All right, and State 7, please. Is this how with the exception of the doors being open in this photo, is this how Mr. Markel's vehicle appeared to you when you approached on that day?
yes.
If the state chooses to show actual pictures of him, I will try to get it off my screen because
I'm
one,
gonna approach with State's Exhibit 4.
you don't need to see it, and two, YouTube will yeet the ever-living frick out of my channel for showing what every other news channel is showing.
Is that your signature there on the image? It's here, initials, I
Oh,
should say.
yes, it is.
Okay, and is that indicating that the vehicle pictured in this exhibit is consistent with the vehicle you observed in Mr. Markel's driveway that day?
Yes, that's true.
Permission to publish, introduce and publish States 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 4 is admitted.
I hope they are told to not show these evidence, camera crew.
And
Yeah, I
believe
know
you
there's a
said
lot
on
of
the
channels out there that
recording there that the car
drives
was
indoor.
running. Is
I
that
don't.
true?
That's true.
Did you touch the victim or the car?
No, I didn't.
Did you move anything inside the garage?
No.
Can you estimate how much time passed between the time you heard the loud bang and the time that you called 911?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. Is State's Exhibit 81 a fair and accurate map? It's an aerial map of your residence and in the scene where this occurred.
Yes.
Judge had asked to move into evidence State's 81.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, State's 81 is a list.
May I publish?
Okay.
Hi, Dave. Welcome.
Can you zoom in? All right, so if you're coming in off of, can you show? Yeah, off Thomasville Road there, the yellow line, how would you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Thomasville Road?
Well, you could do it more than one way. One is to go on the yellow road there, which is Thomasville Road, down to pretty close where that green mark is, which is Benton Road. You would take a left, come up to Trescott Drive, and then go back.
Okay.
That would be one way to do it.
Yes, sir.
Cutting way.
Another way would be to exit off of Thomasville Road on Klein, and then come across to Trescott Drive. And in that case, you'd be turning right.
And on that one, we got to go up a little bit, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe Armistead to Klein
Yeah.
to Trescott. Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
May Mr. Geyer be released, Your Honor?
He is. Does the defense intend to call Mr. Geiger at any point?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Geiger, you are released. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Please call your next witness.
State Hall Sergeant Sims.
Okay, next witness. This might be quite fast.
I mean, what are they going to cross the guy with?
Yeah, more or less nothing. And the defense already said that they will some witnesses, they won't ask questions. Here comes a man that has been a cop for a very long time.
Do you swear or
Yes, ma'am.
affirm the
Has purpose.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
He barely fits in the witness box.
He already looks exhausted and not. He's already on Danny Glover, Lethal Weapon 3.
Please introduce yourself and
exhausted.
spell your name.
David Sims, DavidSims.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm retired sergeant for the Tallahassee Police Department,
How long were you with TPD?
28 years.
And were you working there back in 2018?
Yes, I was.
Did you
You
respond?
said 2018?
I'm sorry, sir, 2014.
2014, yes.
I'm sorry. Did you respond to 2116 Trescott
Stop.
Drive back in on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
All right. And what were you responding in reference to?
A call of possible shots fired.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived there?
When I arrived, I parked on the street, and the neighbor, Mr. Geiger, pointed out the house.
Yeah, for you who are new here, Sunny is in the courtroom, and she is telling us from she's very respectful. She doesn't make it shown that she is in our chat and relaying what's going on in the courtroom. And she says that now Dan's mother, Dan, the victim, Liz, when the ME testifies, and first responders. Thank you, Sonny. Thank you so much.
I walked up the driveway. The garage door was up. There was a vehicle parked in the driveway running. As I approached the vehicle, I noticed glass on the ground outside the driver's side. And I checked the door locks and the car was locked, but it was running. There was a person inside the car, kind of slumped over maybe a little to the right. The glass for the driver's window.
Let me pause you right there. May we publish 7, please?
Any objection? Oh, this is already.
This one's in evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, I will be ready to cover up if the
All right, so proceed with your answer. So
law
you
and
arrive and
steward
is this what you
chooses
see?
to show
Except for the doors were
actual
shut,
glory.
correct? Okay, go ahead.
And as I approached in the picture there, the vehicle door is open, but it was closed and locked when I arrived. And the glass in the driver's door was partially broken out. And there appeared to be a small half circle in that glass as if a projectile had entered or exited through that window.
So at this time, I'd like to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 8 is admitted.
Please publish 8. All right, does this photograph show the little shattered glass with the half circle you were referencing?
Right, up there in the corner.
Okay. What else did you observe there?
Inside the vehicle, I called the victim's possible name. I was given the name of Daniel. I called Daniel. There was no response. He was breathing, but in a gasping manner. It was just kind of repetitive gasp. No movement, no response to me. I went around to the other side of the vehicle after I had unlocked. I reached in the window, unlocked the door, went around to the other side, opened that door, turned the car off so the car wouldn't possibly be put into gear when EMS got there, plus the fumes. So I dropped the keys on the floor in the garage, and I tried to call his name again, no response. By that time, I heard EMS, their sirens right down the street, so they were almost there. I did notice that in his left hand, he had a cell phone, and in his right hand, he had like a business card. And he also, the glasses, there was eyeglasses, half was laying in his lap, and the other half was laying on the floor of the car, like they had just been broken right across the bridge.
All right, this time I'd ask to introduce into evidence States 9 and 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 9 and 10 are admitted.
Publish 9, please. All right, so this, could you zoom in a little bit on the floor of the garage next to the driver's side? All right, so what is this that we're seeing on the ground here?
That looks like possibly the cell phone, and I don't know if that's the glasses or not. Once this picture would be after EMS arrived, and they took him out of the vehicle, and I'm not sure what on that side, what was moved and everything that was done when EMS was trying to extricate him from the car.
Okay, before the doors were open and EMS extricated the victim, were you able to observe some shattered glass?
Oh, there was definitely glass on the outside, yes.
Okay. And next photo. 10. Publishing 10. It's just another shot of that shattered glass there. And can you tell whether those are the glasses that you observed?
Yes.
Okay, and the cell phone there on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. Where was that cell phone when you initially observed it?
It was in his left hand.
So it was moved whenever they removed the victim.
Correct.
To try to render aid.
Correct.
And was he taken to the hospital?
Yes.
When you say that you opened the car doors, did you have to touch both door handles to do that?
Usually when I have a car that's something like this, a stolen car or anything that I don't want to get prints on, in my uniform, I always have a pen, like just a big pen with the top that comes off. And I use that to pull in the door handles, and I use that to reach in and unlock the vehicle so I don't touch anything.
Did you observe any signs there at the scene that there had been forced entry of the residence or anything disturbed or taken?
No, after the victim was removed from the car, then myself and another officer, we took the keys that I had taken out. We had to unlock the door to get into the house from the garage, and we checked the house. The other doors were locked, and there was no signs of anything in the house, no persons, and no struggle or anything inside the house.
Okay, and the children were not present at the
Children were
scene?
not present.
Okay. Did you move the car at all?
No.
All right, so the way it's photographed here is the position it was in when you found it?
Right after we were done checking the house, and the scene was turned over to our investigators and to forensics.
Okay, no further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Is the
Okay.
sergeant released?
Yes, sir.
You may step down.
Have a good day, sir. Please call your next witness.
State calls Joanne Maltese.
Well, my notes are going to be easy. I might not need a murder board. I mean, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, this trial might be faster than the two previous ones, depending on how long the defendant will be on the stand. She looks like an EMT. She has a lot of paperwork in her bag.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. You may take your seat.
And please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Joanne Maltese, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm retired Tallahassee Police Forensics Specialist. I now have some businesses in Thomasville, Georgia.
How long were you with TPD?
It's TPD for 26 years.
And were you with them back in 2014?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties back in 2014?
In 2014, I was a forensic specialist, and my primary duties were the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
And what training and education did you receive to do that type of duty?
At the time, I had over 1,500 hours of specific crime scene training to include photography, collection, DNA, fingerprints, as well as I taught at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy in crime scene, as well as teaching at the police department.
Did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, I did.
And is that the scene that's shown in the photograph, states 10, that's up on the screen right now?
Yes, it is inside the garage.
All right, and is that residence here in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna ask to introduce at this time, Your Honor, states 11 through 17.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 11 through 17 are admitted at this time.
All right, so did you photograph this vehicle as part of your duties?
Yes, I did.
All right, may I publish states 11?
You may.
All right, just if you'll just kind of walk us through these photos and what we're looking at in states 11.
This photo is the rear passenger area showing children's shoes and car seats.
All right, were the kids present when you were working the crime scene?
No, they were not.
States Exhibit 12, please. What is this a photograph of?
It's a piece of broken eyeglass that was on the floor of the garage.
And how was the eyeglass broken, if you know?
The opticals or the lenses were located still inside of the vehicle. Just half of the eyeglass was outside, and there is damage to the nose piece of the eyeglass.
Potentially consistent with the bullet causing the damage to the glasses?
It would be consistent.
All right, so it's Exhibit 13, please. What is this show?
This is the optical or the lens of a pair of glasses located on the floorboard of the vehicle in the driver's compartment.
States Exhibit 14. What is this?
It's going to be a wallet found in the glove box of the vehicle.
Was the glove box open or shut when you arrived on scene?
It was closed.
All right, States Exhibit 15. Did it appear that the box had been rifled through or that any items had been taken from the wallet?
No.
States Exhibit 16. What does this show?
This is going to be the driver's side door window, the driver's door window with a hole in the glass.
Consistent with a bullet hole?
Yes, it would be.
States Exhibit 17. What does this show?
This is another photograph from a different angle of the same hole in the window that would be consistent with a bullet hole.
And did you collect some physical items of evidence from the photographs that we've just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Show you some of those.
Yeah. Sober Jim Belushi does not look happy,
115.
but I think that is his resting face.
Yes.
What is 115?
He just be the eyeglass frame that was from the passenger floorboard, the front passenger floorboard in the vehicle.
And State's Exhibit 116, what is that one?
116 is going to be the other side of the eyeglass frame that was on the garage floor.
May I publish? I'm sorry, I'd like to introduce 116 and 117.
Any objection from the defense?
No objection.
Correction for the record, Your Honor, 115 and 116.
States 115 and 116 are admitted at this time.
Moving on to 117. Do you recognize 117?
Yes.
What is that?
It's going to be the lens or the optical located on the front driver's floorboard in the vehicle.
Yeah. I'm going to get myself something to drink.
No worries.
But this seems pretty standard.
118 is going to be a piece of the other lens or eye optical from the glasses that were on the front driver's seat.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move into evidence 117 and 118.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 117 and 118 are admitted at this time.
And then 119, if you could tell us what that is, please.
119 is going to be the wallet and its contents, other than the cash that I had to take out, that was located in the glove box.
And that item in the same or substantially the same condition as well?
Yes.
And move into evidence, states 119, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
119 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
And whose driver's license was in the wallet, States Exhibit 119?
Daniel Markel.
So, you guys, I guess we'll have to see how the girlfriend done did it defense is going to go, but I'm not feeling it.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
It's going to be the actual glass from the driver's door.
And how were you able to remove the glass and package it in this way?
Due to the glass being broken, I used clear tape and lined the entire inside and outside of the glass prior to taking it out so it would stay together.
Is it in the same condition as when you impounded it that day?
Yes.
Judge, moving to evidence, states 120.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 120 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
So which way does it go? And the photo's up there, if that helps. Oh, here's mine.
All right, this is going to be the inside that you're looking at. And
So in reference to the
So-
picture like this.
yes, it would be in that reference.
Yeah, it just takes a leap of logic. I mean, I'd have to be an Olympic jumper guy to make.
Next, I'm
Long
showing you
jumper.
States Exhibit 121. Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is that item?
This item is a fragment of glass that was taken off of Mr. Markel's face at the hospital.
Did you respond to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were your duties at the hospital?
I arrived at the hospital
David.
to document the condition, collect clothing, swabs, and any evidence from Mr. Markel.
All right, as part of that, did you photograph Mr. Markel in the hospital?
Yes, I did.
All right, move into evidence states 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Wait. One moment, please, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish states 22.
You may.
Can you rotate it, please, so that he's other way. This was the condition Mr. Markel was in at the hospital?
Yes.
How long after you arrived at the scene, the crime scene, were these photos taken at the hospital, if you know?
The crime scene, I arrived at around 11:30 in the morning, and then these photos would have been taken around 12:30, so an hour later.
Okay. And Mr. Markel was still alive at that time?
Yes.
Right. Please publish states 23. Why did you take this photo?
This photo, I'm documenting a dark area on his forearm, which is consistent with stippling.
And are you referring to this area here in the photo?
Yes.
And what is stippling?
Stippling is when you're in close contact or close area of a gunshot blast or a gun going off, and the gunpowder that is exiting from the gun comes out at a high speed, and it will stain or tattoo your skin.
All right, so the indication is potentially a close proximity of the muzzle of the firearm at the time of firing.
Yes.
All right. Publishing.
Hey, Indigo's here. Hi, Indigo.
And I like your new picture.
That stippling that you described.
Yes.
Right. And once Mr. Markel was pronounced deceased, did you go to the autopsy?
No, I did not.
I have a couple other photos to show you in reference to your work on this case.
Again, I will try to cover anything gory because we don't have need for it. And YouTube might
Do you recognize these
kick
photos?
me
Yes, I do.
if I show
What are
it.
these photos of?
Look, we don't want to see
These
Mo
photos
passed
were
out.
taken at the Tallahassee Police Department. I
You
was
might want
requested to document
But-
a
Sorry,
I said
didn't
you
really
don't
hear
want
you.
to see Mo pass. You don't want to see me pass out. I don't do blood and gore well. So I was going to be a surgical tech. Bad career choice. I learned when I can't handle the sight of blood. Good
Yeah,
to learn that early
might,
in my career.
might be a bad idea. Now, I have different experiences in my line of work. For you who don't know, I'm a union rep. I do labor law. In that means that I sometimes have to visit accident sites. And seeing a person covered in quicklime, yeah, you need a drink after that.
vehicle there.
All right. What type of vehicle was that?
It was a 2007 Honda Odyssey van.
All right. And was that Wendy Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, it was.
All right. Move to introduce 18 through 21, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 18 through 21 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right. Publish 18, please. All right.
Yeah. Sonny brings up here, is it a coincidence that Wendy bought bullet bourbon that day? In the previous trial, they told that when Wendy found out, she went directly to a liquor store and bought booze. Maybe champagne was too obvious, so she chose Bullet Bourbon. And coincidentally, that's my bourbon of choice.
I mean, I think she thinks she's just so clever and hilarious. If it, given my general, I do not like Miss Wendy Adelson. So whatever I say will be colored with that. But I think she probably thinks I think she was being cute, and she also likes booze. She's also a lawyer. So, two things can be true at the same time. She likes booze and she was being cute.
Yeah. Yeah, and later on in the trial, when they are showing where people were, there will be interesting location spots for some of the Adelson family. Just saying.
Yeah.
This is just the exterior of the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, 19, please. All right, next photo, 20. Was this a receipt from a purchase that was made the day?
That is Bullet Rye bourbon. So I have the normal one. That is Bullet Rye. That is a slightly more expensive one, at least over here.
Oh, I was about to say she's with Nicholas. It's Legal Vices that likes a good rye, or is it Nicholas? I'm trying to keep all y'all's booze things.
Good luck.
I was about to say it's just booze.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, and if anybody in the chat wants to sponsor this channel, become a member. It's $3 a month, and helps the channel. It does have a baseline of that I have to pay in either by myself or through your sponsorship via memberships or super chats. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I would be greatly appreciated, because I will be here 8 hours a day, gavel to gavel. All right. I will not show the grifting thingy just yet. Not during testimony.
Of the homicide?
Yes.
Okay, you just photographed that there inside the vehicle?
Yes, I did. Front passenger seat.
All right, and next photo, 21.
So they went directly to Wendy's to check on her?
And where was the purchase made?
The purchase was made at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits.
On what date and time was the purchase made?
7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 p.m.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly.
Oh, he got questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you arrived on the scene, it was taped off, correct?
Yes, it was.
And the tape was approximately 5 or 6 properties to either side?
Correct.
So either side of the residence, right?
Yes.
Now, going back to Exhibit 20, can I put Exhibit 20 on the screen? Show me what button.
Yep. Bourbon has gone a bit more expensive. I don't know why.
Because
taxes,
we have
maybe?
Built Back Better.
Yeah. This is a picture that you took?
Yes.
And it's a picture of Bullet whiskey. Is that right?
Bullet Rye.
We're acting
whiskey,
like
yes.
he doesn't understand how to say whiskey.
It's a bourbon. It's not a whiskey. There's a difference.
I'm just laughing at this lawyer like it's a whiskey. This lawyer knows how to say alcohol.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
my fake behind. That's no way. Lawyer knows how to drink.
Now I know it says it's Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, but there's a difference between bourbon and whiskey, and I will die on that hill. Whiskey at least 4 years in barrels, at least, and bourbon is made by, as in this case, rye or corn. I mean,
I know there's some
everybody.
magic.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I was requested to take a photo of it.
Who requested you to take it?
Investigators that were there with me. And I would have also photographed everything in the vehicle.
And this came out of Wendy Adelson's car?
Yes.
Are you aware that Wendy Adelson was invited to a party where she was asked to bring bullet whiskey?
No, I was not.
You didn't try to do investigation into that?
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
Now, going to
Wouldn't the
Exhibit
defense
21.
attorney know that?
He's trying to get it in anytime he wants to any witness.
This is so far away. This is okay. Going to 21. Can you tell when the purchase occurred at ABC?
When it occurred?
At what time?
According to the receipt, it's 12:49 and 13 seconds.
Okay, and you see that right under the words regular sale?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
Have a good day.
Okay.
At this point, we are going to take our lunch break. Members of the jury, you've heard this instruction from me several times. I'm going to add yet another log to the fire. Do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else, or look at any of the news reports or find any information concerning this matter. If you choose to have your lunch together, you certainly may. Again, the only prohibition is you're not to discuss the case itself. You will need to return by 1:15, and at that point, we will resume with the trial as quickly as possible. Enjoy your break.
All right. And 7 minutes behind. All right. I'm trying to see if Sunny has sent me an email, but she hasn't. Maybe she will try to run by us during after the trial, because if she has to have a daughter doing it, then or help her with it, then I would assume that she can't do it on the phone. So yeah, I mean, so far, state's opening statement, yeah, a bit clustery, very many names. I would have done it cleaner. And I saw in the chat earlier that if they should have shown a photo with every name. And I kind of agree. And so people, okay, that's that person, that's that person, that's that person. And then the defense opening statement started to fill in all the holes the prosecution didn't get to. That was weird.
Yeah, it was like this guy just hanging out, doing his own thing. Mom asks if you can help us. Now, why Wendy would file a motion that she knows there's not a snowball in hell she's going to get just to piss off her ex seems like people with too much money to spend on lawyers, but that's neither here nor there.
If she's doing the frivolous things, the two reasons: spite him, and then you have to pay more for his lawyers. And the
Yeah.
allegations are that in the divorce proceedings was that grandparent or Wendy's mom and dad footed her legal bills, which means that he had to foot his own bills and Wendy didn't.
Yeah.
So all of this with $1 million. I mean,
Yeah, and that was cockamamie that with the $1 million he could live down in Miami and be near them and then commute to his, FSU job. Like, who believes that? He's gonna be around the
she could have had two apartments for that money, or two houses, one
yeah.
up there, one in Miami. I mean,
it just again, she's also a grown ass woman. I mean, I understand having family support, but millions and hundreds and jillions of people live in cities outside of the influence of their parents. And do it as single parents, as single moms, as single dads, as single aunties and uncles, and people that are just taking care of children that aren't their own. I don't understand it. I mean,
yeah. And the Adelson seems to be an extremely entitled family. We want,
and an
we get.
Extremely close, but almost codependently close. Amorphous amoeba blob of codependency.
Yeah, there's so much strange. I mean, everything of this will come out during the trial through testimony and recordings and stuff. And Wendy did testify under immunity in the first two trials. And I don't understand why. I really don't. Why would she need immunity?
Yeah, that
From what?
doesn't.
What
I don't
in
know.
these trials? Okay, I can testify, but I want immunity. Yeah. As it seems, they have access to everything, but maybe that is one of the. I will give you my phone and testify, but I need immunity from what's in the phone.
Yeah, none of this makes that. And I mean, so Kyle Rittenhouse had to get on the stand. And when I first started watching trials, I didn't understand that. So I thought that they were stupid as heck to get him on the stand. And looking back, I see that he had to, because it was a self-defense trial, and you kind of have to do that when you're going to, put a self-defense case on there. So I get that now. But now you have to put this man on the stand, and unless you have taken the time to really had mock cross-examinations of this man multiple times, like they sat down and had Sheriff cross-exam Kyle multiple times to get him comfortable with that sort of thing, to get him used to, taking time, answering his questions, thinking about it, and not letting the whoever is crossing him get into a rhythm to where you just answer yes and no. This guy is going to get clobbered, because there is no way that anyone who has heard Catherine McBanawa talk going to have her come up with she was Dr. Eviling this the entire time behind your back.
Mm.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That doesn't,
Mm.
she's not a rocket surgeon.
Yeah. I was wondering, we are always referencing your murder board. Can I play it?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's a 38-minute video, which would bring us, and we can talk about what's in there during this lunch break until Sunny is being able to reach out to me so we can talk to her. So, dun, dun, dun.
I'll have to listen to my own voice, which is uncomfortable, but
oh, it's fine. It's fine. There
today's
she is.
probably the day. Now, I will explain to you all that I'm terrible with I'm going to start learning how to do Google whiteboard so you don't have to be stuck with my terrible handwriting, which comes from 7. But there you go.
And everyone go subscribe to Mo and see everything for yourself. I'm keeping Law and Seaward in the background, so I will hear if anything happens.
In the deep end, and this is possibly the most complicated murder board that I've ever done. That's not a murder board per se. It is, in fact, a pre-trial, pre-murder board, if you were, or post-murder board, pre-conspiracy board. I don't know. We'll have to figure out the wording on a little bit. I have worked with Rhyme Remote. Maybe I'll be slightly better or historically worse. We don't know. It is the Mondayest Tuesday in the entire world. I figured we would start with the actual Tito, Toto, and boobs. The actual gun person people, if you will, of this conspiracy. So let me see if I've got this
Toto,
right.
and titties.
And we will go with them first.
Yeah.
Because we're going to go with the trials that have already started and been won so far. So we have Garcia, Riviera, and Magda Bueno. Or Magbueno. Look, these people's names. Y'all know I am a nameologist. And as you can see, I am doing awesome at the remote already. You know this. My skills impress even myself. I am a genius in my own mind. I am a genius in my own mind. In the world of best works, sir. And to think I could have gotten the one with a much better remote for $10 more. And I thought, no, I'm not spending $10 more. Note to self, spend the $10 more. You might want to use it. So we have Garcia, Riviera, and Magda Buena. I think I said that right. Now, they all are connected through Catherine Magda Buena, or boobs, or titties, if you want, in this particular thing. Sigfrido Garcia is the alleged shooter, if you will, of our kind of hero and the only good guy in this story.
Let me know if you want to fill in something.
No, I think this was the product of 2 energy drinks, 11 a.m. and as you can see, my People of Walmart coloring book pictures in the background too. It's always hysterical. Guy with my mother is like, I can't even show these things to my friends. And I'm like, well, I do try, mother. I do try.
You're doing good, Mo. You're doing good, Mo.
Yeah. It's for the sake of America. Save for Jeffrey LaCase, who we will explain. But Dan Markel gets his own whiteboard because really I couldn't fit him on the board with everyone else. But these 3 are somewhat the Larry, Curly, and Mo of this particular operation of insanity. So you have Sigfrido Garcia, who is Catherine Magda Buena's baby daddy. They were in a relationship. They have 2 children together. Now, allegedly, according to his defense, he absolutely aided Adelson and would never help him. So the theory that he would help, kill Dan Markel is just silly.
Yeah, I got the mail from Sunny,
between
and I
Luis
sent her an
Rivera,
invite. If she can work it
Tato,
out,
and
we can
him,
talk to her.
Tuto, Luis Rivera is only 5'4", and using physics and other magic math, he was too short to have done the kill shot. So he rode up to Tallahassee with Luis Rivera twice, one to scout Mr. Markel's movements, and one time to kill him. Now, again, the defense tried to play out that, Luis Rivera is a prison snitch. Do not believe anything that Mr. Rivera says. Why are we taking the word of the primero of the Latin kings, if you will? But, he did get found guilty, and he is serving a life sentence in Florida prison. Now you go to Tato, because of course we go to Tato. Now, Tato is 5'4". He was, according to the defense, the state, a bad dude. He was the primero, according to the defense, of the Latin kings. Now, the Latin kings apparently have a code of silence, and that could have been why he didn't say anything to the state until it was right up to his death penalty case, and he gave them some information about why he was involved in this conspiracy to kill Dan Markel, a man that, quite frankly, he had no connection to in any way, shape, or form. Now, Riviera was lifelong friends / brothers with Sigfrido Garcia. Now, he would do anything for his brother, he said. Now, Sigfrido Garcia was Catherine Magbuena's, baby daddy. So that's how we all know each other from these 3. Now, he is possibly not trustworthy. He is also too short to have made the kill shot from physics and other, unfortunate math equations. He did get a deal. So he got 19 years concurrent with his federal RICO charges. Riviera said that Catherine, kind of, I guess, enlisted him to kill Markel, with orders from Charlie Adelson, who we will get to in a minute. Now, they said that this price, all this deal, was going to be for $100K. So $100,000, he would help his brother get rid of this Dan Markel, and they were paid in $100 bills stapled into stacks of $1,000. Then we get to Catherine.
Yeah, and now we know why they were stapled. Because that's how... we have a visitor. Hope she get the technology to work. Let's go to this. And this. Hello, Sunny. And welcome to the stream.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
Okay. What I've noticed mostly, I'm looking at Charlie. He's not looking happy when Georgia makes accusations at him, and he's doing the head shake and the negative. Nobody's buying it in the audience. The jury is stone-faced. I don't think that they're going to like Wendy after the things Georgia said about her when she gets up on the stand. The name change thing the men, they didn't make faces, but you could tell that the men weren't, that was personal to them, that she took the man's name away.
It would be personal to a lot of people.
Yeah.
That really bothers me, so I can imagine.
So the next witness that they're going to get up is the medical examiner. And Georgia said, that's the prosecutor, Georgia said there's going to be some objections because I'm going to show photos. And then Rashbaum stands up and says, my objections are that the photos are cumulative and prejudicial. We already agree that Danny is dead. So then the judge says, state, and the state said, I have to prove every aspect of this case to the jury. And this is my job. And so the judge overruled her and said he will admit the photos and the manner and method of death. So that's going to come after lunch.
Okay.
Mrs. Markel gets up and leaves whenever the first responders, and she's done this at every trial. We met her last night. She won't be there for any of the descriptions or pictures.
I can understand that. Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry, I dropped something. Yes,
Mr. Markel is a pillar. He is stone-faced, sitting there. Charlie's within, I don't know, 2 large men between them. I mean, he's not far at all. And I want to go over and punch Charlie in the face. I don't know how his father, Mr. Markel, sits there. So they have a victim advocate with them, and she's, lets them know what's going to happen next. But it's still, when you see their face, it's just.
Yeah, I would imagine so, because they have much more intimate information than I or Mo will ever have. And just the fact that they haven't seen their grandkids since their son's murder, if I understand it correctly.
Well, I asked Mrs. Markel last night at the book signing if, now that she wrote a bill, and it was called the Grandparents' Bill, and it was passed in Florida. Thank you, Governor Ron DeSantis. Yes. And it has to do with one of the parents dying. So they're still working on, a little further than that, like a divorce or something. But that's the first step. So I asked her if she has a relationship with the boys, and she says no. The word brainwashed came up. They're both, one just had his bar mitzvah, so they were very young when Danny died, 3 and 4, I think it was. So they just had their bar mitzvah. We don't know what they tell them about why Uncle Charlie's not around. So they're just hoping that when the child get of age and with the victim advocate, that they'll be able to have a relationship with them in the next few years. There's the internet, you have friends talk.
Yeah.
I don't know how insulated the boys are, but the Markels still do not have a relationship with their grandsons.
Yeah, but I can imagine if you are the offshoot of a multi-billionaire family, you can afford to shelter the kids.
Well, I don't know that they're that wealthy. They're not generational wealth like the Murdochs. They were actually middle class growing up. And then Charlie got a hold of some money, I think selling prescription pads and stuff like that with his doctor. I think he might have sold steroids at the gym for cash. He had a couple of friends in him. They were all bulked up, it was just, and they don't look like that anymore. You know how that changes. In any event, that's to me with the cash. They bought a lot of properties and were renting them out. So he could be kind of like a slumlord. Where he was living wasn't really a nice place, and he's got them on the market for $5 million. We drove by there. There's a canal to get to the ocean, but other than that, the taxes on that building in Fort Lauderdale are no. So they're sitting there empty, both of his properties. And I think that the money they're stashing, they're hiding money, and the money is fast running out. They bought June a condo after the last trial. Charlie's old girlfriend. There's rumors that $300,000 went to her to get her a condo so she'll stay quiet. That's June Chinda. She is like the Philippine or the Thailand girl, friend of Charlie's with the lipstick and the Gucci bags. And he cheated on her and he had a baby with someone else and she still took him back because he bought her a Gucci. I mean, these people, you can't look her up. She's a character. So that was one of the friends.
Yeah. Mo is
I've
writing
got-
all of this down, and I'm just enjoying this. What I can find online is the Florida Adelson. Donna is either niece or cousin to the Nevada Adelsons, who is the owners of the Sands Resort.
That might have been. That might have been.
So
But,
there is money in the background, but I'm not. I haven't checked in on the family relation. If the previous matriarch cut them off or anything, all I know is that the Adelson family, Nevada and offshoots are the Nevadas are multi-billionaires. And if the Florida Adelsons that easily can conjure up $1 million in cash. Now, they might not be billionaires, but they're not poor.
No, they're not
that's
poor.
My interpretation of that's my interpretation of the information I could find out.
Well, they're living in a really nice Miami Beach high-rise. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about the cash and the stapled money. And if you remember not too long ago, maybe last year, the Surfside condo in Miami Beach collapsed. And amongst the rubble, they found, I don't know, hundreds of safes. So apparently it's, I mean, the people from Europe that maybe came here to seek a better life didn't trust banks. Maybe, you know, I mean, it seems like all of the older people down in Miami Beach and from the other parts of the country, of the world, have safes with money in them. So that's, at first we thought it was unusual. The staples are unusual. That's what's going to put the nail in Charlie's coffin.
Yeah.
Because nobody walks around with
buying.
Say it again.
Together. Oh, Mo, go ahead.
I'm breaking up.
Okay. Did anyone seem to be buying the whole "my girlfriend did it" to
okay. Yeah. Thank you, Sonny. Hopefully she can come back. But thank you for the information. If you can come back, that's perfectly okay. If you're listening or seeing this, go get some food because you need your energy in the courtroom. And thank you so much for reporting back to us. Much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. Well, I say that from Old Line Red. Oh, June is pretty. Yeah, it seems like Charlie has a type. A type. Oh, here she is again. Hi again.
Can you hear me? I'm back.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Now, I said that earlier that if you have to grab a bite to eat and everything because you need your energy in the courtroom to stay focused and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, thank you for having me. I feel honored.
This is so unexpected. And I'm eternally grateful for you to give us more information because I am very new to this case. I spent the past weekend reading up on it, watching the first two trials, and at least bits of it to get myself up to speed. Mo did a murder board to try to connect everything, and there are, it's like that conspiracy meme. Information board, which is funny. So I'm very grateful for you to relay your information to us, and that is extremely valuable. And
what struck you about Wendy the most, Nick? Did she come across as phony? Because most straight women think she's a phony. How does she come across to men?
Extremely entitled.
Do you find her attractive?
not in a conventional way, but I can understand why some men would find her attractive. I'm
Yes.
not
Okay.
sure because she has kind of a weird, thin but still puffy face, and
Yes.
Well,
It's
that's what
kind of
booze will do to
horsey.
you.
Bullet bourbon, baby.
yeah. And I just showed
Okay,
that
gonna run for
my
low.
my go-to
Hi,
bourbon
Sonny. I was
is a
just waving,
bourbon.
and I'm like,
Yeah.
you can't see me.
All
I
right.
see you.
Or
I
so-
see everybody. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm
And
so excited to be here, and I'll keep in the chat.
Okay, and
and
yeah,
if you can come
the
back
Markels
after
that
today, yeah, if you can come back
Okay.
after, you have the link to this stream and everything. So you're most welcome
Thank
back.
you very
And
much.
yeah, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
This is amazing.
yes.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Horsey.
she forgot to log out. Oh, no worries. That's amazing. And she actually talked to the mother during the book signing. I mean, the wealth of information we just stumbled upon.
And I didn't know that they rented out property and things like that. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes it's easier if you're. I know some channels can go out there, like Turtle Boy can go out there and do all the like talk to people jazz because he doesn't have 6 children that like to be fed and stuff. So it's nice that we have all these
and all
different
of that.
channels. Well, it's nice that we have all these different channels that can do different things. He also has a very different personality. That would never be my comfort zone. I think you'd have to pay me $1 bajillion, and I still would probably say, no thanks.
Yeah, and since I'm across the world, I can't really get there. But
yes,
yeah, that Delphi case, if I can, if he survives to trial, it will be so amazing just to walk in there and fill up a door frame. I mean, I've seen those metal detector thingies. We have the same size here, and some of them I have to walk sideways through. I mean, and that can be a bit intimidating, I've heard. Oh, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Sonny. Thank you so much for showing up.
I do like that I was wondering how the change of the name thing was going to, because how that was going to affect people, because look, I know I'm a little bit quaint and Midwestern, so that was a big like no to me, but I'm a bit quaint and Midwestern, and I'm okay with saying that might be, a big thing for me, but might not hit other people quite the wrong way. But to hear that it kind of.
Yeah, I would assume, especially the guys in the jury, hearing that, they might be stone-faced, but you get the tension. You clench your jaw a bit more when hearing that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, how much you dislike your ex-husband, removing names is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, removing names, but you're still going to take his money. How awesome of you.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Any insurance thingies from Mr. Dan Markel, he's the beneficiary or his kids. There might be another motive.
Yeah.
First of all, she doesn't have to pay up any more legal fees. And that kind of divorce, we are talking about hundreds and thousands of dollars.
And he was the better lawyer, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Now, Gigi, I do know that The very little bit I do know of Jewish culture is that Jewish heritage is passed down the matriarchal line.
Mm.
So, um, okay, here's a cat for you since my cat decided that he wanted to be here for reasons.
I'm not so sure YouTube likes my cat because my cat makes me do cursive words.
I was about to say, I think Nick's cat already attacked him earlier in the video, so he was here.
Yeah,
In
he
both
was here.
spirit
And
and cursing.
playing with my leg with his claws or murder mittens, and I said cursive words. Luckily, it was after the 2-hour mark.
Okay. Oh, good. Amy, Ohio. Thank you. I thought I was partially correct, but thank you for confirming.
Oh, and Shelba, I think they said the kids have 1 million each in a trust fund run by Dan's sister from life insurance.
Stop with the mic, you weirdo.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of money to the kids, and the more people in this that gets tried and sent away, the harder it will get for the family to keep brainwashing the kids. I mean, and if he was and I was not, they would have to go through conversion. Yeah, so you if the mother is Jewish, your kids will automatically be Jewish. If the father is Jewish and the mother is not, they have to go through conversion. Okay, that was through Wendy's previous Wendy trial testimony. Yeah. I don't.
Roberto, shh, you're getting pets too.
Yeah. Oh, Fry is here. Oh. I would assume if they get him convicted, they will make an offer.
Yeah, because the big thing was trying to get them, they have heretofore not, the mother and father have never sat down with investigators. So think about that. In the 9 years since this has happened, they have never had to sit down with investigators. And they were going to have to sit down for a deposition because they were called as witnesses for this trial. And it was such a hullabaloo. They were being such brats through their lawyers. And then they finally, when the judge told them that they were going to show up, they said, fine, but we'll plead the fifth. And he was like, you do that, we'll charge you with contempt, to the point that both prosecution and defense, I think, said, fine, we'll just take you both off of the witness list.
Yeah. And I can understand why. But I still don't understand why they gave Wendy immunity for her testimony.
I don't know.
Let's look at more murderboard.
Okay.
While we wait.
Megbuenia, or boobs or titties, if you would like to go with that particular nomenclature, which I find a little bit hilarious. Upper. There you go. Now, she was Charlie Adelson's, I call, rental girlfriend. She was doing a lot of, cash bar, I guess, club girl stuff. The way her defense attorney explained it, if you work cash bars, you get a lot of cash money. She was working at a lot of bars. Charlie Adelson was a playboy. He frequented a lot of bars. According to her defense attorney, the only problem that Miss Catherine has is that she has a douche magnetism, that she just will pick if there is 100 guys in a room and there is one douche canoe, she is going over there and she's confessing her undying love. And can you convict a woman for loving an ass? Well, yes, you can, but only after a hung jury the first time. Now, there is also, I failed to mention, a possible link between Luis Riviera, the Latin king, and Charlie, because Charlie allegedly, in Minecraft, was juicing up a little bit on the steroids, if you will, and he might have a drug connection to Mr. Riviera to get those steroids and any other illicit substances that one might want as a playboy. I don't know. This is alleged, and I am not a lawyer, so don't come at me, Mr. Addison. Now, she also allegedly was working at a dental office where she met Mr. Adelson, but somehow they met and they were going to have fun together, but she realized this was not a relationship. This was not a love match. They were not going to get married. This was only going to be for fun. Now, allegedly, they cooked up this scheme because she knew two bad dudes and he knew a guy that needed some killing, allegedly. And they came up with this idea that these two bad dudes could do this job for Mr. Charlie and it would be taken care of and they would get the money. And, Tato and Tutu would go out and buy themselves cars, motorcycles, all the fun stuff, imminently traceable after they got the cash. And, Charlie would also hire her at his dental office, but she wouldn't really have to show up. Now, the defense claimed that she, in fact, did show up. Now, again, this kind of explains she was paid by Donna Adelson, with checks signed by her from the dental institute that the family runs. Again, this is a family affair. This problem solving of the family kind. Now, she was not convicted in her first trial. The defense attorney was actually fairly good. She did bring a little bit of the doubt. But in the second trial, apparently Miss Catherine was not as sure on the witness stand. And, they did have the secretly recorded conversation at the restaurant Dolce Vita that, is quite damning, actually, I guess, according to prosecutors. So I guess that worked against her, when you talk about your conspiracy out in the open and it's recorded, can be a little terrible for you. So the second trial, she was found guilty of conspiracy to murder, and she's serving life in prison. She is also on the witness list for Charlie Adelson's upcoming trial. So let's get to the Adelsons because that's why we're here. Now, who is this Charlie and why is he going to be on trial? Who is this guy? Well, Charlie is a 47-year-old playboy periodontist and is allegedly the mastermind of the plot to kill Dan Markel, his sister Wendy's ex-husband, in order to facilitate Wendy to move down south to Tampa Bay to be close to her family to bring the boys because Dan Markel was not doing the bidding of the Adelsons. He was not going to, just roll over and let the Adelsons take these boys 400 miles away. He was not going to let Wendy just walk all over him in court. He was going to, play hardball a little bit and he was going to fight back. He was not going to let Wendy just walk all over him. And that was not going to be allowed. Oh, no. Now, he suggested paying or possibly killing the FBI agent posing as the blackmailer. Now, quite literally, several days after the killing of Dan Markel, an FBI agent posing as a blackmailer went up to Donna Adelson, the grandmother.
The parents Hi, Dave. The parents of Charlie and Wendy was supposed to testify, but they apparently loudly and clearly explained that if you force us to take the stand, we will both plead the fifth. And the judge said, well, if they do that, I will hold them in contempt. And after back and forth, prosecution and defense said, okay, we don't need those to testify. So the question in the chat was, how is that contempt by pleading the fifth as a witness? So maybe Dave can explain it. He has the link if he chooses to show up.
I think he's suffering from man cold too. I think we're all dying to death. So
yeah, Dave got a man cold through internet.
That's how I heard it was spreading.
Yeah,
Mask
he got
up
it
your
from
hard
Baker.
drives, people.
Yeah. We listen to you, Dennis, but having Dave on could further the explanation.
Mother, or as I call her, Granny Satan, and I think you'll figure out why. Look, I read her for filth, y'all, and y'all can just call me on it, but I am biased. She is downright evil, okay? Came up to her and basically handed her a folded piece of paper and tried to get her to admit that she had something to do with this by stating, you are helping out my friends, so and so and so and so. And Catherine and I would like you to do this for me. Now, that particular agent, they didn't realize that that was an FBI agent, but Charlie was willing to go to the mattresses, so to speak, to protect his family from the alleged blackmailer. Allegedly. All of this is allegedly until proven in court of law. This man must be presumed innocent, just like all the Adelsons, no matter how skeevy or downright evil their actions look. Or I think they are. They are all innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. We must remember that. Now, he did have a bit of the roid issue. So he does have a link to Luis Riviera and Sigfredo Garcia that way too, as well. So, he independently of Catherine could have, known these two as well. Now, he did allegedly say he would go National Socialist against anyone who went against his family. These are things that he said before. He also joked to anyone who would listen, and so did his sister Wendy, that lovely woman who we will get to as soon as we possibly can, that, he inquired quite extensively into getting a hitman at the end of her relationship with Dan Markel, but a TV was cheaper. So, he did also give Catherine a kind of no-show job, which was, a little interesting. He also was recorded in that Dolce Vita, recording that is potentially very damning.
Yeah, her explanation that, but I was there. I sat at the front desk and yada, yada, yada. No traces. No pictures.
Yeah.
No.
Well, and he was a
phone
traveling
record, no nothing.
periodontist. What desk is she sitting at?
Yeah. Yeah, there was nothing to back that up with. They tried, but no, it fell through.
So I have not heard that recording, but it is supposed to be fairly damning to the case and fairly incriminating from what the state has said. And, the state is the state. So we will wait to see that in court, because Why would we trust the state? But he is supposed to be the mastermind of this. Now, there's some reason to doubt that this man would work independently. So let's look at the other players in the Adelson family, and we'll come back to Jeffrey. But first, let's look at the woman who was married to Dan. You know,
We have to hide
the woman
crayons
who
in my
started the
house.
whole war, if you will. So Wendy Adelson is a lawyer, a former professor at FSU, and she is in immigration law as far as I can tell right now. And that is one of the reasons, supposedly, that she gave for wanting to move to Miami, 400 miles away from where the Markels resided when they were married. Now, she decided that she was unhappy in the marriage and decided to move the children, all their belongings, and everything else, and leave marriage dissolution papers or divorce papers on the marital bed while Dan was out on a business trip. So she went from zero to for zero reason, as you do, and pillaged accounts, heirlooms, and household items, refused to tell where the boys were for about, I think, 16 to 19 days. Basically wrote frivolous motion upon ridiculousness. And despite being from a wealthy and affluent family, required Dan Markel to pay her a lump sum and child support for the boys.
Yeah,
She did
$120,000 in a
misappropriate
lump sum
funds.
and
She did,
$840 a month.
use the boys as weapons. She talked extensively with her mother about, using psychological warfare because Dan, as a devoutly Jewish man, would be absolutely very upset if she were to, I don't know, baptize her sons as Catholic or dress her sons up as Hitler Youth. Now, keep in mind that all the Adelsons are also Jewish. So not only would that be completely disrespectful to Dan, but also to their own heritage. But what does that mean when you're trying to win a legal war? Why put the kids first when you can, show the dad off for some stupid reason?
Yeah, I would imagine if the parents took the stand in front of a jury, having that email read and ask the mother, the matriarch of the Florida Adelsons, why would you ever dress up your grandkids in Jugend uniforms just to spite the father? I mean, they are in their 60s, the grandparents, which means their parents lived through the Holocaust. Hey, talking about Malkels. Hey,
look at that demented crayon scratching there.
It is pretty bad. I'm gonna have to learn Google Whiteboard, so you're not,
Yeah.
so you're not subjected to my 7, hand scratchings from John Doe.
Okay, so I was just listening to Mo's sort of outlining of the case, and I heard you guys earlier. So the defendant is the brother, and the victim is the ex-brother-in-law, essentially?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so the individuals that were called to testify that were going to plead the fifth is the sister?
Nope. The parents of Charlie and Wendy.
Who's Charlie and Wendy?
Charlie
So
is the
his parents.
defendant. The defendant's parents. The parents
Well,
of
okay.
Wendy, the ex-wife, and and Charlie, the brother-in-law. Their parents, because they were very involved in the divorce. including but not limited to, let's pretend we are conversing the kids to Catholicism, and let's dress them up as Hitlerjugends just to spite the father, who was a devout Jew. And the Adelsons are Jewish.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal with pleading the Fifth Amendment. You can't, I mean, in theory you can, but when you are called as a witness and it is not your case, all right, that's the situation we're talking about here.
Yeah.
So if you're called as a witness and it's not your case, nothing against you. However, your testimony is going to be under oath, right? Presumably you have to tell the truth. Now, if your testimony could lead to incriminating statements against your own interest or against the interest of a spouse in some states, then you can plead, or then you could say, I'm not going to answer that question under the, under advice of counsel pursuant to the Fifth Amendment. But there's some qualifying things. It doesn't save you from testifying, period. It only saves you from testifying about those potentially incriminating things. And it doesn't even have to be like on its face criminal, right? The statement itself doesn't have to be on its face, but it could be something that's could lead to potentially criminal, or a potentially statement against your interest that could lead to some sort of criminal issue. We have the same thing kind of in reverse on criminal cases when someone wants to take a plea, but there's a potential civil issue out there. Say there's a domestic violence and also a divorce, and my client wants to plead guilty to the domestic violence just to kind of get it out of the way, but doesn't want that to be used against him. We have something similar that we plead no contest, which means I'm not admitting that I did this, but I'm not going to challenge your criminal charge either. And that way, nothing that he says can be used against him in the civil divorce proceeding or something like that. But it has to be very on point. I've had a case once where the judge is like, I don't allow no contest pleas unless you could compel, give me a really good reason why I should allow this. And so sometimes you have to jump through hoops. Now, I don't know if these two particular witnesses, that issue has been addressed, but it might be like, I'm going to plead fifth and I'm not even showing up. Well, the judge is going to be like, well, you can't. You need to at least appear because you're subpoenaed. And then we're going to talk about your Fifth Amendment thing. You should have your attorney here. Your attorney can argue for you. Yeah, we could answer a few questions, but when it comes to these specific areas, I'm going to advise my client not to make a statement. It's a whole production. But you can't just not show. And you can't just say, I'm not going to answer any questions under the Fifth Amendment. That's not really allowed. It's just limited to what potentially could incriminate you. So hopefully that clears up the issue.
Oh.
Are we back?
All the jurors back in the jury room. Okay.
How do you like this judge so far?
He is running a tight ship.
Cool.
A really
That's good to
tight
hear.
ship. Oh. Yeah. He went out of his way, walking up to the court personnel, to the, what you call it, to the camera
media
crew and explicitly to the media and said, this is how you control your cameras. You focus on the person asking questions and the person who's answering questions or at me. Don't randomly zoom in on the defendant just because you want a reaction, especially not if the defendant is talking to his lawyer or they are showing something to him. So, and they always ask him, may I? And he answers, you may. So he's running a tight ship.
Nice.
And I like him. And
hopefully that makes sense. Peace Pony. I awoke from my nap to the sound of Baker, and then I was in the chat, and Peace Pony came over and it's like, Dave, Nick's got a question over in his street. I was like, all right, I'll come over.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for showing up despite your man cold. We were trying to explain the difference between an ordinary cold and a man cold to Ghostery. I don't think we convinced her.
Yeah, no, a man cold always has the chance of fatality. I saw that. That's really what it is. Yeah, you just
yeah.
You might as well be in a coma because there's not much else that's getting done.
I shall offer no comments because it's usually a fatality by homicide.
Yeah. Stop whining, you lazy bastard.
Well,
Clonk.
it would be okay if y'all would suffer in silence, but you suffer in loudness.
I just don't ask me about it, and then I won't tell you about it. But if you're going to ask me how you're feeling, I'll explain the whole thing to you and go on and on.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I can't get sympathy from my girlfriend because she's a registered nurse, and if I complain about something, she will tell me how her day was in the ER, and yeah, that'll shut me up.
You know, I grew up next to it with a Dennis Heaton across the street from me. Is this the same Dennis Heaton?
I don't know. Dennis Heaton? Are you the Dennis Heaton from Michigan?
Yeah.
MLS is
Choosing
choosing
a
a
coffin
soon.
Yeah, I'm building my coffins out of pine.
Okay, it's
no, he's not the Dennis Heaton from Michigan.
Maybe he's too embarrassed to admit it, and that's why he's
Probably
saying
that's
no.
it. Yeah, definitely that.
Anything that needs to be addressed.
Goodbye.
Mr. Rauschbaum?
Nothing.
All right.
Yeah, sober Jim Belushi is on the defendant.
I just love that
I looked at
Charlie
the
looks like he's
defendant
got-
and the defense counsel, and I was like, this looks like a trial from 2001, just with the way they look and everything.
I love the defendant looks like he's had as much sleep as I have. Those under eye circles. Oof. Him and me. 0.3
Judge
hours
is
of
Stanley
sleep.
from The Office. Judge is Stanley from The Office.
No, Stanley from The Office had hair. Does he have a mustache? Yeah, he has a mustache.
But, yeah.
Otherwise, he looked like
Oh my gosh.
Cleveland from the Family Guy.
He looks so the defendant looks like the guy from My Two Dads Perfect Strangers, Balky and what's his face?
Balky from Perfect Strangers, or not Balky, but the other guy. Yeah,
The other guy, not Balky. Dang it.
I forgot that show existed. Oh my god, I need to go find that show now.
David, we need a thumbnail. Not Perfect Strangers, not Balky. Oh no.
Yeah, Peace Peony, we can't unsee that now. Cousin Larry.
Oh yeah, Cousin Larry. That was his name. Oh my god, I love
There
that
used
show.
to be a very, very large comedian, but I won't show the picture because that might be insulting.
Please tell me the judge sounds like Cleveland from Family Guy.
No.
That would be amazing. Does he sound like that? Does he have like the high pitched?
No.
No.
Damn it.
No, Cleveland's a low
not really.
pitch.
Well, he's got kind of a whiny voice. I don't even know how to describe his voice.
What's that?
I'm just thinking him saying no, no, no as he's sliding off the down in the tub. You know, sliding down the floor in the tub.
Now I want to go watch Perfect Strangers.
Larry from the Three Stooges.
Yeah, there's an American. No, he doesn't really look like that one. Thank God. I was thinking about a guy, an American comedian. I think he's no longer with us.
Patrice O'Neill?
Lowell. No, Lowell Crawford. No, he's
I don't
still
know.
around and kicking.
Patrice O'Neill died. I had tickets to see one of his stand-up shows, and he died.
Oh, I'm Swedish. Yeah. Okay. Did you hear Sunny? Sunny Tanner. She came on here during the lunch break. She's in court and she's in the chat, so she's reporting on what she sees and stuff like that.
That's awesome.
Directly from the courtroom. So everything is on silent, but yeah. She spoke to the mother of the victim yesterday during a book signing, because the mother of the victim is an author in her own right. So she had conversations.
She write a book about this?
I don't know. Okay, yes.
By the way, Nicholas, look at this awesome tie in Mo. One of my listeners sent this to me yesterday. I had a little unboxing at the office.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Is your Halloween costume you're going to be the lawyer from the Long Island serial
Jody.
killer case?
No, but that's where it came from, because I was like, I would wear that tie to court, and somebody sent it to me. I wore it to court today.
Oh, speaking of,
David, his hat didn't match anything.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I received this in my mail. I have no idea. It's a package. I have no idea, because I have no emails. I have no records or anything. So it might be drunk me who found a way to order me things definitely without me knowing, or someone found out my address and sent me something. Tomorrow,
I did get an
on
email
Finally
heads up
Friday,
about my package.
Yeah. Tomorrow on Finally Friday, I will open it.
Nice.
Or it will be one of the, what do you call it? Once you enough memberships or super chats, I will open it live on stream tomorrow on my Finally Friday stream.
Nice. I got a heads up about it. I got an email from the individual who sent it saying to expect it. I was still a little nervous. I'm like, I don't know if I want to open this. But I figured I'd do it live on stream in case anything bad happened. I opened it and I looked in. I'm like, oh, it's a tie.
Oh, I did post my Amazon gift account link. Yeah, but that package is not enough for a jacket. And so I know idea. What else was I was planning to say? I forgot. Yeah, you need a pink shirt.
Anyone who's for anyone who's been watching our Jody area streams and doesn't know what a Tootsie Pop is, because I don't know if they're all over the world, this is a Tootsie Pop.
Okay.
I got Tootsie Pops everywhere. I got all kinds of Halloween candy, so I'm enjoying it.
Oh. What are they waiting for in the trial? I was about to say something, but I forgot what it was.
I need an image of that attorney, and I will recreate the outfit, and I will wear it to court because it was absolutely awesome.
Okay, so it was a satin overcoat, satin or pleather, I can't tell, but it was shiny.
Yeah, and then his hat was striped.
With a band that didn't match.
What's his name?
Joe something or other.
Did you go to the bathroom? Who needs to go to the bathroom? Once we're done with the bathroom, we'll get started.
Maybe somebody. No, I don't think anybody sent me pop rocks. It seems to be some kind of clothing. I'm not sure. A channel I follow. His name is Daniel. He does fantasy and sci-fi. Sometimes he does gift openings, and he calls it "Please, dear God, don't be a bomb."
I was thinking more glitter bomb than real bomb, but I'm like, it's probably from Daryl, pranking me with something.
Yeah.
My son would be immensely excited if we got a glitter anything, but please don't send a glitter anything, a glitter kablowie to me.
Yeah.
David, did you see? I have hope from our future generations. A kid in Maryland checked the state ordinances and realized if he sent kablowie threats and he was under the age of 13, he couldn't get any sort of reprimand or punishment, because under the age of 13, any sort of criminal punishment has to be reserved for actual crimes of violence. So he actually read state ordinances before he sent in kablowie threat emails.
Wow. Well, I'm not sure if I'm impressed with his skills or still astonished by, despite the fact that he's smart enough to research it, I'll still went ahead and did it.
Well, I mean, he's dumb enough to do it, but I feel proud for Maryland that at least one of their students is reading above grade average.
Yes.
And Sonny Turner says, Charlie should have hired at least one local attorney, don't you think? All these big city boys. This won the government seat and home to FSU and, I don't know, FMAU. Fuck my arse out? I don't know. I don't think that's the abbreviation. But yeah, sometimes you want to have a local lawyer and not somebody. When I drive here from Fort Lauderdale, can that be? Yeah.
It goes both ways. I've been hired to handle cases outside of my general area, and sometimes you feel like you're the big city lawyer, whatever, especially when you go to these really small towns, but you don't. I don't know. I've had jury trials that way. I've had bench trials. I've had other matters. I feel like if you walk in there and you're like, oh, this is a cool little town, I love this courthouse kind of thing, everyone treats you very nice. But if you walk in there with an attitude, then you're going to get attitude back.
Listen to me, you peasants. Doesn't work.
Yeah, no. It's all about how you approach it.
Yeah. I have an advantage is that my Swedish accent is very local and everybody knows about it and it sounds happy. So I fool a lot of people because I'm never happy.
Well, there you go.
It sounds... People sometimes makes it sound like it sounds not clever because the way we say words. But yeah, that can have its advantages when in negotiations, having your counterpart believing you're a moron. And yeah, what's going on? Tony said that jury is late returning. Yeah, yeah, they are. They should have been back 15 minutes ago.
Well, not that tight of a ship, apparently. The judge is running.
I
gotta get my costume out for tonight.
Oh yeah, we are on to excited utterance. I might have something, but not the one I'm using on Tuesday, and not the one I'm using on next Saturday.
Yeah, I have. I have 3 out already. I have 1 for Jody. I have 2 for expert. I need 1 for excited. I don't want to repeat.
I'm
It's
trying to
unseemly,
get
right, Mo? It's unseemly to repeat an outfit.
Members of the
I'm trying to
jury
get all
will
mine
continue with
going.
the state's case at this time. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Clark.
State's witness. Dr. Clark. Yeah, and if you're new, gory pictures, if they show up on screen, I will do one of these. Because I don't need gory pictures, you don't need gory pictures, and YouTube doesn't like me showing gory pictures.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand.
Oh,
Do
Santa.
you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, it is.
You may take your seat.
That's an impressive
Before
beard.
I
Oh my
start
God, that
this
beard.
witness, The clerk advised me that State's Exhibit 121, the glass.
Looks like he should be on Duck Dynasty.
I
Mr. Markel's
know.
face
Okay,
was
Sal, where did you
identified
come
but not admitted, so I'll move 121 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 121 is admitted.
And I'd also like to ask Your Honor
Oh
to
my God,
read the
Dennis Eaton
stipulation
is right.
regarding
It's
the
Gary from
swabs
Neurotic.
that Ms. Maltese collected from the crime scene.
This is a doctor. I love him. He could treat anything.
When parties agree that certain facts are true, that's called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are the following. Miss Carrie Rosanna, a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, conducted DNA testing in this case and reported the following results. The swabs collected from the crime scene by Joanne Maltese were tested for the presence of DNA. Ms. Rosanna analyzed the swabs and opined that due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from the swabs, the data was not interpretable, meaning there was not enough information present to make an identification.
Thank you, Your
All right,
Honor.
no DNA.
You may.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, CLARK.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as an associate medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Science in the
Think he puts a
Central
net around
Medical
his
Examiner's
beard?
Office in Macon, Georgia.
What about back in 2014?
I was employed as an associate medical examiner with District 2 Medical Examiner's Office here in Tallahassee, and an employee of KWB Pathology Associates.
How long were you employed here as a medical examiner?
About 16 years.
All right, could you briefly go through your education and training that qualifies you to do your job?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I then did 2 years of animal research at MIT, then was accepted to the Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and went to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical residency internship.
That's a good
I
beard.
then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did
It would
4
take
years of
me
anatomic
6
and
months
clinical
to go
pathology.
to that.
I graduated from that program and traveled down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia, in association with Emory University. I finally got my first job as the Southwest Regional Medical Examiner for the GBI DOFS in Moultrie, Georgia. And then I traveled to Tallahassee, where I was District 2, and then back to Georgia now. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in Georgia and in Florida.
All right,
And
and
on
what
the
are the duties
seventh,
of an
now he
assistant
rested.
medical examiner?
As an associate medical examiner, I am involved in death investigation. I'm the individual that examines the dead person and determines the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you conducted throughout your career?
It's well over 7,500.
Have you testified as an expert in a court of law before today?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender the expert judge in the area of forensic pathology.
Defense wish to deny the witness any further.
No, Your Honor.
Any challenge to his qualifications to render an opinion?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of forensic pathology. You may continue.
Dr. Clark, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that autopsy conducted?
We performed the autopsy on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
This was performed at the Tallahassee morgue at that time.
All right. And did you take photographs to assist you in documenting the autopsy process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 25 through 34. Ask if you recognize those exhibits.
States Exhibits 26, this one, 25 and 26 are photographs of the x-rays we took prior to performing the autopsy, and the rest of these are the photos from the autopsy itself.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I've asked to prove into evidence States 25 through 34.
25 to 34 are admitted over the defense's objection.
Permission to publish?
You may.
All right, let's start with 25, please.
Yeah, the defense objected because they don't object to the man being murdered. They so they don't see the relevance of showing all the autopsy photos. And the state argued back that this is they need to prove every element. So the objection was
What are we
overruled.
looking at in States Exhibit 25?
This is an x-ray of the decedent's head. And what we want to see here is that these really dense white areas here
that's okay.
and here, these are the bullets that I recovered from the head at the autopsy.
Okay, so one in the center of the forehead there and one on this kind of the side of the face.
Center forehead and here on the left side of the face.
All right, and States Exhibit 26, please.
Oh, that really shattered the whole.
As part of the x-ray series, we like to look at what we call laterals, not just also to see where they are in the skull. And you can see that even though it looks like it's in the center of the head, it's towards the back of the head here. And then this one is near the left side of the jaw here.
27, please. How many times was Professor Markel shot?
Twice.
Both in the head?
That's correct.
Where were the entrance wounds?
Okay, this is actually the identification photograph to show who this decedent is, but you can see the trauma here. You have a gunshot wound right here, just inside this left eyebrow here, and then you have another gunshot wound here on the outside left cheek.
States Exhibit 28, please. What does this photo show?
Seems like they have.
This is the gunshot wound number one I described in the autopsy report. This is the entry wound here. And you can see around it are all these irregular abrasions. These abrasions are from shattering glass, causing these that's exploded onto his face and causing these little bits of scraping all the way down here on his ear and on his neck here. Also, you can see the massive amount of swelling and soft tissue injury in this area. The bullet actually winds up just about where the pointer is right now, just below this earlobe on the, just above the corner of the left side of the jaw, lower jaw here. You can see that there's been some hemorrhage around the eyelid, the eye here, and then you see gunshot wound number 2 here, just inside the left eyebrow.
Does calling them gunshot
in a
wounds
bit, we'll
1
be
and
showing
2,
pictures.
does that correspond with your opinion
No.
as to the order of the shots?
No, ma'am.
Now, remember, Sunny is in the courtroom, so she sees these pictures. She is telling you all in the chat what we are looking at. She says
yeah, she says they're showing them, but at least they're not showing it on camera. That's good. The X-ray picture though was interesting. I'd like to see that. And I'm not sure why Law Kong is saying that this is garbage. I mean, manner of death is kind of important in a murder case. but maybe he's commenting
Yeah.
behind. I don't know.
You still have to,
I don't know.
don't you still have to prove how he died? I mean,
Yeah.
at any point,
Yeah.
the defense could say, if you didn't prove this exactly right, they have to cross their I's and dot their T's. No, the other
Well,
way around.
yeah, part of your job
That
as a defense
reversal.
counsel, even if you know your client's guilty or you think your client's guilty, is to make sure the state does their job. They don't take any shortcuts with their guilty defendant, because
Yeah.
then the system works and they're not going to take shortcuts with your innocent, defendant. So, yeah, make them jump through all the hoops that they are required to jump through.
Yeah. And Sonny says, this is the picture that she is watching right now. All the glass embedded in his face since shot through car window. Yeah, I'm glad we are not seeing this, because I wouldn't be able to show. Now, me and Dave have probably seen that and worse, but most of you in the audience haven't, and YouTube does not like. YouTube doesn't care if Law and C-Word or Court TV does it, but they care if I do it.
And that just tells you that way for me easily to describe what they are. Actually, I think I did it backwards. This is one and this is two. So
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to the order of the shots?
yes, ma'am, I do now, after I found out about the scene investigation and what was going on, that this was most likely the first gunshot wound because of the glass.
Now, this might be a little garbage.
Around the wound itself. And then the second one actually has some characteristics of what we call gunpowder stippling, where the muzzle of the gun, out of the muzzle of the gun comes burning and unburnt gunpowder particles, and they strike the skin, also causing scrapings. But those scrapings are more homogeneously the same size, so it looks more like a gunpowder injury.
All right. So the first in time, in your opinion, is the one to the cheek?
Yes,
The lower one?
this would be number one in time sequence, and then this would be the second one.
Okay. And can you tell the jury anything about the range, meaning how far away the muzzle of the firearm would have been from Mr. Markel when these shots were fired?
This one here on the cheek, I cannot tell because there's what's called an intermediate target, something in between that's blocking any of the gunpowder characteristics on the skin. On the top one here, to the just inside the left eyebrow, again, you're talking within inches.
All right,
Yeah,
very
so
close.
through the car window,
Yes.
and
All
then
right. And
gone
when you're talking
forward.
about the intermediate target in reference to the gunshot wound that happened first, would that be consistent with the bits of glass hitting his face
That's correct.
and causing those abrasions around the entrance wound?
That's correct.
Would the gunshot wound that happened first in time have caused his death immediately?
More than likely not. It may have stunned him, or most likely stunned him because of the impact to the face. But most of the damage is to the face, and I don't think there was much damage to the brain at that point in time.
And what about the one that happened second in time?
Now, the second one actually went through the right side of the brain, and that would have rendered him unconscious almost immediately. But there was a survival time after that.
Meaning he didn't.
Are they going
die
for an
right
enhancement?
away.
That's correct. His heart and lungs kept working.
All right. Were the injuries survivable? Meaning, if he had
believe
gotten
so.
medical attention sooner?
No, all the trials so far has been conspiracy 2 and murder 1. But
Okay,
haven't heard
I was
anything
wondering if they
about-
were going for a sentencing enhancement in that the murder was especially cruel, like if you torture somebody before you kill them, right? And so I'm wondering if the
Yeah.
shot order was relevant to that, because otherwise I don't see a relevance to the shot order.
Yeah, and no, death penalty is not on the table on this, so only life.
If something had been done differently, he could have survived.
Well, he got medical attention, but it did not help him. So yes, they were a non-survivable injury to the right with the gunshot wound to the head.
State's Exhibit 29, please. What does this exhibit show? I think we need to, can we turn it so that it's like this? Yep, no. Yes. What are we looking at in this image, doctor?
Okay, again, what I was looking at was this coarse abrasions or scrapings of the skin on the ear, and there's some scattering on the neck here. Most of it's on the face up here. And again, that's what I called pseudo-stippling in the autopsy report. Also, you can see that the side of his neck is kind of discolored and it's very swollen here. There's been a lot of hemorrhage into the soft tissues from the gunshot wound that has traveled from here down to here.
All right, states 30, please. What are we looking at in this image?
Now we're looking at gunshot wound labeled as number 1. This is the entry here. And you see these fine specks up here. Those are small abrasions or scrapings of the skin, consistent with gunpowder stippling. So there was no intermediate target at that point in time. So the gunpowder from the discharge from the muzzle of the gun struck the skin and left these marks.
Can you tell them anything about what the firearm, what type of firearm it would have been or could have been based on?
Not from the stipple pattern of the gunshot wound injuries themselves. The bullets were more consistent with being fired from a revolver.
And what's the difference between a revolver and other types of weapons?
Well, the revolver usually can use just lead slugs, and they're usually not copper jacketed or metal jacketed.
Okay. And is the revolver the one that has the cylinder like a cowboy gun that spins around?
Yes, ma'am.
Does not eject casings when it's fired?
That's correct.
Okay. Next photo, please. Doctor, what are we looking at in states 31?
Okay, this is depicting the gunshot wound to the outside of the left cheek here. You can see the coarse stippling going all the way to the nose, to around here, the injury around the left eye from hemorrhage from these 2 gunshot wounds. And then you see the other gunshot wound to the what we call glabella, or just inside the left eyebrow.
So what we're seeing as a discoloration or what appears to be black eyes, is that secondary to the gunshot wounds or consistent with some other injury?
No, that's consistent with the gunshot wounds.
Next photo, please. This is 32. Turn it like this. What does states 32 show?
This is a close-up of his left forearm. His wrist is over here, his elbow is here. And what you're seeing here is a crescent-shaped deposit of soot. Okay? Now, soot, not only in a revolver, not only comes out of the muzzle, but it also comes out what's called a cylinder gap. If you think about a cowboy gun or a 38 special or something like that, that cylinder there's a little gap between that and the actual muzzle, so that you can have soot coming out, even have other particles coming out. These are a little bit finer than I thought initially, but I called it pseudo-stippling. There are some irregularities here, but I think that this is probably soot deposition from the discharge from the cylinder gap, and that would imply that his arm was somewhere near that when that shot took place.
All right, so potentially consistent with him perceiving the threat and putting his arm up and to try to defend himself.
Correct.
States Exhibit 33, please.
He had his
What is
phone up,
states
so
33?
and the
States
business card,
33 is the bullet that
we
we
might have a
recovered
phone.
from the left jaw area. If you can see, if you remember what the x-ray looked like, it looked like a barrel, and that's what we have here.
And states 34.
And that is the deformed bullet that we pulled out of the back of the right side of the brain.
I'm going to approach with states 122 and 123. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes. States 123 is the packaging that I used to put the bullet in. The bullet is currently out, and this is from the brain. And in States Exhibit 122
Hey,
is the
Branko.
packaging and the bullet that I pulled out for the gunshot
Welcome.
wound to the left cheek
Welcome.
area.
And are these in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them from the body?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce at this time states 122 and 123.
Any objection? No objection. 122 and 123 are admitted.
They're published.
You may.
These are the same items that we just saw in those last two photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Doctor, what was the cause of death in this case?
I put the cause of death as gunshot wounds to the face and head.
And what about the manner of death?
This would be considered a homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
No questions, Your Honor.
They are moving through the witnesses quite fast.
You may call
I
the
don't
next
think
witness.
this will be as long of a trial as against the actual hitman, which was 8 or 9 days.
Do you have a stipulation at this time? I would ask Your Honor to read the stipulation in reference to the firearms.
Yes, revolver.
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in State's Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and are determined to have been fired from the same revolver.
Yeah, could almost agree to that. Both in the same head. Yeah, kind of makes sense. But if the gun tool mark guy knew that, well, he should have been presented with 10 different bullets and said, 2 of these match each other. Which ones? Then, yeah, I wouldn't care more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that
Please raise your
whisper,
hand.
something about crazy.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Okay. The difference
Please
between
say your
this
name and
guy
spell
and
your
the cop.
Patrick Sanford,
Earlier?
Sanford.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Approximately a little over 24 years, 22 of which I was here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties there?
I'm a special agent. I investigate cases and protect national security.
And were you assigned to investigate
Protect
a murder
national
case involving
security.
the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I
He
was.
spies on
Were you the
MAGA
lead
memas.
investigator on that case?
Correct.
Did you assist the
Yeah.
Tallahassee Police Department in that case?
Yes, I did.
Why was the FBI included in that particular investigation?
At the beginning, they had several leads, like interviews, things that they need to track down that were outside of the city of Tallahassee. That we have agents, all over the country, so we're able to facilitate some of those leads and track down certain aspects of the case.
And were some of those leads in the Miami area?
Yes, they were.
And were you assisted by Miami authorities as well in the investigation?
Correct.
As part of the investigation, were the people that were considered to be closest to the victim interviewed?
Yes, they were.
And would that include the ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
What did you learn in the investigation about the relationship between the victim and his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone to through a very contentious divorce, which even after the divorce was finalized, they still had several issues that they dealt with through the court system.
Yeah, that's not really what she said in the first trial. She tried to argue on the stand, Wendy Adelson, that no, it was not especially contentious. Yeah, that was disproven quite fast. And
She's like, it was all people.
just a little
fight.
scuffle. Yeah.
Got a scotch heated.
And I'm having a bit of fun with this FBI agent. He fits in that witness box quite easily. the cop earlier had to have his arm up on the side to fit. I mean,
is it a small box or was it just a large witness?
I think it's a normal sized box, and this FBI agent is tiny, and that cop was large.
Yes.
So it's the difference between you and I.
Yeah. But this guy is thin also.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
You had an opportunity to look at that exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
It doesn't look like the
It's a very
Keebler elf.
accurate
It does not
copy
look like
of
the Keebler
Wendy
elf.
Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce file.
That's correct.
Is that
That's the divorce file?
Correct.
Gibbly, gibbly.
That's the court file. Sorry,
Yeah.
that's a divorce file. So there's obviously motions. There's the complaint, the answer, a lot of motions. The judgment of divorce is like maybe 10 pages at the back end of that. I have cases, and I have cases that are, I don't know what happened there. I have cases that are like contained in boxes. This was not an amicable divorce.
Oh no. Oh
I mean,
no, it
my
wasn't.
love for binders is my binder love is tingling, but my holy giblet lawyer fees is going like, oh no.
Yeah. And I assume this is for his testimony only, more or less the summaries, not all the papers. And it's still a big binder. Oh.
And evidence states exhibit 56.
In objection to states 56.
Cousin Larry.
States 56 is.
It's good that they present this now, because if Wendy
Did you
decides
review
to
this
testify,
divorce file as part of your investigation in this case?
Yes, I did.
About how many pages are in that?
Around 576, I believe.
And I want to draw your attention to a couple things specifically, like on page 82, paragraph 13. They were arguing.
I will see if I can. Show me where he is. No, not that. Oh, where is he? Yeah. Dave, that's a slight difference, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a lot bigger for sure. Maybe he had a phone book he was sitting on.
That's what happened.
Going over everything, right? All the belongings,
Correct.
down to a tennis racket.
That's correct.
As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with her children from Tallahassee to Miami, Florida?
Yes, she did.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida, according to the filings?
The filing stated that she had a job offer in South Florida that was more lucrative than her current job.
And did Mr. Markel object to her petition to relocate with the children?
He did.
Did he file quite a lengthy and emphatic objection to that?
Yes,
hey,
he did.
Solomon, welcome.
And in his motion, and that's going to be on page 82, why did he indicate he believed was the sole reason that Ms. Adelson wanted to move to South Florida?
He says that he stated that the sole reason was because she could relocate with the party's minor children to be near her parents.
And was the relocation petition that Wendy filed, was that ruled on?
Yes, it was.
All right, so what did the court say about that?
The court ruled against that and ruled against her, saying she had to stay in Tallahassee with the children.
Yeah. And remember that Florida, as many other states, if a woman wants more custody, she normally gets it. Here, the court was adamant, no, 50-50.
Yeah,
More and more courts are going that way, actually, to the 50-50 as a default. It's been a movement over the last 5 or 6 years or so, and So it's not as automatic, although it's still in the mindset of most people that file for divorce, like, oh, I'm the woman, I'm going to get sole, physical, and most of the custody. But it's starting to go towards the 50-50 as a starting point now, which is good.
Yeah. And that's one thing that surprises me. With all the spite in that family, she, to my knowledge at least, never claimed abuse or anything against him. To my
Yeah,
knowledge.
she called him a narcissist and things like that, but
Yeah, but nothing abuse to the children. But then again, he's a law professor with criminal law and stuff like that. He would have, the risk of her losing might have been greater than in a normal case.
Yeah.
And if I said that was June 20th of 2013, does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. When was the divorce made final? And for that, I'll direct you to page 457 and 458.
I believe it was made final in July 31st of 2013, I believe.
All right. And did that conclude the issues between, the legal issues between Miss Adelson and Professor Markel?
No, it did not.
All right. So they continued to file quite a lot of filings after that. Is that right?
That's correct.
In fact, there's over 250 more pages of stuff after the divorce was final. Does that sound right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to March 26th of 2014. Did Mr. Markel file a motion seeking some relief related to the grandmother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
And what specifically was he seeking in reference to Donna Adelson?
He was seeking to limit her visitation rights to where they had to be monitored, supervised
by another adult.
That's correct.
And why in the pleading did Mr. Markel indicate that this supervision was needed?
I'm sorry. Could you refresh the page number?
Look at 450. Yeah, 450.
Mr. Markel stated that that the children informed him that grandma says you're stupid and that she says you're trying to take your sunshines away.
That grandma, meaning Donna Adelson,
That's correct.
was saying that Dan Markel, telling the kids that Dan Markel was stupid?
That's correct.
Did you also come into possession of some emails that were exchanged between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson?
We did.
Oh.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as
I don't wanna
State's
miss this.
Exhibit 57. Have you had an opportunity to review those emails
Yes, I have.
prior to today, which we can't find? Have you had a chance to review those before today?
I have.
Okay. Anything in those emails that goes to motive in your investigation?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
She was being very assertive. Mrs. Adelson, Mrs. Donna Adelson was being very assertive with Wendy Adelson, trying to influence her to do different things to Mr. Markel to get him to agree to let her and the children to move to South Florida.
And what was the thing that was expressly stated in these emails as the most important part of Wendy's whole divorce and litigation?
It was relocation to South Florida to be close to the family.
All right. And was there mention in those emails of a bribe that was to be offered to Dan Markel to potentially facilitate this relocation?
There was.
And who was going to pay for the bribe?
There was going to be a three-way payment between Donna and Harvey Adelson. We're going to pay 33% of it. Charlie Adelson would pay 33%, and then Wendy would pay the other 33%.
All right. And what was the total amount of this potential bribe?
$1 million.
All right. Was there any financial benefit to Wendy Adelson that occurred as a result of Dan Markel's death?
There was.
What were those finding that benefit or benefits?
There was at least, I believe, a couple of life insurance policies, one of which was around $2 million. There was Social Security benefits to the kids that were provided, I believe, like $4,800 a month. There was a 401k that he left behind, and some other accounts.
Pension as well?
Yes, there was a pension.
Okay, and some deferred comp, $217,000 there?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a bit more money than I thought. Mostly beneficiary to the kids, but definitely, and the litigation cost as well on top of that Wendy didn't have to, or as Dan alleged in one of his motions in the divorce, that Donna and whatever his name is, Wendy's parents footed all the bills for her divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grandma
And
seems
look
to
at
be Granny Satan, allegedly.
yeah, and if you look at that binder, over 500 pages, that's not a $10,000 divorce case. What do you say?
Well, I mean, that could be a custody case. You know, it's probably not about money. It's more about custody. And potentially,
but
you know, child support.
Yeah, but every motion, every paper sent in has to be signed by a lawyer.
Yep.
So it's not a $10,000 divorce and everything else.
Oh, you mean the cost? The cost? No, this is an expensive divorce.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like about like the money they were fighting over.
No. Oh God, no. $2 million life insurance, $400,000 401k, $4,800 a month to the kids. I mean, yeah, that's a ton of money.
Yeah, I mean,
so
$20,000 on each end seems realistic. Attorney fees. So $40,000 out of the marital estate.
Yeah, at least.
At least, I mean, I don't know if that's. I mean, again, that's the stuff that was filed. That doesn't mean that that's the attorney's file, right? That's all the stuff that they went through, picked out, and filed and drafted with the court. That's not the boxes at the attorney's office that they had to go through.
Oh Lord.
No. Yeah.
Oh, hey, I gotta take a work
You
call. I'm
mentioned
just
the 401k.
realizing.
Do you
I'll be
recall
right
how
back.
much money was in that?
Okay.
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay, is there something that could refresh your memory on that?
Possibly.
Does $100,000 sound right?
Yes, it does.
Yep.
All right. As part of the investigation in this case, you looked at sort of the people closest to Dan. Did you also investigate the day of the homicide and his routine or activities that day?
We did.
And what did you learn about his schedule that day?
That morning, he had custody of the kids that day, of his two children, his two boys. He took them to daycare over off of West Tharp Street, dropped them off around 8:50 a.m., and then drove back across town and went to Premier Gym right off of McClay Boulevard, Thomasville Road, Capitol Circle area.
Was there any surveillance image?
Some divorce cases, one party is trying to make the other one bankrupt, so they can't afford to contest anything else. That seems to be where this one was headed. And when stuff gets expensive, people are looking for ways out. Like, we pay you $1 million to let them relocate. But that was never, that offer allegedly was never given. But $1 million, I mean, if they can have someone whacked for 100,000 instead of giving him 1 million and try and think they are getting away with it. Yeah.
Just captured outside the gym that showed the vehicles coming and going from there?
Yes, there was some exterior cameras on gym itself, on the roof of the gym.
And did that surveillance, were you able to identify from that surveillance which vehicle was Dan Markel's vehicle arriving at the gym?
Yes, we were.
Okay, and was there another vehicle that appeared to be a suspect vehicle captured in this video?
That's correct.
And why did you describe, or why am I describing this other vehicle as a suspect vehicle?
We did obtain multiple pieces of footage, video footage around town, also showing that it appeared a light green Prius was following Mr. Markel wherever he went that morning.
And was that description of a vehicle consistent with the description that Mr. Geyer gave us of the vehicle that he saw leaving the crime scene?
That's correct.
All right. Was there a compilation of relevant clips or parts of this video surveillance collected
No, I've
from
never been
Premier
divorced.
Gym to show the jury just sort of the relevant
portions?
portions?
There was.
And you've had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
Okay, and those images are fair and accurate clips or portions of the Premier Gym surveillance video?
That's correct.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce into evidence that Premier video surveillance footage at this time, which I believe is 83. Will you check that?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 83 is admitted.
States 83, Your Honor, and that's going to be in the form of, what did it say by 83? It's in the form of a disc, Your Honor, but I'd ask for permission to publish by way of the laptop.
All right. You have taxi duties?
Yes, I will be picking up the boys. That generally takes about an hour, and then I will be back. I will help you guys out. I will be on with Excited Utterance for a little bit for her Halloween stuff, but there will be no nightly newsy news tonight. I've got either a fall thing tonight or just resting, learning how to listen to all the body stuff. Apparently the whatever seasonal, whatever this is going around. I guess I got man flu from all of you through. Please be safe. Put a mask over your hard drive and microphone.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Baker
I will
gave it to
see you
Dave,
guys
and Dave is
later.
giving it to you. Yeah.
Yes.
See you around. See you in a bit.
So bye, guys. I will be listening in the car because this is going to get interesting. Bye, guys.
Yep. Bye-bye. All right.
All right, if you'll kind of walk us through what we're looking at here, and we may need to pause when he starts talking.
This is from the roof of the Premier Gym. This is off of the north side facing toward the Fresh Market, that area. If you're familiar with that area, Fresh Market's off to the right. There's an entrance to the right of the screen, and there's also the main entrance, which is way further left of the screen that you can't see here.
All right, but this is a portion of the parking
Always
lot
on a
that's
taxi duty.
where the cars are lined up there.
That's correct. Those are
Collecting
vehicles parked in the parking lot of the gym.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, I
Didn't
just
miss much.
field some work calls. That's all.
And earlier they discussed, you saw the economics and and stuff like that. Nothing too serious. I thought they were going more into exactly how vile the exchanges and the suggestions were to spite. But maybe they will get
some
into
like
this.
spicy messages, and we didn't get anything.
Not yet, at least. I hope they will, but it doesn't look like that, which is weird.
Okay, we're seeing a blue circle around a dark vehicle. Could you tell us what that indicates?
That is Mr. Markel's vehicle.
And this is him entering the gym at 9:11.
That's correct. He just came into the parking lot and is going around to the front side of the gym.
All right, now what are we looking at?
This is just a different angle, a little bit further back, and this is Mr. Markel immediately preceding the video we just saw where he's coming into the front of the gym.
Was he shot at the
Is he in a
gym?
park somewhere?
Does anybody know?
Yes, he parks
I thought it
right
was
behind that
close.
American flag.
Or was he followed home from the gym? I can't focus today.
All right, that was 9:12. What is this camera angle?
This is the same angle. It's just a little bit further to the left, and that is the front of the gym right there where the green Prius just drove right in front of the front door of the gym.
Okay, so they entered the parking lot through different entrances.
That's correct. They entered over off of the west side of the parking lot.
All right, so we see the Prius here, and we know where Mr. Markel's parked there behind the flagpole. What is that?
Correct. He's still in the vehicle, just exited the vehicle there, I believe.
All right, so the blue circle indicates that's him getting out of his vehicle.
Correct.
Okay, he was.
And where's the Prius at this time?
The Prius continued on through the parking lot on the north side. And
All right, now we're at 9:13 a.m. Is that Mr. Markel in the red?
yes, it is.
Do we have any reason to believe that any suspects entered the gym?
No, we do not.
How long was Professor Markel inside the gym?
I believe about an hour and a half. I believe it's about 10:38 when he leaves, somewhere around there.
All right, and what are we looking at here outside at 9:16 a.m.?
9:16, the green Prius is still driving through the parking lot, but it's coming back from where it had passed through. Coming back toward the gym.
That Prius, there's a reason why they used a Prius and not any other car, because a Toyota Prius is not really a car you associate with, let's have something that everybody else drives around in. It's not particularly fast. Allegedly, Wendy's boyfriend.
I was muted. Sorry. I have to disagree. I think a Prius is a vehicle that just sort of blends in. I don't see them. Right. I know a lot of people drive them, or there's some enough around. It's not a Jeep Wrangler. It's not a Ford Transit van. You know, it's nothing that's going to stand out. I think it just, like the vehicle that I'm currently sitting in right now, I cannot find in a parking lot. So there's a reason there's a sticker on the back window, because they just, there's cars that just blend in. I feel like the Prius does.
Yeah, but there's another reason. And Wendy's boyfriend, or soon to be ex-boyfriend, at the time of the ending, was headed out on a work trip, and allegedly Wendy, when hearing about her ex-husband's murder, pointed the finger at her then boyfriend, who owned a Prius. So that might have been the reason why they explicitly chose a Prius. Luckily for Wendy's boyfriend, or about to be ex-boyfriend or whatever, he left for that conference a day early. So he was not out of state at the time of the murder. So they could rule him out immediately. But isn't it weird? The killers chose a Prius, and Wendy's boyfriend at the time had a Prius, and she allegedly pointed the finger at him for he was mad at my ex-husband, allegedly.
Yeah, I want to know. I want like the like in the Jodi Arias case, we had the rental agent, right? I want the because she specifically selected a red car, right? Remember she said that?
Yeah.
Or no, she didn't want a red car. So I can't remember what it was. I want the rental agent on the stand to say like they specifically chose this car so it would look like this other person's vehicle.
Yeah. But we will find out during the trial. I will be speeding up this a bit.
Well, that's kind of, I don't know. That
This
Prius
is
a little different.
on the south side of the parking lot of the gym. And the green
To
Prius
me,
just drove through
it
there.
also
and is
blends in with that car
driving around
backing
the
out,
parking lot still.
right? I don't know. But I'm not a car
Again,
guy.
the vehicle turned around, he's coming back toward the gym. in the
There
same
it is
parking lot.
again. Is that green?
It's gray. It's like silvery. But I said to me, there was
Almost
like, if
managed to
I'm
get a
just
wreck there.
casually looking,
Just missed.
they almost got they almost got hit by the car backing out. But if the car backing out in the first video, to me, there's no difference. It's a silver car.
Okay, what's happening here?
This is Mr. Markel exiting the lobby of the gym, coming through the lobby.
He has minutes to live, right?
Yeah, once he gets out, drives home, parks the car, is on a call to a friend, boom. So they followed him, drove up to the driveway, went inside the garage, boom, boom, and then sped off as much as you can speed off in a Prius.
After I typed it out and sent it, Blue
tell
Hair
me
Bible
before
Lady,
what
I
you're
thought
saying.
maybe it's
You see
blasphemy.
Mr. Markel walking away from the front
All right.
doors of the into the parking lot toward his vehicle.
No offense meant.
I'm guessing there's an ad going on because I just lost 20% of my viewers.
Really?
Yeah.
It might have been my comment.
Freaking no, it happened from within 15 seconds. And I already have low numbers. So I went from 52 to 37 in a matter of seconds.
You invited me on. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I always
I
say
hate
that
YouTube.
I know everything and nothing all at the same time.
Well, I'm clueless. I just know
So
that
we saw Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving. Is that the Prius
doesn't
that was back
like
there in that orange circle?
That's correct. They were in the
us
far
who streams
northwest part of the parking lot parked, and when he exited, they started to exit. And he exited on the Village Square Boulevard exit.
So we never saw anybody exit the Prius during the surveillance video.
No, we did
They
not.
stayed in the car the whole time.
That's correct.
They drove around
called
for an
ice cream,
hour.
so
Were you able to learn anything about the suspect vehicle?
What is
The
it?
color is ice green. Dave is saying it is. It's called ice green, so maybe there was a green tint to it, but I just saw silver.
Okay, Freak Snowden says he hadn't seen an ad. Okay. All right.
Should play my ad, Nicholas, just to break it up.
From the surveillance images, as far as the color.
We were able to determine the approximate year range of that type of vehicle based on the body style. Going through the Toyota dealership and other experts, were able to determine that it was a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius with a silver pine mica is the name of the paint, which is kind of a light green.
Were you able to learn anything or find any other surveillances to establish anything about the route the victim took to and from the gym?
Yes, we were.
What evidence was that?
We were able to obtain city bus video. All the city buses had video on the exterior and the interior of them. We went back along the route that he took, and we believe he took, and reviewed bus footage video of that and found footage of both vehicles.
All right, and just to try to get our timeline as narrow as we can, this gym video ends at 10:38 a.m. What time did the 911 call come in?
Came in, I believe, 11:02.
And have you had an opportunity to review the exhibit, State's Exhibit 84, with the video from the buses that's been put together similarly to how we did the gym surveillance?
Yes, I have.
And is it fair and accurate?
It is.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States. Let me check on the exhibit numbers. 84, which is the bus video clips.
Any objection?
Okay.
States 84 is in the middle.
What are bus videos? Where are cameras mounted on city buses?
On the exterior and the interior of the buses, and it's for safety purposes and for review purposes for the city.
How are you able to know how to find this stuff?
We were able to find out which routes the bus took, but which buses took which route at which times. So we looked for that exact bus route along Thomasville Road during that time period.
Okay. So did you have to look through quite a bit of footage to get the little bits we're going to look at?
Yes, the team did.
Okay. All right. Permission to publish States 84, Your Honor.
You may.
The actual exhibit is in the form of a disc. All right. So where are we right here on the video?
This is right in front of the Circle K gas station, which is right on Thomasville Road at the Capitol Circle flyover. I believe it's Maclay Commerce Boulevard is the actual road that they're on.
All right. So if we're the bus, we're on Maclay Commerce.
That's correct. And the Circle K is to the right, and right in front of us is Thomasville Road with the divider where Capitol Circle flyover starts.
And what does the blue circle indicate?
That is the vehicle of Mr. Markel.
What time are we seeing him pass that area?
That is at 10:44.
This pisses me off somewhat because of the Zachariah Anderson case. Not one of the actual cameras from the route they allege that Zachariah Anderson took from the crime scene to his home, not one was searched.
You
And
know,
here
what's
they are.
interesting, I wonder in the Zachariah Anderson case, I don't know what evidence the defense had access to. Do they have a video of a gas station outside that apartment complex for the entire day? If they do, I would have played it. I would have said, okay, so if you're saying the crime took place at between these hours, play the video. And you see no vehicle matching Zachariah Anderson. I would have played the whole damn thing at this point, in that case, as a defense counsel. Because you're trying to prove a negative, right? So that's difficult. But if you have it, waste everybody's time and play it. Be like, I'm going to play this for the next 2 hours. You tell me where you see the car. Or am I wasting my time if I play it? You don't see a car, right? We have this video. You don't see this car, do you? I would have done something like that. I don't know. It's always hindsight is 2020.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020 because the prosecution's case was so extremely bad.
I know. I was like, oh my God, they don't even need to put up a defense. But I guess they didn't put up a good enough one.
Yeah. It was one of these cases where Zach had to prove his innocence because then, it kind of pisses me off. We had Solomon here earlier. Maybe he can say something about it.
Okay, so is that consistent with going back home from the gym?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is bus. We've got a couple different buses in play here, right? This one's 505.
Correct, 505.
Okay. Proceed, please. And what does the orange circle indicate?
That is the green Prius that was in the parking lot of Premier Gym.
I wonder why that kid is just sitting in front of the bus on the bike.
505. What does this show?
So this is on Thomasville Road heading south, just south of the I-10. This is the entrance where the hospital is to the right. It's a red light.
And by hospital, you're talking about the new ER.
The new ER, exactly, right by I-10 and Thomasville Road.
Were you able to get the tag number from this image from the bus?
No, unfortunately, we weren't. The resolution on these cameras are set really low because they're saved on DVRs, and they don't want to roll over too fast, so they set the resolution extremely low, and we were not able to pull anything out of that.
Yeah, again, when you look in an episode of CSI, And they show these kind of pictures and they zoom in and enhance and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't work that way. If the pixels aren't there, you can't see shit. Please don't base your evidence evaluation out of episodes of CSI. Just don't.
Pinch and zoom,
It's
Nick,
TV.
pinch and zoom.
Yeah, pinch and zoom, like the expert in the Young Thug case. Oh, that's never going to stop being funny when he explained his when he does his thingies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the sad part is he's still going to be an expert in that trial, and I could have bet money that once he's on the stand testifying on what he does, the prosecution will try to elaborate.
Isn't Mo supposed to be driving a bus right now and not chatting?
As the red light has already made it through the red light. Still heading south on Thomasville Road.
Oh, he sped away. In a Prius.
Records for all the people shown on this State's Exhibit 59.
We were.
All right, and obviously established phone numbers for the phone numbers they were all using at the time of the homicide.
That's correct.
Did you conduct any investigation into Catherine Magbanua and her employment status around the time of this homicide?
We did.
All right, what did you learn about her employment status?
At the time of the homicide, she was shortly after the homicide, I believe it was about 2 months after the homicide, she became employed with the Adelson Institute.
Okay, but at the actual time of the homicide, anything other than maybe odd jobs?
Right. Just odd jobs, maybe some bartending work.
All right, what is the Adelson Institute?
It's a family-owned dentist practice in South Florida.
All right, and did you go to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
Did you attempt to subpoena employment records for Catherine Magbanua at that business?
Yes, I did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Investigator Isom approached the business with a subpoena. Went in, spoke with the lady at the front desk, told her we had a subpoena for records for Catherine Magbanua. Made some inquiries about her employment there, and they continued to bring somebody else up and talk to us about it, and then went back in the back and made a phone call.
All right, so when you went in there, Catherine Magbanua was not physically present there.
She was not.
Okay. Was she still receiving checks at the time that you went in there?
Yes, I believe she was.
Okay. And did the employees in there seem to know what she did there?
No, not at all.
All right. Were you eventually provided with some documentation from that business?
Later on, yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State 60.
Yeah, they try to say that, oh, all of that money she had was because she was employed by this institute.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is State 60?
It's a list of checks that were issued to Catherine Magbanua.
And is this exhibit the complete
Yes, you do,
information
blue
that
hair.
you were provided by the Adelson Institute in response to your subpoena for the entire employee file of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, this is it. This is all they provided.
All right, and you mentioned a list of checks. Was there anything in here that, why are we getting that feedback? IT, if you're listening, we need feedback support.
Oh, they
Any
have
indication of what her
IT
job was
personnel?
there?
No,
Any indication of like her schedule,
no,
timesheets,
nothing.
an employment application,
Nope,
W-2,
nope,
any tax forms,
no,
performance evaluations or anything like that?
nothing.
And over what period was she being paid according to the records that were provided to you?
I believe it started in September of 14 and went through early 2016, maybe.
March 31st of 16?
That's correct.
And so those payments began about 2 months after the homicide?
Correct.
And did you notice in the records that were provided that some of the check numbers were consecutive, meaning consecutive numbers?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever get any evidence that Ms. McBanwell was physically going to the Adelson Institute to perform any kind of duties there?
No, we never obtained any evidence to show that at all.
All right, and there was.
Yeah, in the previous trials, she went on the stand and said she was a front desk girl. Yeah, but nobody saw her there at any point in time or anything. So why was she getting the money? And the defense in this trial are going to argue extortion. At least that's what the defense opening statement suggested.
This is a weird little, like, you need a bunch of red yarn to connect everybody kind of case.
Yeah. But the red yarn will be that the snitch from the first trial, the driver of the vehicle, confessed in jail, got a deal, put the shooter in jail. At that point, Kathy, the receptionist, and the defendant's then girlfriend hung jury on her case. They retried her in 2023, and by then they had sound enhanced on one of the videos, surveillance videos, of her talking to the defendant, and the defendant going on and on about, we need to do something. Yeah, lots of stuff. So nice. She was convicted in 2022. She is on the witness list as a rebuttal witness if the defendant will take the stand, which he probably will, because the only thing that says this is extortion is his word. There's no paper, there's nothing on paper that suggests, nothing in texts, emails, or anything.
So he's going to have to take the stand because no one else can get that information out there. The only time you put your lying guilty defendant client on the stand is when there's information that absolutely must get out there and there's no other way to get it out there. And then even then you're like, well, maybe we could do without it because you really don't want to put your lying guilty client on the stand.
Yeah. And they will then use her as a rebuttal witness.
She's a hand worker, Mo says. Yes.
Yeah, she was in the dental office performing oral services.
Jeez.
Yeah. So, but they are running through the witnesses quite fast. So I would, I hope they will get there.
I gotta jump off again, and I'll be back.
Okay. See you soon.
Some surveillance at some time being performed of her person, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that? What time frame was she being monitored?
We started monitoring her in late 2015, probably November. Basically, had electronic surveillance on her residence. Plus, we also were monitoring her phone, location services on her phone historically and prospectively too.
And how long was that the case? How long was she being monitored? What period of time?
Electronic video surveillance was from November of 15 until she no longer lived at that apartment.
All right. And through any of those means that you described, were you able to deduce what it was she was doing for the Adelson Institute in person or remotely?
No, not at all.
All right. And we heard in opening that there was a wiretap in this case. Anything on the wiretap that indicated what she was doing for that business?
There was a couple of references about cleaning up on the weekends. That was about it, though.
Okay, and again, we would have known if she'd gone there to clean up on the weekends, right? At least during the time frame she described.
That's correct.
And that didn't happen.
It did not.
Okay.
You over at Rumble, please hit that thumbs up so I can grow my channel over at Rumble as well. Thank you. And I use my Rumble because YouTube really doesn't like my, for instance, look, I'm checking in and see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kappelman, if you can move the lectern slightly over to the left.
My ad suitability limited, and it has been there more or less the entire stream. YouTube, yeah, for some reason doesn't like me. So, oh, thank you. Oh, Dennis. Hi, Dennis over on Rumble. Yay. Yeah, so I'm building up my Rumble channel. So if YouTube decides to kick me out, I at least have the beginnings of a platform over at Rumble. All right, let's continue.
And it's not cutting any wires, is it?
Think so. I'm gonna move it anyway. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it way over.
Try not to jockey with the microphones because that might be causing some of the feedback.
Yeah, don't jockey the microphone. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Special agent. Let's actually start where we left off, the checks.
Okay.
Okay. The checks began 2 months.
All right, the prosecution was done. We are at cross-examination. So nothing from this FBI guy about the really nasty texts and emails between Wendy and Donna. All right, let's listen to that.
After the date that Professor Markel was murdered, give or take.
That's what the date on the checks were for that employment, correct?
And the checks were in batches, right? Often.
They seem to be the sequence of the check numbers were in batches, correct?
So just so everyone understands what that means, you would see a check for check number 1, 2, 3, and 4, for instance. And you would see those checks, even though they were the next checks in the book, they'd be for payments every 2 weeks, essentially.
Correct. What I observed was a few checks in sequence, and at the bottom it would give date ranges of when they were for, and they would be for 2 week segments. And then the very next check was for another 2 week segment later on. And then there was other checks in the system that were dated out of range of those.
So it looked like Miss Magbanawa was given a stack of checks at a time, for instance. Fair assumption?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Those checks, when you added them up, they were about $1,000 a month, right?
I believe so. Yeah, it was like $460 a month or something like that. Or every 2 weeks, I mean.
$460 every 2 weeks.
Correct.
Which I'm not great at math. $920, and there's taxes, a little bit of taxes taken out, right?
Sure. Correct.
So about $1,000 a month.
Correct.
That's not much. That's barely part-time.
Now, I think you testified that the state's theory of why this murder occurred was partially a murder because of the desire of Miss Adelson to relocate. I think that's what you testified on direct. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
You're aware that the relocation motion was denied in June of 2013, right?
Correct.
And that's more than a full year before the murder, right?
The relocation was in June of 13? Yes.
The murder was in middle July of 2014.
Right. Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you learn that no one really thought the relocation motion was going to be successful?
I don't know about no one, but there was some indication they thought it might not be successful, correct?
Did you try to speak to Miss Adelson's lawyer?
I did not know. Tallahassee Police Department did at one point.
And did they learn that the motion was, as she says in an email, a moonshot?
I don't know that.
Now, you discussed in your direct examination, you talked about some of these emails. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Actually, before we get there. No, actually, we'll stay there. Those emails, you reviewed them?
I reviewed some of them, not all of them. The team did.
Okay. Out of the ones that you reviewed, anything in those emails about murder?
About murder? No.
Anything in those emails about violence?
Not that I saw, no.
Anything in those emails about any type of illegal activity at all?
Not that I recall. I mean, the bribe itself wouldn't be illegal, I don't think.
In fact, with regard to the $1 million email, I think is the one that you're referring to, did you see emails where they were consulting lawyers about whether that $1 million offer was legal?
I did.
So fair to say, as crazy as the emails were, we agree they're crazy, right?
Yes.
There was at least some sanity to make sure what they were doing was legal, right?
One thing about the really nasty stuff it might have been motioned about as more prejudicial than probative towards the defense, so they can reference the emails and some of the emails, but not all of the emails. And that is why we might not find out in this trial about grandma telling daughter to dress up her kids in Hitlerjugend clothes to spite the father. So that might be a theory.
One portion of it, yes.
Now, those emails, did you see any emails where any of these ideas were coming from Charlie Adelson?
I saw some emails where they were discussed with him, apparently.
But any time where he was actually coming up with the ideas as opposed to being copied on the email where he says, okay, sounds good.
I think there was some reference of her saying she discussed it with him, but I did not see any emails from him. No.
Meaning Donna discussing it with
Correct.
his mother.
Correct.
The $1 million email, I think we'll talk about this later in more detail when you're back. But let's just tie it up here a little bit. You've listened to Mr. Adelson on the phone a lot, right?
I did.
Is it fair to say he's a big talker?
That's fair.
Is it fair to say he repeats himself a lot?
That is very fair.
Through your investigation, are you aware that this $1 million idea, where Mr. Adelson was going to lend a third of $1 million, that he talked to a lot of people about that idea? Are you aware of that through your investigation?
I am not aware of that.
Now, back to the divorce. Are you aware that the divorce between Professor Markel and Miss Adelson was finalized in July of 2013?
That's my understanding, yes, correct.
Again, that's about a year before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And after Miss Adelson's relocation motion was denied, are you aware that she was determined to make a life for herself in Tallahassee?
I don't know if I can speak to that.
Well, let me see if I can help you. You went through Miss Adelson's emails as well in your investigation?
I did not. The team did.
Did anyone from the team talk to you about those emails?
Some of them.
All right, well, let's see if you're aware of some of these. Are you aware that she was looking to buy property in Tallahassee?
No, I was not.
Screaming to the end.
You didn't see any emails to that effect?
I did not personally, no.
Are you aware that she was looking to enroll her kids in schools, a new school in Tallahassee, for the fall of 2014. In other words, after the time when Mr. Markel was murdered.
I know there was discussions about that with Mr. Markel. I'm aware of that.
Are you aware that she was scheduling plans with friends in Tallahassee for August of 2014 and for the fall of 13, all of which would have occurred after the murder? Are you aware of that?
No,
You didn't see those in any emails that you reviewed?
I did not see those. No.
Are you aware that she was scheduling business meetings for late July 2014? See emails on them.
I did not see that. No.
Are you aware that she purchased plane tickets leaving for Tallahassee to go to a wedding out of state? Those plane tickets were purchased in June, but they were purchased for an October wedding. She bought plane tickets to leave from Tallahassee. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that her family, including Mr. Adelson, was planning to come up to Tallahassee in August 2014 when Miss Adelson was going to be honored at FSU?
No,
You didn't see any emails on that either, did you?
I didn't.
But you're aware that the state subpoenaed Miss Adelson's emails, right?
I am.
Now, you also mentioned this, I like to call it the grandmother motion. Can we call it that?
Sure.
In March of 2014, there's these, it actually starts earlier. It starts, can I have that big binder?
It was February.
Yeah.
The clerk has it.
All right, well, I'm not, it's okay. Somewhere in that big binder, there's a bunch of litigation back and forth with Miss Adelson and Professor Markel regarding money.
Yes.
And at some point in the course of a motion that Wendy Adelson filed, Professor Markel files a motion back, and that's when he seeks to have only supervised visits of the kids with Donna Adelson. That's the motion you were talking about with Ms. Kappelman, correct?
Correct.
And that occurs in early 2014, right?
Yeah, these emails are in response to, allegedly, Donna talking a lot of smack about Dan Markel. A lot of it. Poisoning the kids against him. And I don't know if it will be referenced in here, but the communications in those, what she tried to poison her grandkids with, is vile. And that was why Dan Markel sent in a motion to have her visitations only supervised. Yeah. Icky.
It does.
Now, the motion doesn't get heard because Miss Adelson's lawyer has to recuse herself, right?
I believe so.
And she has to recuse herself because Professor Markel makes allegations against that lawyer as well.
I'm not aware of that, but okay.
And so that's part of the reason of the delay of why the motion's not heard. Are you aware of that?
I am, correct.
I did not know.
Are you aware that in the course of this litigation, in that binder, I don't want to find the page, I won't be able to, that the court chastised, was critical of Professor Markel on this motion?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that the court highlighted that the motion probably wouldn't be granted?
No, I did not. I did not see that.
The jury must have it. Are you aware that on July 11th, 2014, this is months after that motion. Well, let me back up. When you studied this case, is it fair to say that with all the litigation there were good periods of times after the divorce between Professor Markel and Miss Adelson as well, right?
I can't speak to that. My partner did most of that research, so I was not very familiar with it.
Fair enough. Well, are you aware that on July 11th, 2014, so this is several months after the grandmother motion, that Professor Markel asked Donna and Harvey Adelson to watch the kids for him?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that he had a function to go to and Miss Adelson had another function to go to, and he didn't have childcare for them, and he asked them to watch the kids for him?
No.
7 days before the murder?
Not aware of it.
Couple more.
I have to go take a leak, but
Ms. Kappelman on direct
and
asked you
watch this. I
about
will be back in a minute and a half.
a life insurance policy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you, she made it seem like, well, let me be clear. Was it your position that Wendy Adelson gained $2 million from that life insurance policy?
I believe there is I believe that Mr. Markel's sister has custody of that and is supposed to distribute to, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I believe distribute to the children as needed.
So let me be clear so the jury's not confused. Are you aware that Professor Markel had a life insurance policy in March of 2012?
I'm not sure of the dates, but I knew he had one.
And that originally Wendy Adelson was the beneficiary of that policy.
That sounds right.
But in October of 2012, 2 years before his murder, he signed the policy over, making his sister the beneficiary and the custodian for his boys. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't sure of the date, but yes, I'm aware of that.
So Wendy Adelson isn't permitted to get any money from that policy without Professor Markel's sister, correct?
Yes, without her sister, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. Special Agent, you've been a FBI agent for almost 25 years,
Correct.
mostly in Miami, right?
No, in here in Tallahassee.
In Tallahassee, okay. Apologies. You've investigated, fair to say, maybe more than a dozen murders?
Fair to say.
How many murders for hire have you done
Recently?
in your life?
Over my lifetime, probably half a dozen, but in the past 2 years, 2.
So putting this case aside, which I know you believe is a murder for hire, putting this case aside, in those cases that you've done that were murder for hires, did the hitman get paid over time?
Paid over time? Not in those cases.
Never, right? In your experience?
Not in those particular cases, no.
Because hitmen, they usually don't like to be connected to the people they're doing a hit for, right?
It's case by case basis.
But in your experience, hitmen get paid before and after. 2 payments or 1 payment.
It depends on circumstances.
How about in the ones you've done?
Depends on circumstances. Sometimes after, sometimes before, sometimes both.
But in your cases, that's it. It's either before or 1 payment after, right?
The ones I've investigated have been, we made arrests on them, so they didn't continue on.
Okay. You made arrests immediately on them?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever done an extortion case?
Yes, but it's been years ago.
You've seen a lot of extortion cases, I'm sure, at the Bureau?
Sure.
How do people get paid in extortion cases?
Different ways.
Mostly they get paid over time, right?
They can, if the extortion continues, yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yeah, but this is Katie is not the hitman. The guys are, and we don't know they got paid in a lump sum or not. This is about Katie, how he might have been paying her off to make it seem like she was hired. So it's a difference between the hitman and Katie. Katie is just a middle person. I understand the questioning, but I don't see it fitting.
In reference to the money that is set aside for the boys, how does the money get to the little kids from the sister?
Through Wendy Adelson has to make those requests and then provides it to them.
All right, so per Donna Adelson, in reference to those emails you were asked about, what was the number one objective for Wendy?
Relocation to South Florida to be close to family.
And going through the courts, that failed, right?
Correct, it did.
So whether it was a moonshot or not, it didn't work.
That's correct.
And as far as making sure the bribe to Dan Markel was going to be legal, what would Dan Markel have done if they had done something illegal?
He would have held it against them.
Would have nailed their butts with it, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
Can't do that now, can he?
No.
Did any of those plans that were going to take place in Tallahassee after the murder happen?
No, they did not.
Did Wendy buy a house in Tallahassee?
No, she didn't.
Did Wendy fly out of Tallahassee to go to a wedding?
No.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, they didn't.
Where did they go to school?
In South Florida, right across the street from where Grandma lives,
And why didn't those plans happen in Tallahassee?
because Mr. Markel was murdered.
Did the grandma motion you were asked about, they said, well, it probably wasn't going to get granted. Well, it didn't get granted or denied, did it?
Never was heard.
Why not?
Because he was murdered.
No further questions.
It's Sanford, you may step down from now.
All right, that was
Members of the jury will
FBI agent.
Break before we hear from the next witness. The bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Please leave your notepads facing on your chairs.
They are really running through the witnesses here. That was a lot shorter off from the FBI agent. Oh, swoosh. I'm told to make a swoosh. I keep forgetting that. For you who don't know what a swoosh is, this is a swoosh. That's my Norwegian fire farting dragon. Yay! All right. Now I have this in the background, so we will hear when they start again. I can remove that banner. And hold on. Where is that? There. Ta-da! Yeah, here you have, this is my channel on Rumble as well, Nick Staros Trial Watch. You have the link on the top of the chat. And on Twitter, X, at Star of Niklas. All right, yeah. I'm not seeing much. I mean, the trial is moving ahead. They are piling evidence against Charlie Adelson. I don't think the defense is doing that much. I mean, he had a point about the installments to Katie as extortion. But then again, she wasn't the hitman. The other guys were. So him giving her $1,000 a month and a job, yeah, that was maybe to explain some of it. Like, yeah, look, this is why she has money all of a sudden. I mean, $1,000 a month. Yeah, I mean, you can't live on it, but that might just have been a cover because we know he had a ton of cash in his safe. Let's see. There. Yeah, I'm having my Halloween stuff out. We don't normally celebrate Halloween here in Sweden, but I have my 2 pumpkins and scary girl hanging around. Other than that, yeah, it's not much to comment on at the moment. While you're here, check out my Rumble channel. Give a thumbs up over there. And you who watch this at Rumble, thumbs up, please. It really helps the channel over there. If you really enjoy, well, I can do one of these now. What time is it? What time is it? It is Grifting time! This channel is being kept afloat by memberships and the occasional super chats. Being a member is $3 a month, and for that you will get members-only videos, members-only streams, access to my Discord, where you can continue to discuss and debate the trials I'm covering. I'm currently covering the Delphi case, this case, and waiting for the Young Thug trial to start, which might not be until early next year, and the Andrew Tate case in Romania, which is surprisingly dormant at the moment. And every Tuesday and every Saturday, me and Dave are doing the Yodi Air stream. So there's a lot of work going on here. So if you like my content and want to support me as a content creator and law tuber and everything, please consider becoming a member and or sponsoring somebody else with the memberships by gifting away memberships. And if you want to send in a super chat or two, I don't mind. And if you don't want to sponsor YouTube with anything, I have a PayPal. And I see Gigi is having all the links out in the chat at the moment. Gigi asked, Niklas, couldn't the state have objected to the line of questioning? More like testifying without putting those emails in? They could, but I don't think they saw anything necessary with it. They had everything lined up with the rebuttal, which I think they did good with. So, yeah, not much to object towards, even if some of them could have been objected to. Okay. Why is my phone? Oh, thank you for the sum of money from... Yeah, it's the same handle on Twitter, on YouTube as on Rumble. Thank you, Dennis. That is very, very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Okay, that was the end of... That was the end of Grifting time. Yeah. Now that is done. They are still not back. They should have... Oh, thank you. Peace Peony gifting 1 membership. And we will see who get it. Atheist Ant. Congratulations, Atheist Ant, for receiving a membership. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Well, later tonight, you will see me, or later today, your time, you will see me at Excited Utterance Halloween stream. That will be 3 a.m. my time. So after today's trial is done, I will take a nap so I can survive. And because I need to be back tomorrow, and I still have a work day tomorrow. So yeah, so that will be interesting. But it's just Thursday and Friday. I'm not sure how long they will go on tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, my time, and afternoon, US time, I will have my Finally Friday stream. Finally Friday is a casual end of the work week. We're a bunch of guests just talking and debating and watching something funny or reading something funny and talking to you in the chat and stuff like that. Yeah. And as Amy Ohio says, this channel has the most membership exclusive content I've seen. Totally worth it. Thank you. Yeah. I try to make it worth the while, both for you and for me. And I think that it's my type. I can't just accept gifts, if you know what I mean. That's not really my style. So I try to put out members-only content at least a few times a month. But this week, I will do it once a day, this entire week. Something that is members-only. It will be from the farm, the renovations, my surroundings, a bit about me, and stuff like that. Yeah, so we get to know each other. All right, let's see here. It looks like there's sound, at least. Yep. All right, there they are. Ta-da! And yes, that is my tractor. It's outside here. And one of the major reasons I bought this particular tractor is the license plate. And if you can see, yep. Yeah, and that's for members. There are members only emojis, mostly Viking stuff, and a boomer one and my tractor one. I might have to do one with jingles. My cat, my asshole cat. No, I don't think that's Wendy. Is it? If it is, she had surgery.
Court is back in session.
Everyone can be seated.
Oh, that was Wendy.
Mike, are we good on
Yep,
the
that
microphone?
was Wendy. She's in the courtroom.
Okay. All right.
Huh. She had surgery. That's not how she looked when she was married to Dan. Well, she's a family member, and that might do it that she can sit in the audience. That's really strange. I hope that Sunny gets into my chat again, because I would really like to hear from her. Because Sunny was here the entire morning and then went online with us during lunch break. I'm really hoping she will get back here. She looked tanned, and her nose looked different. So no, Old Iron Red, they did not invoke that rule, maybe because they couldn't. Strange, at least. All right. I have no issues with you starting. Yeah. Oh, if you choose to sponsor me on Rumble, via subscription or a Rumble Ranch, that which I earn over at Rumble goes directly to me building a studio, so I can start streaming from outside of the house. Currently, we are doing renovations in the house, so I can rent out downstairs, which makes it a bit harder to stream from within the house. So I'll be getting myself a tiny house on wheels, so to speak. One of these modules that construction workers change in, and then I will make it into a studio with heating and insulation and stuff like that. So I can stream and smoke cigars at the same time. Yay! Oh, come on. What's taking so long? Is it a jury? I don't know. Dun, dun, dun. No worries, Gigi. I greatly appreciate your presence here. I do have a ghostery as well, who also is a mod who can help out. Everybody, well wishes to Gigi, because we know that Gigi is not feeling well. So send your thoughts and good wishes towards Gigi, will you? Thank you. Yeah, and hit that thumbs up. Helps the channel, helps YouTube. Even though YouTube seems to hate me at the moment, it at least makes it a better chance that my channel will get some promotion, so I can get more views. Thank you. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, come on, will you? I did hit play, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Everybody's waiting for the jury. Somewhere behind Charlie is Sunny, and I'm hoping she will get back here. It was so nice to have her writing what was going on in the courtroom. Oh, here they come. That should mean that we have at most an hour and a half left to go of this trial day. Oh yes, and please interact with the
Everyone
chat.
can be seated.
Put an
Stage,
emoji in
please
there.
call your next witness.
State calls Wendy Adelson.
Oh, that's why she was there. Wendy Adelson was the next witness. This will be fun.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say can be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami.
Mm-hmm.
He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
Where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communications, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith. Dietary choices? I'm hoping hey, kids must have bacon. Weird, but there are weird rules within the Jewish faith about what combination you can and cannot eat. I don't know. Maybe we will find out.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right. And do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just...
I mean, some things are not entirely as we know happened through other court filings and stuff, that Mr. Markel didn't know where his kids or his wife was a good month. So, yeah, this is weird.
Kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
I think the defense cross-examination will be harsher. All right. Get on with it. It's not your first time on the stand.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013, where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't
It's
understand
been
the question.
suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I
Or
think
not?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you
Well,
thinking
he
that?
and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live
Not good
nearby in
immunity,
Miami, that might
but
work. And then I
a
could
good
commute to
immunity, and
FSU.
I don't
didn't mean for him
understand
to
why.
leave FSU, but he
I
wanted to
really
leave
don't.
FSU at some point. So that
So
was
you-
just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes,
And
that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So
And when did you decide
we were spending every day
to,
together.
How were your parents? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice, paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right? Mm-hmm. So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016, sound right?
They never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but.
Mm-hmm. I want to show you an exhibit.
Please get in to some of the absolute vile things grandparents and you discussed to do to Dan. Please. Because this is infuriating. Knowing what went on and not hearing it in the trial. It's infuriating.
That I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. I've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
It isn't. You looked through it last year when you testified in another trial.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it.
This is ridiculous. You have been through this 2019 and 2022. You know exactly what's in those papers. You know exactly what your testimony is because you've had it twice before. What a fucking charade. What a fucking charade. This is, yeah. My commentary might have been different had I not known about this and gone in blind into this trial. But now that when I know it, this charade is infuriating. This is just theater.
Who's on the stand?
Wendy Adelson, the ex-wife of the victim, and his sister.
Oh.
I mean, she was on the trial on the same immunity 2019 and 2022, and here she is on the stand saying, "Oh, I haven't seen this in 10 years. I have to read through the papers." She's done the same testimony twice before in 4 years. She knows exactly what's in those papers.
She has immunity. I didn't hire him. That kind of immunity. I didn't ask him to do this.
She's not safe from criminal prosecution, but she has immunity for what she's revealing in her testimony in the trial. They can use her testimony to get to other things.
Yeah, but they can't use it against her. Okay.
Yeah. Use immunity only. Yeah. And but the charade.
Maybe that's why the judge had such a hard time with the parents in their Fifth Amendment claim, because maybe they were offered the same thing. Like, we're not going to use your testimony against you, so get on up here. But still, I would be leery.
Yeah, and she's testified twice before, and this charade is frankly pissing me off. But what will the defense do to her? That will be interesting, the cross-examination, because I'm not sure what this will lead to, but we will find out.
All right. Oh.
She's either a speed reader or this is just not even I can read that fast, and I'm a fast reader. She's just turning papers.
Okay.
Ooh, that's what she looks like?
Yeah, now.
I have beach written all over her.
Yeah, she looked different when she was married to Dan. She must have had surgery done. Yes, Melody, but
emails between
she's a
you
trained
and your
lawyer.
mother.
I mean,
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay. Mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
Okay. And the email address says, I think it's something like Wendy Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names. So they've been married over 50 years. So they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay. So what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response.
he looks nervous.
Did you have an opportunity to read that?
But he has heard this testimony
read it
before.
real fast,
Kinda
but
scanned.
I can
And,
read it.
and what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Roush?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any
Number
objection?
of
No objection.
It's 57.
is admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here, yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing, yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so 5 of, well, let me look. Give me a moment.
Prosecutor, you have had this prepared twice before.
So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Oh no, there's a new prosecutor between the first
Okay,
and
you
the
see
second
that?
file.
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress when you, or you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face.
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how
Jibbers is slang, at least for. Remember
I don't know,
All
I'm not-
About Mary? Movie?
I give everybody weird names, so I'm not going to judge a slang name for somebody. But it seems a
but
little bit odd.
gibberish, according to slang, is if you watch the All About Mary movie, how she gets her hairdo. Yeah.
everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said, yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe, yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them. So it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right. And so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe
And was it
2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of
This was
that.
orchestrated by the
Well,
parents.
dating Dave was a
Yeah.
big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right, and your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just
Everyone likes
friends.
Dave.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't
She
think
didn't
so.
do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have, strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the time
you
of Dan
direct.
Markel's murder, were your parents
Oh, this is
extremely
direct.
angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I don't believe a word
I want
she's
to
saying.
direct your attention to
What
an
one?
interview that was conducted on.
What's that?
I
This
don't
was your
believe a
law
word.
enforcement interview.
I don't believe a word she's saying.
Yeah, it's weird direct. I'm not sure what they're trying to get at here. So this is the wife of the
Ex-wife.
victim, the ex-wife of the victim, potentially the woman who contracted it, even though it's, whatever. This is a weird line of questioning involving their
Yeah.
parents a lot. Maybe their parents like orchestrated this whole thing and that's what they're trying to lead to. But I don't know. It's just a weird line of questioning. I'm interested to see where this goes.
Well, you can see throughout the trials that they are focusing a lot on the parents, or her parents, Donna and Harvey, about their conduct towards the children. And I don't get what she is getting immunity, and she's so evasive, acting. I don't believe a word she's saying.
Yeah.
So this might be, I said this yesterday on my stream, that they are actively trying to get to everybody in the Adelson family. Somehow. But this is
Maybe.
a very odd questioning.
Yeah, I agree.
Because if she says something they know isn't true, why aren't they impeaching her? What's in the immunity agreement? I mean, we haven't even gone into some of the extremely vile things that Donna suggested to Wendy about pretend they are, take a picture outside of a church. Pretend you are reforming them to Catholics, dressed them up in Nazi uniforms, just to spite Dan. None of that has been entered so far. And could it be a decision about too prejudicial before probative that they got it thrown out, those parts? But
yeah, there's just a lot we don't know, but I'm just kind of focusing right now on the line of questioning. I find it odd, and I'm curious to see where she goes with it.
Yeah.
So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12.
I don't think Wendy's smart enough to know when she's being puppeted. Well, maybe not.
I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself. Sure.
Yeah.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page, well, I mean, not that reminder. 27. I'll make it to where you are.
I aren't prepared, prosecutor.
So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes,
says, Ms. Adelson, you know, my parents are, you know, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, you know, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1, and that's going to be, didn't you say, you know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or potentially someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you.
I don't like that. Yep.
That's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
And back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true. So just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
He wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, he said lots of things.
All right, and you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markel is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markel is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and that's evidence
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread, and so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay, and when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57.
She's reviewed all of this. I mean, she's done this testimony twice before.
And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but
did they
like
result in a resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it or
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive. Yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by
know
my
how many lawyers she
mom,
had in the
but in the
past.
pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me
not
to-
in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment, she's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
Okay,
Did he just
sidebar.
overrule that?
Yeah, that was weird because prosecution clearly testified it isn't in there.
Yeah, and so
That's not.
Yeah, so normally you could say, like, listen, if I was to tell you that nowhere in here does it say that, sometimes the witness will say, I'll accept that as a premise. You know, I will testify to that as a premise, as the way you've offered it. But the witness is clearly contradicting that. And so for the prosecutor to say, no, it's not in there, that's essentially the prosecutor testifying and kind of argumenting.
Yeah.
So, look, with an argumentative question. So that should have been sustained. I don't know why the judge overruled that, but they did do a sidebar. So we'll see where this goes.
Yeah.
Last comment by Ms. Kappelman. You may continue.
So would
Okay.
Okay, so he said this
files
was
in order
removed.
to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you?
So prosecution is making her out as a liar.
I think it's
That must
highlighted
be
for you.
the subject of her testifying.
Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay, 176
Mhm.
on page. I didn't highlight it for you. Okay. Just a moment.
Jesus Christ, lady, you not stomping? Sonny's back.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay.
Sonny.
So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
I would
So
be.
it
I'd be like,
says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning-
And had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
No, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Ha! Sorry.
Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm
If you
sure
know?
my mom would have said something to him.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time?
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, and Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats?
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit.
Okay, so they got that in front of the jury. And Wendy giving out a laugh about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, I want to
not a
explain
good
what
look.
it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure, I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59.
I do not like this woman's face.
Yes, that's what we did. One moment. All right, you may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled Disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I ask moving evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement.
Mhm.
The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money. And so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal. And he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right, so you believe that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement? And
Yes.
he was in violation of the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the disclosures. Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338. All right, could you just read the title, the caption of that filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right. And when was this filed? This was you filed.
Do you believe that, Dave, that she's completely unaware of what can happen if you are in contempt of court?
Well, I mean, I
She's
think
been-
actually I would have objected because they're asking for a legal conclusion, right? What could have happened? Just like, well, you're asking for a legal conclusion. I would have objected to that. So I don't think it's appropriate for her to answer. Whether she knows or not, I don't know. I mean, presumably I would have said, well, anything from a civil fine to, or a slap on the wrist to a civil fine to jail time. But I think it's calling for kind of a legal conclusion. Oh, she's a lawyer?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then
Yeah.
you could ask her.
She's a lawyer, and she's she's currently doing asylum law in Miami, but she was a former law professor as well. So
Oh.
she taught law.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that would have been my answer, would have been anything from a slap on the wrist, don't do that again, jail time, and everything in between. You know,
Yeah, but her answer is that she doesn't know.
yeah, I have to hear the question again because was it very specific? Like in general, what could happen, or specifically for you, or for you to be in contempt of court, or for whoever to be in contempt of court? What have happened in this case? Then I would have said, I don't know because I'm not the judge.
Yeah, let's listen to it again then.
The caption of that filing.
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
General.
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right. And when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of would have answered a different way, but along the same lines, like, the judge didn't hear it or whatever. I don't know. I'm not the judge making the call, but again, I could have, I don't know. It's just a weird question. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, and I think
I don't
it's a
like her
really
answer. I don't
strange-
like the question. It's a little condescending. It's calling for a legal conclusion. There's just a lot I don't like about the question or the answer.
Yeah.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And
I
you don't know
filed
what
this.
that means?
I mean, at the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. We'll refresh your recollection with the document. Goes through 340.
Yeah, and the jury knows she's a lawyer.
Okay,
So
I have it.
So what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right. So Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't
You remember
remember what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother, Charlie, that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
This is a new jury and everything, but she's testified to most of this once before or twice before. Last time was last year. And I mean, you can have bad memory, but I think this is just an act in front of the new jury. It's very yeah, but I repeat, I don't believe one word Wendy Adelson said.
That's your recollection. Okay. And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one. Okay.
Please stop stomping.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't really
independently.
remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years.
Sure.
So a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with a real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379.
We are a bit
Ask
behind,
you
so I sped up
what that
to
document is.
1.25.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay. And he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit?
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And asked the court to sanction you?
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay. So again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
Yeah, it's a little more
I'm not
tolerable
familiar
at
with this,
1.25.
but do you want me to read through it?
Yeah.
Could you read the caption?
We're about
aloud,
7
please?
minutes
Sure.
behind, so
Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out.
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then files another motion seeking action against your mother, and that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that, yes, sir?
Oh, I said that's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markel seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
Continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name. Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markel in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court?
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am, page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on this.
And that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion.
Defense's argument.
And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after.
Like, does the defense have a story at all?
Defense story is that Katie, the defendant's former girlfriend, did this on her own and then extorted him.
The defendant's former girlfriend did this.
Yeah,
in an attempt
girlfriend
to
at the
extort
time.
The defendant.
Yeah, girlfriend at the time heard about somehow heard about the $1 million bribe, and allegedly contract her. Well, we know that since they are convicted of it, contracted her former boyfriend and an associate of him to kill Dan Markel, and then used that to extort him, the defendant. That's what they brought up in the opening statement.
That seems like a bad plan. I feel like you would do the extortion before you unalive the person.
Yeah, but nobody's smart in this trial.
I just feel like you kind of lose all your cards if you unalive the guy to begin with.
Yeah. If you have time, go back and listen to the state's and the defense opening statements, because me and Mo listened to both, and state's opening statement, too many names, a bit scattered, and then the defense came in and almost filled in the blanks for me against the defendant.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. No, I might be a little
I'll have to go
biased
back and
because
watch it.
I have prior knowledge, but I got the... and again, for you who are new here and have never seen me before, I'm usually very pro-defense. Here, not so much.
Well, I mean, the evidence that's coming out
Yeah.
seems to weigh in favor. Now, when we haven't heard everything, and we're allowed to waffle.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they need to prove that this guy was involved.
Yeah, and if they can't, beyond a reasonable doubt, if they can show that it's reasonable that the Katie, or Tidis as we call her, did it on her own and then went on to extort Charlie Adelson. I mean, yeah, but all this lines up to him taking the stand, because there's no physical evidence, no emails, no text, no anything between Katie, or Tidis, his then girlfriend, and him about extortion.
Could
So
be
this
interesting
means
when
that
he takes the stand.
Yeah. So So yeah, so he kind of has to take the stand and make it believable, and then they will use Katie as a rebuttal witness to him. No, they won't be using her in the case in chief, but if he testifies, she will go up and as a rebuttal witness.
Seems like a good time.
Filing this motion, so I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe
via
I did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC at yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, you know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I filed it. I sent it to people in July when Danny
You
was
sent it. I'm sorry. You sent it a couple days later.
I sent
that email to 12 different people
in March.
Yes.
Ashton says, this was a plan for bar certified attorneys. This doesn't sound like a plan by criminal law attorneys. Oh, definitely not. It's like they were tax attorneys or something. Well, Dan was the one with criminal law. I'm not entirely sure her law degree, but she has one. I don't recall. Yeah, I don't believe a word of what she's saying. And she already said that in preparation for this testimony, she reviewed at least one document. I mean, no, I don't believe her. I don't believe her at all. Let's skip ahead. Oh, that's really a sidebar. This might be a long one.
The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
Okay. Escorting back to the jury room. Okay, this was interesting. What happened here?
Ms. Adelson, you may step down for now.
Oh.
We'll resume with the examination of the witness in 5 minutes.
All right. What happened? Well, atheist asked, what do you think about this, Judge? Well, except that the jury hasn't been really back on time. But other than that, he's running a tight ship. So far, at least. Okay, we are back on live. And they're still waiting for the jury, I guess.
What happened?
Sidebar right after the last question, and then they excused the jury for 5 minutes. And it was a 5-minute sidebar.
Crickets or whatever that was. Turn it off.
Uh-oh. Someone's got the phone on. Is that Sonny?
I hope not. But they had a 5-minute sidebar, and then he sent off the jury for 5 minutes, and now we're up to speed.
All right.
Definitely not.
So now we are live. Well, the judge haven't really been doing much, but I think the lawyers are very respectful of him. So Yeah, and while we're watching here, go over to and subscribe to Dave on MLS on Michigan. No, sorry, Making Law Simple Network.
Yeah, that's right. Making Law Simple. We rebranded.
Hmm?
We rebranded. Jeez.
Yeah, and Gigi posted the link.
Thank you very
in
much,
the chat.
Gigi.
Yeah.
She also
And
calls out
it's-
Sunny. Hope it wasn't your phone.
And over at Rumble, it's between 9 and 25 watching, and so people are going in and out. Please, you over there, hit the thumbs up over at Rumble when you get in there. But it must be getting close to. Let's see here. It's 10:30 here, which means
What?
it is 4:30 there.
Yo, this is Florida, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 4:36 there.
Assuming they will go to 5. If they go to 6, but they already had their afternoon break, and it seems to be on the schedule an hour and a half between breaks. I don't know how tall Charlie is.
This woman's going to be on the stand for the rest of the day, and probably this is still just direct, right?
Yeah, this is still a direct, so
Yeah,
no cross yet.
Cross will be interesting. Ooh,
And-
I wonder which one of those people is Sunny.
Yeah, me too.
Sunny, if you're here, which one's you? I'm
Now,
gonna
if
say
you don't
the
want to answer, I
blonde in the back. Sunny might not still be here. I don't know.
I have her back and forth on mail at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here.
Dude, no. What did I do? Ashton. I unsubscribed at MLS. LOL.
No.
She would have shown who she was. Judge could boot her. I don't think so. Because she's not doing anything wrong. You know, if she's allowed to have a telecommunication device and tweet live and chat live, there's nothing wrong with it as long as she doesn't have it on.
Yeah.
You know, making noise.
I'm very curious about that sidebar. What happened? Because they were getting a bit feisty against each other, or the prosecution. So one of these questions might have been, I don't know about immunity deals. If there are certain areas she isn't allowed to go into.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of motions regarding this particular witness.
Yeah.
I would imagine her parents as well.
Yeah.
You know, there's just some witnesses like this one. This is direct examination. I feel like the witness's testimony is helping the defense, right? But it's a state
Yeah.
witness and it's on direct. I mean, it's not really hurting the defense. It might
No,
not be
it's-
helping, but
Everyone
it's
can
not
be
hurting the
seated.
defense. And so, if you're
Not-
looking at this
not-
hostile witness, why would you want to call
Appleman, you
two
can
more hostile
resume your
witnesses?
examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of 3, so I have 2 older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
And did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I mean, when I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention?
This is like listening to her describing her mother in the beginning. And then all of a sudden, as the last third of the prosecution's questioning, the real mother shows up about all. Yeah. I think much of this seems to be getting to the parents, telling how vile the Adelson family really is, but not as much as goes to proving Charlie actually did this. Not in her testimony.
Yeah.
Just getting people to dislike the family. And that goes to character. So I'm not sure what is she doing there. I don't see this helping, not yet at least, helping the prosecution's case.
Yeah, I really don't. I'm curious. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
And hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement.
In the defense opening statement, they call it making jokes. It's easier to buy a TV than to kill Dan. It's cheaper to buy a TV than to kill Dan.
Yeah, it's just
That's
funny jokes. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Don't write
And
things
in the
like that down, people. It's it might come back and haunt you. Might be read in court.
Yeah. Yeah. And in the prosecution's opening statement, they referred to TV because in the communications between Katie and the defendant, his then girlfriend, she told him this was during a cop sting against them, that a cop tried, did a sting about trying to extort Katie. And Katie then asked the defendant for this will be 5 TVs that he's asking for. And one TV is code, according to the prosecution, one TV is code for $1,000. So this guy who's trying to extort her is asking for $5,000, 5 TVs. So there's code words involved, and I guess that will come out later in testimony from the cop who were doing the sting operation to get information that this is the code words they used. 1 TV, $1,000. 5 TVs. Yeah. It's all really strange, but
very weird.
So, yeah. So him making jokes, and according to the prosecution and the defense, he was making these bad jokes in front of family. And here she is saying, no, he never did anything about saying anything about killing Dan.
How fast were these idiots that actually pulled the trigger? Were they caught? I can't imagine it was that long.
It actually did. I think they took them to 2016 to find them.
Wow. Okay. Well, I
And that was
would
because
assumed it would have been so much quicker.
Yeah, because nobody here is clever.
Enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15.
Yeah, since nobody's sending super chats, I'm going to take a No, I can't. Yeah, I can. Let's sip of whiskey.
This tab here.
Okay.
I'm not taking shots because
All
nobody's
right, so
paying
page
me.
25. You find it?
Yes.
Quote, "It was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV." Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the
He never
hitman?
said his name.
I never
so
really
it's
thought about it because it was not a thing that.
Sorry, didn't hear you.
He never said his name, so it's cool. Like, who else would you be referring
Yeah.
to?
Yeah, it was just a joke. It's cheaper to buy a TV than hiring a hitman. But all of a sudden, $100,000 finds their way to the people who killed Dan and
$100,000.
the
That's what it
defendants.
costs.
Yeah, more or less directly after they found out that later, after a lot of investigation, that both the shooter and the driver started buying motorcycles. She got a boob job and a new car.
Wouldn't the girlfriend, the defendant's girlfriend, got a boob job?
Yeah. So the shooter and the driver is called Tito and Toto. So we called her Titties.
What's her actual name? I'm trying to find a picture of her.
Katie.
Okay, we can play. Well, I'll find it later.
Catherine Magboa. Oh, you want to... I would copy it in here and have you say it. Dun, dun, dun. That's her name.
Oh, okay.
What's her name, Dave? Say it.
I don't know. Caitlin Magbonu.
Yeah, close enough. Oh, thank you, Ashton. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Take a water break if you need to. Oh, I don't need water breaks. I need. Yeah.
That's what she looks like.
Yeah, she looks like a child. I mean, and that is in her 2022. Let's have her in the when she testified in the trial.
Now here, I could share a picture of her. That's what I've got. This is from 2019. She steps down from the witness stand Wednesday, October 9, 2019.
Yeah. I think I might have open picture. Oh. I mean, she's in her 30s there, and this is 8 years after the ending.
She looked better in some of her Instagram posts and pictures.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But both me and Mo said she really, I mean, let's just say because the defendant his now ex-girlfriend, but girlfriend when he was arrested, also Filipino Thai girl.
See, that's what she looks like, or she looked like at the time in the heat of the moment. Not when she's churched up for. Well, sorry, not when she's churched up for her day in court, and then like this.
And let's just say that Charlie has a type, and his now ex-girlfriend, who was girlfriend when he was arrested, well, she's not testifying, but she lives in the apartment he bought her.
How lovely.
Yeah, and when Sonny gets here, she can tell you more about it, because Sonny is in the courthouse. She talked to the victim's mother in the book signing yesterday, so she has a bit more inside information, because she has followed this for a long time.
June is the girlfriend's name when he got arrested?
Yeah.
Oh, see, this is them. Okay, so this is them like out in the wild. Hang on. So this is them out in the wild when they're not, in court. Is that June? Wait, I don't know if that's June. Yeah, that looks like June. Anyways. So, yep, that's what it comes up as, June.
Yeah. Well, then he's definitely not 6'4".
June has an interesting Facebook profile. Yeah, so this is June.
Yeah. Well, he has a type of ladies.
Yeah, he likes the Asian ladies. That's fine. He likes the Filipinos.
Yeah.
Nothing
and
wrong
that's
with
perfectly
that.
fine.
Just maybe get the kinds that don't unalive people.
Yeah, because when he met Catherine, she had just broken up with her now convicted murderer and previous felon, drug dealer, everything, 2 kids. Then she met Charlie. Yeah.
He meant he just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV. Yes.
All right. And
you never repeated that joke? No. You never said to that point? No. You didn't say to him, dun, 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 another officer, yeah, I might have repeated the joke. I mean.
And who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Yeah, and Jeffrey is also the boyfriend who owned a Prius.
Wait.
Yeah?
Was Atheist Ant saying that this witness has an OnlyFans page? This is Wendy, right?
Yeah. She has an OnlyFans? Oh, we need to find it.
We need to get Selbert on this because I don't have an OnlyFans account. I can't log in.
Okay. Oh, it was a joke. It was a joke.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
when it's OnlyFans to die for. Okay. No, but Jeffrey is the guy who was one of the people she pointed at to the cops who had a Prius. But when she pointed and then investigated, he was already out of town that day because he would have gone to a convention or something the day after the murder. He decided to go a day before. So he was out of state when this happened. That's a bit a coincidence that the killers just happened to have a Prius, as Jeffrey did, who she pointed at because she may or may not have thought, well, he didn't like Dan, and she knew he was going out of state, but thought he was going out of state the day after. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things in this.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Sorry, what'd you say?
It sounds like Wendy's connected.
Yeah.
Mike Fernandez, a Florida billionaire and former GOP mega donor, is crusading for her. Like, she's somehow connected.
Yeah, he is her current boss, I think.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So everybody here has really expensive lawyers.
Yeah. I still don't like her at all a lot. She looks horrible.
She has a law license, but I'm not sure she uses it. Yeah, when she was asked if she was a lawyer, and she said she had a law license and she was had a bar certification, but she, in her asylum work, I don't think she practices as a lawyer.
Yeah,
Not
no
sure.
idea.
Yeah.
My brother bought me a TV as a divorce present.
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom?
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is interesting. Let's go back a bit. This is interesting. how Wendy got her alibi.
Same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later. And yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No.
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacoste that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Keller.
Yes, sir.
Here's overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your...
We found a picture of Wendy, Catherine, and one other person in bikini on the beach. Yeah. Yeah. So if she's now alleging hardly knew her at all, well, you knew her enough to bring her with you to the beach in bikini. Maybe Florida it's different. I don't know.
Brother.
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No.
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date?
She did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014?
That sounds right.
So about a month before.
She remembers that and their date, more or less, but barely anything about her court. Yeah.
For the murder?
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as states 35. Is this that photograph? And I've attached the data associated with it.
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move the evidence states 35.
Okay. States 35. Is that?
Permission to publish?
Right.
Publish 35.
Yeah, now look at the face on the picture and the face on the witness stand, if they show it. If they don't, I will.
Can you okay. Yeah.
That's not the same face. Okay, 9 years has passed, but that face is not the same as is on the stand right now. Just saying.
All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanoa?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanoa been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanoa at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanoa serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious.
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
All right, so you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanoa. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanoa was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
You testified in Catherine Magbanoa's murder trial last year, didn't you?
Why wouldn't the brother tell the sister, I'm blackmailed? Why didn't she find out until today? This is smart from the prosecution. That one thing goes against the claims she was blackmailing him. That's smart. Okay. Dave, work call. Okay, Dave is on a work call. He might join later.
I did, yes.
And she was convicted.
She was convicted, yes.
Of murder.
Yes, of murder.
Of murdering Dan Markel.
Of murdering my children's father, yes.
A crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending.
Oh, yeah. In the defense opening statement, they alleged that Catherine at least acted as she had nothing to do with it. Huh. Interesting. Let's go back a bit.
Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending.
In all of the years this has been pending.
Your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Yeah, that is actually what the defense is alleging. That Charlie Adelson knew and have known for years who killed her ex-husband, the father of her children. Yeah, that sounds like a giant hole in Charles' theory. Okay, this is good for the prosecution. Everything up until now, it says she's of a completely vile family, but this is interesting.
Do you know why Catherine McDaniel was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine McDaniel on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine McDaniel at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Umchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right. So you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday. If it was, I felt like it was a weekend. So maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay. Tell me about the event. You said there were family and friends there. About how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Amazing how much she remembers.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or is that your brother's job or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him. So I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
So there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that have
parents
been
had
the
full
big gift?
unfettered access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been. I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yeah.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired, or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being, oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Everybody needed an alibi.
Did you ever use the TV as
Somebody
code for the
made
murder?
sure of it.
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring a hitman?
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacasse, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
Right. So end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June, at which point we had a big argument and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay. So 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right. And that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay. So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay. And when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn. So I would have made the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there?
There was tape.
Yeah. And an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay.
Spoiler. There's a much closer route between her house and where she was going. Much closer. She basically had no reason to be near that her former husband's house. Just saying.
Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall. So that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know. But
did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time, and we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
Let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Moving along great.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor. Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school, so it's everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. If I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah.
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magdanois on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party. So I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No,
timing?
that sounds right.
Okay. And then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic, I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it's
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
That's correct.
Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
Oh, bullshit.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
She did what? She did. Nancy Grace, you vile human piece of garbage. You don't put out pictures of kids. You piece of garbage. You motherfucker. Never. You put out pictures unblurred. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. No. Never put out kids' pictures. You cunt. Jesus fucking Christ. Nancy Grace, you piece of... Okay, here's the thing. It's her page. Anything editorial goes through her. Nancy Grace is a control freak. Nothing goes past her. Nothing goes past her approval. Jeez, God. Motherfucker. Every time I turn my head, see something of Nancy Grace, it reaffirms my opinion that that woman has no soul. Okay. Ease out, ease out, ease out. Let's keep listening.
Terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press? Just
It was not in the press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
Good answer.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it?
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right. And one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't really believe that was possible.
Ghoster is completely correct. Everyone in TV has a director, producer, so based upon his past TV experience, he needs to see proof of this. Yeah, I reacted. We do know that on her show, unblurred pictures of the kids were shown. That's what we know. We don't know if she approved it or not, but it's her show. It has her name on it. Here's the thing with my channel. If I can avoid gore, I will mute gore, because there's no need for it. We can hear about it. We can hear testimony about it. If I can help it, I will never show gore. Doxing, out of it. Kids, out of it. Watch my coverage of the Dinkins trial. I know who everybody is. The kids, no. Never. That's off limit. Completely off limit. And for the crime tubers who dox, filth. Complete filth. And if you by accident do it, you always have the options to edit it out. And if you don't, you are filth.
Possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
Good answer. That's nothing.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. The first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may.
Ooh, one of the first people.
This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
Why would she point to her brother in the beginning of the interview? If she now testifies to that, I don't think he had done anything to do with it.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly. And it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. So instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you what good does it serve, you say, I mean my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
All right.
You can always ask afterwards, you forgot this, this, and that. Jesus Christ, we're 15 minutes behind.
Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
1.5.
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired him, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid him.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want him held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family. Is what
Different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what
today,
I said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Bad ending. Bad ending. Bad ending. Bad walk-off. Bad walk-off. No. Oh, yeah. A bit too fast. Sorry. 1.25 it is. Bad walk-off. Let's go back. This wasn't a good walk-off.
Should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says, regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family. Is what
Different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what
today,
I said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
I don't like that walk-off.
Excuse me, we do this sidebar first? Very briefly. Very briefly.
Jesus. Will they come back? Yes. Oh. Why did you allow cross-examination to begin before the end of the day? You have plenty of material. No. Oh, God, no. Oh, what a bad move. As a prosecutor, defense, you want to end the day. Always. No matter what. If you have a walk-off, even a bad one, that should be the final thing you do that day. Bad choice. Let's skip ahead.
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
That's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those 3 killers, including Katie Magbanua. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting
Why?
point, let's get into your background a little bit.
Why is she getting emotional now?
I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents?
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes.
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around
Why
a year
are
or
you
two
emotional now?
before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Yeah, no
Now,
emotions.
You got to ask a lot of
during the
questions
entirety.
about
No emotions during the entirety of the prosecution's direct. But now she gets a. This is bad acting.
divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
Now, remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
Hi, I'm Brad.
Can I borrow that binder?
I'm getting tired. I went up at 4:30 a.m. and it's currently close to midnight. And at 3 a.m. I'm getting a quick
I'm going
nap
to draw your attention. This is
before I
State's
join
Exhibit
Excited
56. I'm going to draw
Utterance.
your attention to page 187.
Hello.
And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on.
Maybe
When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2000.
The difference in her demeanor is astounding. Okay, the Rumble link doesn't. Try this. Link to Rumble, reposted. Her demeanor is completely changed. Oh, hi, Nathan. Member for 5 months. Yay! Just saying hi. Hi. Thank you for being a member. Her demeanor changed radically. And I don't see the reason why. Weird.
2004 when I went up to DC to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family. And by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but
Were they buddies?
no,
They really had nothing in common, right?
no, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did, yeah.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yeah.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then, but so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you 2 were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you got marriage counseling, right?
we did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short. So if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie
I'll go
that
grab
you were gonna file
myself
for
a beer,
divorce, did
but
you
I
have
will
anger
be
and
listening
hatred
in.
towards Professor Markel?
No,
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place. And my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
It is not my best quality. Yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay.
Yeah. Since I'm going on a Halloween party later at the Excited
Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address. So that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as defense exhibit 1 at this time.
There an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
Approach. Please bring the exhibit with you.
Okay. We can catch up a bit. Good. Damn, it's almost midnight. They should be done already. Or close to. Yeah, the prosecution did an extremely bad move with leaving. They should have left the jury with the direct examination. Instead, she left it to the defense to leave them with the overnight impression. That's a bad move.
Right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I will have a quick nap between the end of
Now, we've
the
heard
trial
a
day
lot about
and
this TV already.
he
So let's
used
just clear this up right now.
stuff.
Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the
Let
question.
me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
Objection, not in trial. But then again, they have talked a lot about everybody else.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacoste?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation. So that sounds right.
It's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
Remember when the prosecution asked about girls and she answered she didn't really know? Let's hear her answer again when she's not thinking about it.
Business, he always had lots of girls, he had friends.
The divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. Felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy being at my job.
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
And you were had a lot of responsibilities, now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family
Sure.
in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never, no.
And yet you changed the name.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers, yes.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them?
No.
Okay. Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
I mean, just having the thought of dressing your grandmother dressing up grandkids in Nazi uniforms. That thought doesn't come out of nowhere. Just saying.
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Just bad jokes.
Bob, I'm going to get you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess with the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard of the Pros blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? Well, what is the Pros blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I promise.
I was going to say, it went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objections to state?
I'd like to take a look at it first.
Okay, good.
You don't have to approach. Before you handle this matter.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle it.
One means one.
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his Prof's blog?
He would post it on his Prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question.
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for this evening. The examination of Ms. Adelson will continue in the morning. The instruction that you've received from the beginning of jury selection and throughout, I'm going to repeat it once again because it is important. Do not discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Do not look at any news reports. Do not seek out any information about this matter. You are to report at the same time that you were today, 8:30, and we will get started by 8:45, assuming everyone is on time. Also,
Okay.
when we come out of these breaks, because you have to move as a group, if you can go to the restroom as
8:45
expeditiously
tomorrow
as
morning,
possible,
US
it will
time.
not hold up moving on.
We
All
will
right. Have a
be
good night.
back.
Leaving the pets face down on your chairs.
Yeah, 8:45 tomorrow morning. We will be back. I might start a few minutes early. I have sent. Sunny has the link, but yeah, she will get the link for tomorrow's stream. Mo will get the link for tomorrow's stream. Dave will get the link for tomorrow's stream. My reactions of today was, well, they proven Dan is dead. He was murdered. They already did that in previous trials. The interesting thing here is the ending of the prosecution's direct of Wendy, which they idiotically left before the end of the day. You always want to end the day on your terms. Now they didn't. Bad move. I'm hoping for more evidence because so far what I'm waiting for is the video of Charlie talking about this with Katie. The other wiretaps, more emails, and definitely the testimony from Charlie, but that will probably won't be until next week. What will happen now is I will redirect you to Excited Utterance Halloween special, which I will appear in about 3 hours. I need a nap. I need a bit of sleep. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to guide you through this trial. Thank you for the super chat and the gifted membership. Much appreciated. And yeah, I don't have much to add actually. Other than I will see you all here tomorrow. Bring lots of friends. But until tomorrow, have a nice day. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.